Section 51 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Earlier Comneni, Part 5 by Ferdinand Chalandon. In the beginning of 1118, the emperor felt seriously ill, and the intriguing around him redoubled. In spite of all her efforts, Irene could not prevail upon her husband to sacrifice the son's rights to the daughters. The emperor's dream had always been to found a dynasty, and he could not but see that his work would be ephemeral, and that his house would not long retain power if he himself set the example of undermining the right of succession. His sickness increasing, Alexius was carried to the palace of Mangana. Feeling himself near his end, he summoned his son and, giving him his ring, charged him to have himself proclaimed emperor. John, in obedience to his father's orders, hastily had himself crowned in St. Sophia. Then, surrounded by his partisans, he occupied the sacred palace, the thick walls of which would enable him to defy the outbreak which his adversaries were likely to stir up. When the empress and her daughter learned what had happened, they gave way to an explosion of wild rage. Irene renewed her efforts to wring from the dying emperor the recognition of Britannius. She hoped that the news of John's action would induce his father to disinherit him, but far from showing anger, Alexius, on hearing of his son's success, lifted his hands to heaven as though to give thanks to God. On this, Irene, perceiving that she had been duped, overwhelmed her husband with reproaches. "All your life," she said, "you have done nothing but deceive and use words to conceal your thoughts, and you have remained the same even on your deathbed." Alexius expired during the night of 1516, August 1118. His body, abandoned by all, was hastily buried without the usual ceremonies at the monastery of Christus Philanthropus. Up to his last moment, Comneni had fought to defend the rights of his son. Thanks to the resistance which he maintained to the will of his wife and daughter, he succeeded in securing those rights, and all their web of intrigue fell to pieces when confronted with the accomplished feat. From the administrative point of view, the reign of Alexius is of real importance. Comneni, in fact, successfully carried out a heavy task by restructuring the fleet and the army which his predecessors had allowed to fall into decay. We have hardly any information as to the navy. When the reign began, the Byzantine fleet had ceased to exist, and in order to repel the Normans, Alexius had been obliged to appeal for help to the naval force of the Venetians. Anna Comneni, on several occasions, mentions the building of ships by her father's orders. As the history of the reign proceeds, we can see the gradual development of the Greek fleet and the part which it plays. In particular, we find it policing the archipelago, which was infested with Turkish pirates, and finally it took its share in the war against Bohemond. The reorganization of the army always absorbed a large part of Alexius's attention, for the position of the empire, threatened as it was on all its frontiers, demanded a strong and well-trained army. At the same time, the emperor was always under the apprehension that the weapon which he was forging might one day be turned against him. Thus he always kept the command of important expeditions in his own hands, and carefully avoided giving his generals any opportunity of thrusting themselves into the foreground. Alexius made special efforts to secure two main points. Firstly, he took every precaution that all those who were under the obligation of military service should steadily fulfill the duties laid upon them, and more than once he himself superintended the checking of the military register, resisting all attempts of the great landowners to absorb the small fiefs, granted on condition of service in the army, and to reduce their holders to the status of coloni. In the second place, the emperor tried by constant maneuvering to train his troops and to establish some degree of solidarity among the diverse elements of which they were formed. For at that time the Byzantine army was an absolute mosaic. Alongside of the native troops furnished by the themes and by the holders of military fiefs, we find contingents recruited from among the barbarian peoples who had settled within the empire, and again from foreign mercenaries, Russians, Kulvigni, Patsanaks or Germans, Turks, Alans, Englishmen, Italian Normans, Germans, and Bulgarians. Alexius's effort were not thrown away, as the history of his reign attests. At first, his inexperienced and ill-organized army was almost invariably defeated, but as the organization was gradually improved, we find victory returning to the Byzantine standards, and at his death Alexius was to leave behind him the admirable machine which was to enable his son to undertake his campaigns in Cilicia and Syria. The reign of Alexius was a time of extreme wretchedness to the inhabitants of the empire, setting aside the disasters which overwhelmed the provinces of Asia Minor, where more than once the Turks carried off whole populations. The material condition of the European provinces was appalling. The rural districts were wasted by continual wars, and on account of the insecurity there, a continual movement towards the towns went on among the peasants, who were anxious to escape from the taxes and from military service. What was the pressure of the financial burdens on the country? Parts will be understood when we learn that a standard conversion table drawn up under Alexius provides for the original sum due by a taxpayer 2 years in arrear to be multiplied by 28, 56 non-bismata instead of 2. This increase is explained by the disturbance in financial administration brought about by Alexius's debasement of the coinage. Since the disaster of Mans occurred, 1071, the financial difficulties of the empire had led the sovereigns of Byzantium to issue debased money. Alexius carried the new practice to extremes. Zonaras tells how the emperor struck copper coins, which he used for his own payments, while he insisted that the taxes should be paid mainly in gold, accepting the copper money for only a part of the sums due. The chronicler's evidence is confirmed by numismatics, but there are no less than 7 types of numismata struck by Alexius. Some are of gold, but the most common types are of bronze, of electrum, of bullion, of silver much debased, or of an alloy of gold and electrum, or of gold and bellone. This variety of coins bearing the same name, although differing in standard and value, brought confusion into business, as is shown by the standard conversion table mentioned above. The issue of debased coinage was not indeed peculiar to Alexius, and his successors followed his example. If John Comneni seems to have made an effort to improve the coinage, 3 out of 7 types of nomisma bearing his effigy are usually of gold. Manuel Comnensis reverted to the practices of his grandfather. Not one of the types of nomisma struck by him is of gold. Out of the 13 known types, 5 are of bronze, and the others of a very pale electrum, which is hard to distinguish from silver. In dealing with the nobility and clergy, the government used equal rigor in its endeavors to reform abuses. If we have but little information as to the nobility, we have more as regards the clergy, and it is highly probable that measures analogous to those taken against that class were also adopted against the aristocracy. A large part of ecclesiastical property was exempt from the land tax, but in the imperial charters granting this exemption, care had usually been taken to stipulate the number of porikoi and clericoi, who were not to be subject to the tax. The clergy showed a marked tendency to attract to their estates a larger number of parikoi and clericoi than they were entitled to, and the exchequer suffered in proportion. To remedy these abuses, Alexius had the number of church tenants and estates verified afresh with the utmost strictness. The treasury then pitilessly exacted the tax from all men and lands not entitled to exemption. Another financial expedient revived by Alexius did considerable injustice to the monasteries, not having money enough to reward those who had been faithful to him, nor to provide the different members of his family with large estates. Alexius had recourse to the lands of the monasteries and bestowed them as though they had been fiefs. The beneficiaries, who were called Charistocoria, enjoyed the monastic revenues, an infinitesimal part of which went to the support of the monks and the convent. These donations to private persons brought great disorganization into the monastic life. No doubt the number of the convents had at that time grown immensely, and the wealth of the monks was excessive. Some intervention by the central power was a necessity. Alexius, by these donations to lay persons, avoided the difficulty of regulating the whole system anew. But it would be wrong to conclude from what has been said that Alexius was a persecutor of the clergy. The monastic system was at that time declining rapidly. The monks were constantly quarreling with their superiors, or becoming tired of their convents and going off to wander about the country, or make visits to the capital of the great provincial towns. These were abuses which Alexius undertook to correct, both by diminishing the wealth of the monasteries and by reforming the conduct of the monks. This reform of the institution of monasticism was one of the projects nearest to the emperor's heart, and he gave special encouragement to the great reformer Saint Christodulus, lavishing privileges on his monastery at Patmos. In the same way, the monks entrusted with the care of the hospital and orphanage of St. Paul at Constantinople, restored by Alexius, were overwhelmed with imperial favors, but their administration was narrowly supervised. The same anxiety for the moral uplifting of the clergy is traceable in course, which Comneni took with regard to the seculars, whom he accused of sloth and ignorance. To remedy these evils, Alexius limited the number of priests of St. Sophia and organized a whole system of examinations dealing at once with morals and with learning. The clergy were divided into classes and were precluded from promotion or from any share in the imperial bounty, except in so far as they satisfied the conditions laid down by Alexius. In order to avoid disputes between the monks and the secular clergy, Alexius, by a novel, defined the rights of the patriarch and bishops over the monasteries. All these measures show the interest which Alexius Comneni felt in religious questions. This interest was further shown by his intervention in various controversies as to the heresy in which he zealously played his part as the defender of orthodoxy. Comneni had, besides, a marked aptitude for theology, and Anna Comneni depicts her father and mother holding discussions at table on the doctrine of the fathers. In the greater number of the religious controversies which agitated the empire during his reign, Alexius took a share himself. He did so, for instance, in 1082 in the case of Italus, consul of the philosophers, whose teaching, inspired by Greek philosophy and especially by Platonist conceptions, was solemnly condemned. In the same way, Alexius intervened in the condemnation of the heresy of Nihilus, whose ideas, no doubt, on many points were akin to the teaching of the Oriental sects, at that time widely diffused through the empire. Not satisfied with combating heresy and disputing with the Armenians and Boulais, whom he endeavored down to the end of his life to bring back to orthodox views, Alexius desired to leave a permanent memorial of his theological zeal, and at his request, the monk Euthemius Zygovenus drew up a treatise, the Panoplia Dogmatici, which in the emperor's judgment contained all the scientific proofs fitted to refute the arguments of the heretics and to shew their emptiness. Whoever desires to come to a fair estimate of Alexius Comneni must recognize that his reign marks a temporary arrest in the decline of Constantinople. In Europe as in Asia, he succeeded in beating back the attacks of the enemies of the empire. During his reign, the Crusade forced new problems upon Byzantine diplomacy. It must be acknowledged that Alexius was able to discern the solutions which most tended to advance the interests of the empire, and that he traced out the road which his successors were to follow. If at home his administration weighed heavily on his subjects, the emperor nonetheless has the credit of having restored peace and tranquility to the factions which, up to his time, were bringing ruin on the state. It may be said that he was one of those men of talent whom fortune so often gave to the Byzantine Empire in its hour of need, and that he succeeded in arresting for a season the slow dissolution of the empire into the very diverse elements of which it was compounded. End of section 51. Section 52 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Later Comneni, Part 1 by Ferdinand Chalandon. John 1118 to 1143, Manuel 1143 to 1180, Alexius II 1180 to 1183, Andronicus 1183 to 1185. John Comnenus was one of the best emperors that ever reigned in Constantinople, of a lofty and generous temper, severe but not cruel, and prompt to forget injuries. The son of Alexius succeeded in gaining the respect of his adversaries. Even the Latins, ill-inclined as they generally were to the emperors, were forced to bear testimony to his virtues. Upright and austere, John presents a strong contrast to his son and successor Manuel. Our knowledge of his reign is very scanty, for the two Greek chroniclers who have related the history of Constantinople in the 12th century, Cinemas and Nicetas Acolmanatus, are tantalizingly brief in their notices of him, nor can the gaps in their narratives be at all satisfactorily filled by the help of Oriental or Latin records. Thus, we know almost nothing of all that concerns the domestic policy of the reign. The boldness and decision shown by the son of Alexius during his father's last hours baffled the conspiracy to bring about the succession of the Caesar Nicephorus Bryennius, the husband of Anna Comnena, and for some time peace appeared to reign in Constantinople. The new emperor, however, suspected his adversaries of meditating fresh attempts, and fearing that even his life was in danger, lived for some time in retirement in his palace. His fears gradually died away, and yet, before a year had passed, events fully justified all his apprehensions. Anna Comnena wove a new conspiracy, and in order to realize her dream of wearing the imperial crown, resolved to procure her brother's assassination. The unwillingness of the Caesar Nicephorus to take the course urged upon him by his wife led to the failure and discovery of the plot. The chief conspirators were arrested. John contented himself with confiscating their property, and before long even pardoned his sister Anna, who, having failed to realize her ambitious projects, went into retirement for the rest of her life, and endeavored in recording her father's exploits to console herself for her ill success, and for the oblivion into which she had fallen. The moderation which John showed towards those who had attempted to deprive him of his crown was due to the inspiration of his friend Axoch, the companion of his childhood. Of Mussulman origin, this man had been made prisoner at the capture of Nicaea by the Crusaders and handed over to Alexius. Having been brought up with John Comnenus, Axoch succeeded in gaining his friendship and confidence. He received the office of Grand Domestic, and to the end retained the favor of his master. Together with him should also be mentioned as having had a large share in the government of the empire, Gregory Taranides, and the Logothete Gregory Kamataris. During the early part of John's reign, his brother Isaac, the Sebastocrator, who also enjoyed immense favor, of which, as we shall see, he was later to prove himself unworthy. The reign of John Comneni bore in a marked degree a military stamp. The army was the chief care of the emperor, who throughout his life paid special attention to the training and discipline of his troops. His efforts were rewarded with success, and he was able to organize his army on a strong and sound basis. But the obligation of serving in it was a heavy burden to that part of the population on which it fell, and at times produced among them considerable discontent. Apparently, the emperor's reign was not marked by any considerable building operations, but he completed and richly endowed the monastery of the Pantocrator, founded by his wife. As regards foreign policy, John was in no respect an innovator. All the great European or Asiatic questions which concerned the empire had already taken definite shape during the reign of his father. Alexius had given to Byzantine policy the direction which he judged likely to lead to the most advantageous results, and so sagacious had been his judgment that it may be said that his son and grandson had merely to carry on his work. This continuity of policy on the part of the various sovereigns who succeeded one another during a century is extremely remarkable and much to their credit. Two great questions of foreign policy predominated throughout the reign of John, that of the kingdom of Sicily and that of the principality of Antioch. If, owing to events which took place in the Norman states of southern Italy, the former question slumbered for the first few years of the reign, it was not so with the latter, which claimed the constant attention of John Comneni. With unwearied persistence, the emperor, in his dealings with the principality of Antioch, pressed for the execution not of the treaty concluded with the leaders of the First Crusade at the time of their passing through Constantinople, but of the convention which in 1108 had put an end to the war with Bohemond. By this agreement, the former duchy of Antioch had been restored to Alexius, who had thereupon granted it in fief to the son of Guiscard. It took 18 years for John to bring the princes of Antioch to submit to his claims, the validity of which candid Latins could not but acknowledge. These 18 years were largely taken up with the preliminary campaigns, which the emperor's designs upon the principality of Antioch necessitated. In fact, it is worthy of remark that the wars of John Comneni against Europeans were purely defensive. The emperor took the offensive only against the Mussulmans in Asia, and these wars themselves were a necessary prelude to any expedition into Syria. It was impossible for John to contemplate so distant an undertaking until he had put a stop to the advance of his Muslim neighbors, the boldest of whom were thrusting their outposts westward almost as far as the coast, or were even attacking the Byzantine possessions in Cilicia. The maintenance of order along the frontier in Asia Minor was, in fact, one of the chief tasks laid upon John Comneni. After the last campaign of Alexius against the Mussulmans, changes had taken place in the political situation of the states along the Byzantine frontier. Shahanshah, Sultan of Iconium, son of Kilik Aslan, had been overthrown by his brother Masoud, with the help of the Emir Ghazi, the Danish Mandite prince, who some years before had succeeded in subduing a large number of independent emirs. Indeed, for several years, Asia Minor was divided between Masoud, the Emir Ghazi, and another son of Kilik Aslan, Tughril Aslan, Emir of Melitene. While the last named was attacking the Byzantine possessions in Cilicia, Masoud was pushing his way down the valley of the Meander, and the Emir Ghazi was attempting to capture the towns held by the emperor on the coast of the Black Sea. Of these various enemies, the Mussulmans of Iconium were the most formidable. Their unceasing attacks are to be attributed to the nomad tribes dependent on the Sultan of Iconium, and who were under the necessity of securing pasture for their flocks. The Meander Valley and the district about Dorilium were the two regions, the fertility of which gave them a special attraction for the nomads. Their continual advance towards the west and north, apart from the material damage involved, brought with it another danger. The emperor, if he left the way open to the invaders, risked the cutting of his communications with his possessions on the Black Sea coast, as well as with Pamphylia and Cilicia. The three main roads which led to Cilicia, too, were already in the power of the Turks, and the Byzantine troops could only control the route through Attalia, which had been already said as to the designs of Greek policy upon Antioch, is sufficient to explain the stress laid by the emperor upon maintaining free communication between the various Byzantine possessions in Asia. The first expedition of John Comneni to Asia Minor in 1119 seems to have taken the form of a double attack. In the north, the Duke of Trebizond, Gabras, attempted to take advantage of the divisions among the Muslim princes and relied on the support of Ibn Mangu, son-in-law of the Emir Ghazi. He was, however, defeated and taken prisoner. John Comneni, with better fortune, succeeded first in clearing the valleys of the Hermus and the Meander, and then a little later occupied Sozopolis and retook a whole series of places in the district round Attalia. He thus secured for a time freedom of communication with Pamphylia. Events in Europe were the cause of an interruption of the war in Asia. For nearly a year, 1121 to 1122, John was occupied with an invasion by certain Patzinak tribes, which had escaped the disaster of 1091. The barbarians had succeeded in forcing the passes of the Hemus, and had overflowed into Macedonia and devastated it. After long negotiations, the emperor succeeded in gaining over the chiefs of certain of the tribes. He then marched against such of the barbarian bands as had refused to treat. Preceded by a picture of the Blessed Virgin, the Byzantine troops attacked in the neighborhood of Eskisagra and inflicted a defeat upon the barbarians, who sought in vain to take refuge behind the wagons which formed their laager. After this defeat, the Patzinaks negotiated with the emperor, to whom they agreed to furnish troops. About the same time, 1122, an attack was made on the empire by the Venetians, in order to secure the support of the Venetian fleet against the Normans of Italy. Alexius had granted the Republic a large number of commercial privileges. On his death, the Doge Domenico Michael requested John to renew the treaties, but at that moment the empire had less to dread from the Normans, as they were weakened by the internal dissensions which followed the death of Robert Guiscard in 1085, and broke forth with increased violence on the death of Duke Rottger in 1118. John therefore considered that he was paying too dearly for services of which he no longer stood in need, and refused the request of the Venetians for a renewal of the treaties. The Doge, in revenge, attempted in 1122, at the head of a numerous fleet, to obtain possession of Corfu. He was unsuccessful. Being urgently entreated to come to the help of the Latins in Palestine, the Venetians broke off hostilities, only to renew them on the return of their fleet from the Holy Land. On this occasion they pillaged Rhodes, occupied Chios, and ravaged Samos, Lesbos, Andros, and Modin, 1125. Next year they occupied Cephalonia. Confronted with these attacks, John decided to negotiate, and in 1126 he restored to the Venetians the privileges granted them by his father. About the same time, negotiations were begun with the papacy. The offers formerly made by Alexius to Pascal II had been by no means forgotten at Rome, and Pope Calixtus II, during his struggle with Henry V, sought to obtain the help of John Comneni. The question of the reunion of the churches was again brought up, and letters were exchanged. On the death of Calixtus, negotiations were continued with Honorius II. In 1126, John wrote to the Pope, but while agreeing to reopen the question, staunchly maintained the imperial claims. The discussion does not appear to have been carried further at this time. Later on, the claims of John Comneni upon Antioch were to excite displeasure at Rome, and by a bull of 28 March 1138, Innocent II ordered all Latins serving in the Byzantine army to leave the emperor's service should he attack the Principality of Antioch. 2 years after the conclusion of peace with Venice, the Greek Empire had to repel an attack by the Hungarians. Hungarian affairs had never ceased to arouse interest at Constantinople. On the extension of his territories by Colleen, Alexius I, being anxious, in case of need, to have the means of intervening in the affairs of his powerful neighbors, had married his son to a Hungarian princess named Periska, who, on taking possession of the women's apartments in the imperial palace, had assumed the name of Irene. Since that time, the empire had not had occasion to take any part in the affairs of Hungary, but when its king, Stephen II, 1114 to 1131, put out the eyes of his brother Almos, the blinded prince took refuge at Constantinople, where he was well received. Doubtless the ties of relationship and the pity inspired by the hapless victim sufficiently explain the hospitable reception of Almos, but to these reasons must be added the emperor's desire to have within reach a candidate to oppose in case of need to the ruler of Hungary. Stephen II showed great displeasure at the hospitality extended to the victim of his brutality, and demanded that the emperor should expel his guests from the imperial territory. John Comneni refused to comply with this demand, and Stephen, irritated by his refusal, seized upon the first pretext that offered to declare war against the Greek Empire. The desired excuse was found in the ill treatment of some Hungarian traders near Brankyokeva, and hostilities began. Apparently, the Hungarians surprised the garrisons of the frontier posts and succeeded in taking Branicevo and reaching the neighborhood of Sofia, 1128. They then fell back without being molested. To punish them, John Comneni carried the war into Hungary and won a victory near Haram, Ushpalanka, not far from the junction of the Nera with the Danube. But on the withdrawal of the Byzantine troops, the Hungarians retook Branicevo, and the emperor, in order to drive them off, returned to the Danube. During the winter, having learned that the enemy was again advancing in force, he succeeded in avoiding an action and withdrawing his troops safely. Such at least is the account given in the Byzantine records. According to the Hungarian, the troops of Stephen II were defeated, and in consequence of this check, the king was compelled to retreat. Probably the death of Almos, which took place soon after the outbreak of the war, removed an obstacle to peace. Towards the end of the reign of Stephen II, John Comneni, faithful to the policy which had so far been followed, entertained another possible claimant to the Hungarian throne, Boris, the son of Colleen and of Euphemia, daughter of Vladimir Monomachus. Euphemia, accused of adultery, had been banished, and his son had been born in exile. Returning to Hungary, Boris, a little before the death of Stephen, had attempted to usurp the throne. He failed and took refuge in Constantinople, where John gave him a wife from the imperial house. Later on, in the time of Manuel Comneni, Boris was to prove a useful instrument of Byzantine policy. About the time of the war with Hungary, perhaps indeed while hostilities were still going on, the Serbian vassals of the empire rose in rebellion and destroyed the castle of Novobazar. In considering what were at this time the relations between the Serbs and Constantinople, we touch upon one of the most obscure questions of Byzantine history in the 12th century. After the death of the Prince Constantine Bodin, who for the moment had made the unity of Serbia a reality, the descendants of Radoslav, whom he had dethroned, disputed for power with his heirs. Serbia then passed through a time of inconceivable anarchy. For several years, the various rivals succeeded one another with bewildering rapidity. The Sultan of Russia, Balkan, taking advantage of the confusion to extend his power, succeeded momentarily in imposing his candidate upon the coast districts of Serbia. This claimant, however, died. The widow of Bohdan Jacinta, daughter of the Aegean of Bari, now contrived to secure the throne for her son George. It was probably at this juncture that John intervened and set Grubessa on the throne, 1129. When Grubessa died, George succeeded in regaining power, which brought about an intervention of the Greeks, George being taken prisoner and sent to Constantinople. As his successor, they set up Gagné. 2 points stand out in this confused narrative. In the first place, it is plain that the influence of Constantinople in Serbia is small. The empire contents itself with having a pretender at hand to put forward in case the reigning prince should give cause for displeasure. In the second place, the sultans of Russia came to play a more and more important part. After Balkan, we find Yurus Sultan of this region. One of his daughters married Bela II the Blind, a future king of Hungary. The other, Mary, became the wife of the Moravian Prince Conrad, while his son Bela took up his abode at the Hungarian court, where later he was to become prominent, and married his daughter to the Russian Prince Vladimir Mistalovich. These alliances were to prove extremely useful to the sons of Yurus, when, under Manuel, they were to attempt to cast off the suzerainty of Constantinople. About 1130, John Comneni was again able to turn his arms against the Mussulmans of Asia Minor. The fruits of the previous campaigns had not been lost. As far as Iconium was concerned, the position had remained satisfactory. Masoud, being dethroned by his brother Arab, had even come to Constantinople to ask help of the emperor, who had supplied him with subsidies to oppose the usurper. These disputes among the Mussulman rulers had lessened their strength, and for a time the principality of Iconium was less formidable to the empire. Far different was the position of the emir Gagné. In 1124 he had seized upon the principality of Melitene, and then conquered Ancira and Comana, and occupied some of the Byzantine strongholds on the coast of the Black Sea. In 1129, on the death of the Armenian Prince Soros, he had turned towards Cilicia, and there was every sign that he was about to contend with his co-religionist, the Atabeg of Mosul, for his share of the spoils of the Latin princes of Syria. Thus a new enemy threatened Antioch, and from this time we may discern the reasons which urged John Comneni to attempt to overthrow the Danish Mandite ruler. End of section 52. Section 53 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, The Latter Comneni, Part 2, by Ferdinand Chalandon. The first expedition of John Comneni proved abortive. The emperor had hardly crossed into Asia when he learned that a conspiracy against him had been hatched by his brother Isaac. On receiving this news, he resolved to return to Constantinople. Isaac, the Cbteddy, succeeded in avoiding punishment and escaped into Asia, where he attempted to draw into the struggle against his brother not only the Mussulman princes, but also the Armenian Thoros and Gabras, Duke of Trebizond, who had shortly before secured his independence. Isaac met with but partial success, and only the Emir Ghazi lent him support. Even at a distance, the Cbteddy continued his intrigues. He maintained communications with various personages at the court of Constantinople, and when in 1132 John entered upon a campaign against the Emir Ghazi, He was soon forced to return to his capital, where a fresh plot, the result of Isaac's intrigues, had been discovered. As soon as order was restored, the emperor renewed the campaign, and during the winter of 1132 to 1133, he took from the Emir Ghazi the important fortress of Kastamona, which, however, was soon afterwards recovered by the Muslims. On the death of Ghazi, which took place next year, 1134, the emperor decided to profit by the quarrels which immediately arose among the Mohammedan princes to try his fortune in the field. An expedition was set on foot against Muhammad, son and heir of Ghazi, to which Masood sent a contingent of troops in the hope of having his share of the dismemberment of the Dashamandite state. No advantage accrued to the empire from this alliance. The Muslim troops played false during the siege of Gangra, and John was forced to fall back. Next year, however, he was more fortunate, and Gangra and Kastamona fell into his hands, 1135. This success at last enabled the emperor to attempt the realization of his designs upon Antioch. A series of negotiations with the Western emperor and with Pisa prepared the ground for this new campaign. It was apparently not before 1135 that John Comneni entered into diplomatic relations with the Emperor Lothar, who, while he was staying at Merseburg, gave audience to a Byzantine embassy bearing instructions from the Greek emperor to request help against Rottger II, King of Sicily. During the last few years, the position of the Norman states in Italy had sensibly altered. Not only had the Count of Sicily, Rottger II, added the Duchy of Apulia to his dominions, but he had raised his possessions to the rank of a kingdom, and since 1130 had, to the great indignation of the Byzantines, assumed the title of king. The new king, intensely ambitious and more powerful than any of his predecessors, did not confine himself to attacking the coasts of the Greek Empire, but set up claims to the Latin states of the Holy Land, and in particular to Antioch. Accordingly, John Comneni found it necessary before his departure for Syria to try his fortune in arms, to secure himself against a French invasion of his dominions by the Normans of Italy during his absence. It was with this object in view that he had recourse to the Emperor Lothar, whom he urged to make a descent upon Italy in order to oppose the new king, and to whom, for the furtherance of this design, he promised considerable subsidies. Lothar responded to the Byzantine embassy by sending Anselm of Havelberg to Constantinople. An agreement was arrived at, and Lothar pledged himself to undertake an expedition into Italy. He proved as good as his word, and we know that in 1137, while still in southern Italy, he received a Greek embassy bringing him gifts from the emperor. The negotiations of John Comneni with the Pisans were in the same way dictated by a wish to detach them from the Norman alliance, and ended in 1136 in a renewal of treaty engagements. Having thus secured his dominions against a possible attack by the Normans, John Comneni could at last undertake the long-meditated expedition to restore Antioch and its surrounding territory to the empire, 1137. But before invading the principality, the Byzantine army had another task to accomplish. The territory of the empire no longer actually extended as far as the frontier of Antioch, from which it was now separated by the dominions of the Armenian Leo. This prince, a descendant of Reuben, one of those Armenian rulers who, fleeing before the advance of the Muslims, had established themselves in the Taurus and in the neighborhood of the Euphrates, had in 1129 succeeded his brother Thoros. After an open breach with the empire, he had made himself master of the chief towns of Cilicia, Tarsus, Adana, and Mamistra. His possessions thus barred the path of John's army, and the conquest of Cilicia was the necessary prelude to the siege of Antioch. In the early part of the campaign, the emperor met with unbroken success. Tarsus, Adana, and Mamistra were quickly captured, and then came the turn of Anazarbus and the surrounding district. Leo, with his 2 sons, Reuben and Thoros, was obliged to seek safety in the mountains. Without stopping to pursue them, John at once took the road to Antioch, for at that moment circumstances were eminently favorable to the Greeks. When John appeared before the city, end of August 1137, Raymond of Poitiers, who by his marriage with Constance, daughter of Bohemond II, had become Prince of Antioch, was absent from his capital. Although aware of the impending attack by the Byzantines, Raymond had not hesitated to go to the help of King of Jerusalem, who had just suffered a serious defeat at the hands of the Atabeg of Mosul, Ahmad ad-Dinzangi, at Harim. When Raymond returned, the siege of Antioch had already begun. The besieged, owing to the disaster which had just befallen the Latins in their struggle with the Mohammedans, despaired of receiving succor, and from the first, a considerable party of them had contemplated negotiations with the emperor. Certain of the records make it appear probable that the king of Jerusalem, on being consulted, had admitted the validity of the Greek emperor's claims and had recommended negotiation. Whatever may be the truth about these pourparlers, it is plain that Raymond, threatened with the loss of his dominions, preferred treating with John Comneni. At the moment, the emperor was bent above all on obtaining a formal recognition of his claims, while for Raymond, the main desideratum was the withdrawal of the Byzantines. Once this point had been gained, other matters might be arranged as circumstances should dictate. After some negotiation, the Prince of Antioch consented to take the oath of fealty to John Comneni, and, as a sign of his submission, to hoist the imperial banners on the walls of the city. The emperor in exchange bound himself to help the Latins the next year in their struggle with the Muslims, but it was stipulated that if, by the help of the Basilius Raymond, should recover Aleppo, Shazar, Emesa, and Hannah, he should restore Antioch to the Greek Empire. This agreement being concluded, John returned to Silesia. It seems probable that it was on this occasion that he succeeded in capturing the Armenian prince Leo, who with his 2 sons was sent prisoner to Constantinople, where not long afterwards he died. Faithful to his engagements, John opened the campaign in the spring of 1138. The Byzantine army, swelled by the Latin contingents, took in succession Balat, between Antioch and Aleppo, and Buzah. The allies, however, failed to surprise Aleppo and turned to besiege Shazar on the Orontes on 29 April 1138. Before long, serious dissensions broke out between the Latin princes and the emperor. John, indignant at the suspicious behavior of the Prince of Antioch and of Jocelyn, Count of Edessa, seized upon the first pretext he could find to raise the siege and grant the defenders conditions which they had never hoped for. Returning northwards by the valley of the Orontes, the army fell back upon Antioch, John making a solemn entry into the city. During his stay there, the emperor, in virtue of the feudal rule obliging a vassal to hand over his castle to his suzerain whenever he was required by him to do so, demanded possession of the citadel. The Latin rulers, not daring a direct refusal, got out of the difficulty by stirring up a riot in the city. In the face of the menacing attitude of the populace, John, for the time being, ceased to urge his claims and quitted Antioch. The emperor once gone, the Latins again offered to treat. The result was a hollow reconciliation. The Greek army then set out on its return, while on its march towards Constantinople, it was securing the safety of the frontier by police operations against brigands. Isaac Comneni came to make submission to his brother and received his pardon. The sole result of the campaign was the recognition of the imperial rights over Antioch, whereby the prestige of the emperor was strikingly increased, not only in the eyes of his subjects, but also in those of the Mussulmans and Latins. No practical advantage, however, was obtained. In 1139, the war against the Mussulmans was resumed. The Danish Mandite prince, Muhammad, had taken several places in Cilicia from the Byzantines and then proceeded to ravage the country as far as the Silures. John drove off these invading bands, and during the winter of 1139 to 1140, laid siege to Neo-Caesarea. In this campaign, John, son of Isaac Comneni, deserted to the enemy. On his return to Constantinople 15 January 1141, the emperor planned a new campaign, the object of which was Antioch. A series of diplomatic operations was again undertaken in order to hold the king of Sicily in check during the emperor's absence. Lothar had died on returning from his Italian campaign and had been succeeded by Conrad III. In 1140, John asked Conrad to renew the alliance made with his predecessor, and in order to set a seal upon the friendship, requested the hand of a princess of the imperial house for his youngest son Manuel. Conrad, in reply, offered his sister-in-law Bertha, daughter of the Count of Sulzbach. In 1142, another Byzantine embassy was dispatched with instructions to treat of the question of a descent upon Italy. Conrad in return sent his chaplain Albert and Robert, Prince of Capua, to Constantinople. A Greek embassy carried John's reply and brought back the future empress. These negotiations were disquieting to the king of Sicily, who, in order to break up the league between his enemies, sent an embassy at the beginning of 1143 to propose an alliance with John. While the negotiations with Conrad were going on, the emperor again set out for Antioch. The whole of the early part of the campaign was devoted to police work in the neighborhood of Sozopoulos. The army then marched to Italia, and here a double blow fell upon the emperor. Within a short interval he lost, first his son Alexius, whom he had associated in the government, and then another son, Andronicus. This twofold bereavement did not turn the emperor from his purpose, and on leaving Italia, the army took the road to Syria. Since 1138, the position of the Latin states, harassed by the Muslims, had only altered for the worse. During the last few years, they had repeatedly begged help from the Byzantines. Having learned by past experience, John Comneni did not trust to the promises which had been made to him, and above all, he resolved to make himself secure of the fidelity of the Latin rulers by exacting hostages from them. He took pains to conceal the object of his expedition by giving out that he intended only to put into a state of defense the towns in Cilicia, which he had taken from Leo. Thanks to these precautions, the emperor was enabled to descend upon the Latin territory in a totally unexpected manner. John had not forgotten the behavior of Jocelyn during the last campaign, so the first attack was made on him, the emperor appearing suddenly in front of Turbessel. The Count of Edessa, taken by surprise, was obliged to give up his daughter as a hostage, and from Turbessel the emperor marched to the castle of Gaston, 1142. There he demanded of Raymond the fulfillment of his promise to surrender Antioch. Raymond, thus driven into a corner, took up a pitiful attitude, sheltering himself behind the wishes of his vassals. An important part in the matter was played by the Latin clergy, to whom it was a source of annoyance that the progress of the Greek clergy proceeded pari passu with that of the Byzantine armies. The demands of the vassalus were rejected in the name of the Pope and of the Western Emperor. John Comneni had certainly foreseen this refusal, and had determined to take Antioch by force. This siege was in his eyes only a prelude to the campaign which he intended to wage against the Mussulmans, a campaign which, if his views were realized, would be crowned by the entrance into Jerusalem of the Byzantine troops. But having been delayed, doubtless by the death of his sons, the emperor reached Antioch too late in the season to begin a siege which could not fail to be a long one. He resolved, therefore, to postpone the renewal of hostilities, and led his troops into Silesia where he intended to winter. It was there that an accidental wound from a poisoned arrow, received during a hunting party, carried him off on 8 April 1143, at the moment when he was looking forward to the attainment of the object which had been the goal of his entire policy. On his deathbed, John named as his successor Manuel, the youngest of his sons, and procured his recognition by the army. Manuel, when he ascended the throne, was about 20 years old. For the first few years of his reign, he continued the confidence which his father had placed in Axuch and John Puzzes, and it was only little by little that the young emperor's personality developed and made its mark for the direction that he gave to his policy. Manuel's disposition showed a singular mixture of qualities in the most marked contrast to one another. While on the one hand he had some of the most characteristic traits of the Byzantine type, other sides of his nature seemed to mark him out as a product of Western civilization. He is the typical knight king, and encouraged might compare with Richard Coeur de Lion. Even on the first campaign in which he accompanied his father, Manuel showed himself a bold and courageous warrior, ever a lover of the brilliant bouts and thrusts of single combat. It may be that in his campaigns he proved himself rather a valiant knight than a great general, that he sought too eagerly after these successes, rather showy than permanent, which evoked the plaudits of women and the encomiums of court poets. He constantly sought opportunity to display his skill in riding and fencing, hunting and tournaments, and evidently looked upon it as his vocation to repeat the exploits of his paladins. Hence it is that Manuel, and open to the reproach of having cared less for realities than for show, of having attempted to carry out simultaneously projects on a gigantic scale, any single one of which would have taxed the resources of the empire. This is the weak side of his policy. Manuel attempted to get others to carry out the tasks which he could not himself accomplish, hence arose the failures he met with. It would appear further that Manuel was fitted only for success, and was incapable of bearing misfortune. At his only defeat, the disaster of Myocephalum, when he saw that he was beaten and in danger of being slain by the enemy with the poor remains of his army, his one idea was to take to flight without giving a thought to his soldiers. Only the opposition of his captains prevented him from carrying out this disgraceful intention. Manuel's devotion to the ideals of chivalry and his 2 marriages with Western princesses fostered in him a strong preference for the Latins. Men of Western race, whether Germans, French, Normans, Italians, or English, were sure of his eager welcome and of finding posts about his court or in his army. Though ignorant of the Greek language, these foreigners, who spat better than they spoke, contrived, nevertheless, to fill considerable administrative offices, to the great disgust of the emperor's subjects. Nor were they any better pleased to see the Venetians, Pisans, and Genoese settle down at Constantinople. This policy on the part of Manuel led to the accumulation of the national hatred against the Latins, which was to burst forth in the reign of Andronicus. Manuel, like his grandfather Alexius, brought a keen interest to the theological questions. He prided himself on being a theologian and took pleasure in theological discussions, as the patriarch Cosmas found, who was deposed in 1147 for his adhesion to the doctrine of Niphon, a Bongomil monk. Manuel considered himself to possess inspired knowledge, and was in the habit of imposing his decisions upon the clergy. In the cases of Sotericus Patuginus, of Basilcis, and of Michael of Thessalonica, the representatives of a little group of priests charged with holding views inspired by Platonic philosophy. The emperor's sentence was decisive, 1157. Later on, toward the close of the reign, in the teeth of the opposition of the clergy and the patriarch, Manuel imposed his own view in a discussion which brought up afresh the doctrine promulgated by the councils of Nicaea and Constantinople, regarding the relation between the father and the son. Manuel decided the question in a sense opposite to the traditional doctrine. Finally, we must note the attempt made by Manuel in 1170 to bring about the reunion of the Armenian and Greek churches. Despite the skill of Theoranius, who was entrusted by the emperor with the duty of carrying out the negotiation with the Catholicus Nersius, the discussions led to no results. In contrast to Manuel, the theologian there was another Manuel, a dabbler in astrology. Astrologers enjoyed great prestige at the imperial court. The Basilius consulted them upon all important expeditions, and forbade its generals to give battle unless the stars were propitious. Manuel was a believer in magic and in spells. Even on his deathbed, his confidence in all the charlatans who surrounded him remained unshaken. Theological and scientific questions, however, did not engross the emperor's interest. Manuel, and following his example the whole court, took a pride in showing a taste for letters. The literary revival initiated in the preceding century, in the time of Sallust, was continued during this reign. The princesses of the imperial family encouraged authors. The Empress Irene accepted the dedication of the Chiliads of Cetus, and another Irene, wife of Andronicus, Manuel's brother, was the acknowledged patroness of literary men. A little court of the learned gathered round her, among the ornaments of which was Cissus, Constantine Venasius, and one of the Prodomini. Manuel's niece and mistress Theodora was the correspondent of Glycus. Other court ladies took to writing themselves, and it was at this time that Anna Comneni finished her Alexiad, the continuation of Bryennius's work in honor of Alexius. Her example was followed by Xenarus and Glycius, the compilers of chroniclers, and at the same time Cinemus and Nicetas Achaemenides collected the materials for their works. Rhetoric also had its representatives, and one of the best judges of classical antiquity, Eustathius, Archbishop of Thessalonica, pronounced some of his orations during this reign. He was one of the most distinguished members of the learned and scholarly group of clergy, devoted to philosophical speculation, several of whom have already been mentioned in dealing with the theological controversies of the day. The arts were not neglected at Manuel's court, if he took pleasure in rebuilding the palace of the Gagné, which he decorated with mosaics commemorating his exploits, and in erecting sumptuous villas on the coast of Asia Minor and on the islands in the neighborhood of Constantinople, where he could go for relaxation after his military exertions. He did not forget public edifices. He had the walls of Constantinople repaired, spent money freely on constructing aqueducts, and undertook operations to make the closing of the harbor possible. On the other hand, he did little in the way of ecclesiastical building. He used to rally his courtiers on the vanity which urged them to build monasteries or churches on purpose to erect their tombs there, and used to declare that he only approved of monks in solitary places, and looked with horror on the turbulent monks, dwelling in towns and devoting themselves solely to increasing the possessions of their monasteries. By way of setting an example, he built a monastery near the entrance to the Strait of the Bosphorus, to which he made no donation of lands, confining himself to a yearly grant out of the public treasury, sufficient for the maintenance of the monks. Manuel's legislation as to ecclesiastical property is inspired by the same spirit. The imperial novels forbid churches and monasteries to add to the lands already in their possession, but on the other hand, legalized the ownership of those actually held, even when the title could not be shewn or was defective. In this way, a general settlement was arrived at, but at the expense of the lay owners, who now saw a legal sanction given to all the usurpations of which they had been victims. The foreign policy of Manuel was carried out at enormous expense and was extremely burdensome to the imperial treasury. In order to fill it, the emperor was forced to use great severity in the collection of the taxes, and to have recourse to all kinds of financial expedients. The most important seems to have been the converting of the obligation to maintain the navy, which was laid upon certain themes, into a tax, a measure analogous to that formerly resorted to by Constantine IX, with regard to service in the army. In conjunction with this measure should be noted the novel distributions of land on condition of military service, grants made for the most part to prisoners of war or to barbarian tribes. These measures caused great disturbances in the provinces and brought about a strained situation there, chiefly known to us through the efforts made later by Andronicus Comnenus to find a remedy. John Comnenus, in choosing his youngest son to succeed him, had set aside the rights of the elder, the Sebastocrator Isaac. If the young emperor had the army on his side, his brother had the advantage of being in the capital. In order that a conflict might be avoided, Manuel must at all costs make himself master of Constantinople before the news of John's death was known there. The business was entrusted to Isaac, who successfully carried out the task confided to him. He contrived to seize both Isaac's uncle and nephew, and with no great difficulty defeated a plot to set the crown on the head of the Caesar John Rottger, Manuel's brother-in-law. When the emperor appeared before his capital, peace was already established. He reached his palace easily enough, and largesse, distributed on a lavish scale to clergy and people, secured his popularity. On the death of John Comnenus, the Latins of Antioch had again taken the offensive, and even while Manuel was still in the east, had begun hostilities and occupied several places in Silesia. This provocation had been keenly resented by Manuel, who made it his first care to send troops to Silesia to deal with the Latins. The Greek arms were victorious, and in 1145 Raymond of Poitiers had to submit to the humiliation of coming to Constantinople to ask mercy of Manuel. He was compelled to visit the church of the Pantocrator and make the amendi at the dead emperor's tomb. While the Byzantine army was on its way back from Silesia, the troops of the Sultan of Iconium had carried off several persons of importance at court. Further invasions had then taken place, the Muslim bands advancing as far as Pithecus, near Nicaea. The whole of the Byzantine possessions in Asia Minor were devastated. Ruins were heaped upon on every side, and the luckless populations were forced to leave their villages and seek refuge in the towns along the coast. Thus one of the first tasks with which Manuel was faced was to secure his frontier in Asia by the erection of a series of fortified posts, intended to check the invaders. This was his main work, and he pursued it to the end of his reign. At the same time, he attempted to strike at the heart of the Muslim power, more than once endeavoring to reduce Iconium. At the opening of his reign, he was aided in his struggle against Masud by the divisions among the Muslim leaders which had followed upon the death of the Deshamandite prince Muhammad, 1141. His lands were divided between his son Dulnun, who obtained Caesarea, and his brothers Yaqub Aslan and Anad Dullah, who shares respectively with Siwas and Melitene. Threatened by Masud, Yaqub Arslan, the most powerful of the heirs of Muhammad, treated with Manuel, who helped him with subsidies. During the years 1146 to 1147, the Greeks fought with no great measure of success. Manuel got as far as Iconium, but failed to take it. At the moment when the Crusaders appeared before Constantinople, Manuel had just concluded a truce with Masud. End of section 53. Section 54, the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The latter Comneni, Part 3 by Ferdinand Chalandon. During this period, the policy of Manuel in the West had yielded no striking results. For a short time, the emperor seemed to be meditating a league with the king of Sicily, but he soon returned to the idea of a German alliance, and in January 1146 took to wife Bertha of Salzbach, sister-in-law of Conrad. But at the very time when this marriage seemed to have set a seal upon his friendship with Germany, all that had been gained by it was lost by the opening of the Second Crusade, the Greek Empire being left to confront the Norman power in a state of complete isolation. Learning of the new crusade by letters from Louis VII and the Pope, Eugenius III, Manuel immediately set himself to obtain guarantees against all eventualities by demanding of the Pope that the Crusaders should bind themselves to him by engagements similar to those taken by the leaders of the First Crusade to Alexius. In return, he promised that on payment being forthcoming, provision should be supplied. At the Assembly of Etampes, February 1147, Manuel's envoys met with those of Rottger II, who had been instructed to bring about the diversion of the crusade to their master's profit by promising large advantages. The influence of Conrad, who had only joined in the project for a crusade at the end of 1146, was certainly not without its weight in the decision to go by Constantinople. The fact that not only the King of France, but also the King of Germany, was to take part in the expedition, made the position of Manuel with regard to the Crusaders all the more perilous. He was haunted by the fear that, if the Western troops collected outside his capital, they might be tempted to an assault upon Constantinople. He made every effort to avoid this danger, his task being rendered easier by the ill feeling of Conrad towards the French. The measures taken with regard to the Crusaders were of the same kind as those employed by Alexius in the case of the First Crusade. The Byzantine troops were disposed so as to confine the streams of pilgrims in a single channel and to prevent the pillaging bands from wandering too far from the prescribed route. The elements of which the crusading army was composed made these precautions necessary. Not only were these warriors on the march, the bulk of the army consisted of pilgrims and of a rout of adventurers ready for any mischief. The Germans were first to pass through the imperial territory. Their relations with the Greeks were as bad as possible, outrages being committed on both sides which generated violent excitement. Hadrianople was especially the scene of bloodshed. Manuel made a last effort to divert the Crusaders from the route through Constantinople and to persuade them to pass through Sestos, but his suggestions were listened to with suspicion and were rejected. Many disasters would have been avoided if his advice had been taken, and it was the route recommended by him which Louis VII took after the destruction of the German army. Little is known of the relations between Manuel and Conrad during the time that the crusading army remained before Constantinople. It is probable that the two emperors did not meet. At the same time, they appear to have come to an agreement. The news of the arrival of Louis VII decided Conrad upon crossing over into Asia Minor, a step which all the urgency of Manuel had not availed to secure. The march of the German army upon Iconium ended in disaster. The Crusaders, although aware of the length of the journey, had not brought a sufficient quantity of provisions. Famine soon made its appearance, whereupon the Greek guides were alarmed by accusations of treachery, which caused them to abandon the army and to take flight. The Crusaders were forced to fall back upon Nicomedia, harassed as they marched by the Turks, who slew them in thousands. As many perished by famine. At Nicomedia, the remnants of Conrad's army found the French. The journey of the French across the Greek territories was equally accompanied by acts of violence, but a Latin eyewitness admits that up to their arrival before Constantinople, the Franks did as much injury to the Greeks as they received from them, and that the wrongs were on both sides. Manuel welcomed Louis VII, but made every effort to induce him to cross at once to the coast of Asia Minor. The apprehension which the Greek emperor shewed is justified by the known fact that there was a regular party in the King of France's council, urgent for the taking of Constantinople. The French once across the Bosphorus, new difficulties arose. Manuel demanded that the baron should do homage and swear fealty to him, and after long parleying, Louis ended by yielding. Having joined the wrecks of the German army, the French gave up the idea of marching upon Iconium and took the road of Italia. At Ephesus, Conrad fell ill and quitted the army. The march of the Crusaders through the Asiatic provinces of the Byzantine Empire was marked by similar acts of violence to those committed in Europe. This explains the fighting which took place between the Greeks and the Latins. The chief accusation brought against the Greeks is that they did not supply provisions, and that they charged too dear for such as they did supply. The vast numbers of the Crusaders made provisioning a matter of great difficulty, and the presence of unnumbered multitudes in one place is a sufficient explanation of the dearness of commodities. The army of Louis VII, thus ill-provided, suffered greatly on the march from Laodicea to Italia. The Mussulman bands had appeared, and their unceasing attacks added to the difficulties of the mountain route. The army reached Italia in a deplorable state. Here provisions were still lacking. Louis VII and the chief lords hired ships of the Greeks and departed, forsaking the mass of the pilgrims. The leaders left in charge abandoned them in their turn. The wretched people fell a prey to the Turks, and to the Greeks who were exasperated at the acts of pillage which the famished multitude had committed. Manuel has been held responsible for the failure of the Second Crusade. Such accusations are now to a large extent discredited by historians. The ill success of the Crusade was due to defective organization, to the want of discipline among the Crusaders, and to their obstinate persistence, in spite of the emperor's advice, in following the road taken by Godfrey of Bouillon and his companions. Conrad, who had been left behind sick at Ephesus, was received by Manuel, who brought him to Constantinople and loaded him with attentions. The fact was that Manuel was just then threatened by a danger, which made the prospect of help from the German king of great value to him. Profiting by the difficulties into which the Basilius was thrown by the coming of the Crusaders, Roger II of Sicily had in the autumn of 1147 directed a naval attack upon the coast of the empire. Corfu had fallen into his hands. Negropont and Cerigo had been ravaged. The Normans then sailed up the Gulf of Corinth and took Thebes and Corinth, centers of the silk trade in two of the most important commercial towns in the empire, their rich warehouses being given up to pillage. In order to resist this aggression, Manuel, while the Crusaders were still on the Asiatic shore of the Bosphorus, had in vain begged for help from Conrad and Louis. He was obliged to meet the Normans with his own forces, for which, however, he had secured the support of the Venetian fleet. Being detained by an invasion of the Comneni, 1148, Manuel sent the great domestic Asok and the Grand Duke Alexius, Conto d'Espanis, to occupy the places taken by the Normans and to besiege Corfu. It was during the winter of 1148 to 1149 that Manuel received Conrad, who was returning from the Holy Land, and concluded a treaty with him, by which the German king bound himself to make a descent upon Italy in order to attack Roger II, 1149. Corfu having been retaken, summer of 1149, Manuel resolved to organize an expedition to punish Roger II. A revolt among the Serbs, supported by the King of Sicily, prevented him from carrying out his plan. Roger II, threatened by the Germano-Byzantine alliance, created difficulties for them both, which hindered them from carrying out their project of an invasion of Italy. While wealth, thanks to supplies furnished by Roger, fomented an agitation which detained Conrad in Germany, the Sicilian king was launching the Serbs and Hungarians against the Greek Empire. Hungary and Constantinople were at that time on very bad terms, owing to their pursuing a diametrically opposite policy in Russia. While Géza, king of Hungary, maintained the claims of his brother-in-law, Iziaslav, to the throne of Kiev, Manuel gave his support to George Dolgoruki, son of Vladimir Monomachus, who was also favored by Vladimirko, Prince of Halets. At the instigation of the King of Sicily, Géza encouraged the Sultan of Russia, Prvoslav Uros, to revolt, and the disturbance which broke out in Serbia in the autumn of 1149 kept Manuel occupied until 1150. The Serbs, having been subdued, Manuel, eager to punish their Hungarian supporters, took advantage in 1151 of the absence of Géza, who was maintaining Izislav's cause in Russia against Vladimirko, to take Semlin and ravage the country between the Sav and the Danube. Peace was signed the same year, but in 1152 hostilities broke out again, and Géza formed a connection with Manuel's cousin, Andronicus Comneni, the future emperor. This treason was discovered and Andronicus was arrested. The struggle lasted until 1155, when peace was signed. The only appreciable result of the campaign seems to have been the conquest of Semlin. Roger II had not been satisfied with stirring up the Serbs and Hungarians against Manuel. He had at the same time made use of the failure of the Crusade to attempt the organization of a European coalition against him. Louis VII sympathized with these projects, but Conrad's fidelity to the Byzantine alliance and the rupture which took place in 1150 between Pope Eugenius III and Roger prevented the latter's designs from taking effect. Finally, in 1152, the death of Conrad delivered the Norman king from the peril of a Germano-Byzantine alliance. With Conrad's successor, Frederick Barbarossa, Manuel was never able to come to an understanding. From the beginning of his reign, Barbarossa refused to countenance any territorial advantage which might be gained by the Basileus in Italy, a concession which Conrad had made. From 1152 to 1158, numerous embassies came and went between the two emperors, but it was found impossible to arrange an alliance. Wishing to take advantage of the death of Roger II in 1154, Frederick Barbarossa made a descent upon Italy. Manuel, fearing that this expedition, having been made without reference to him, might prove to have been made against him, decided to try his fortune single-handed and to make his profit out of the unsettled conditions which had followed on the death of Roger II. He dispatched to Italy Michael Palaiologos, who, in the course of 1155, thanks to the support of Robert of Loratello, a revolted vassal of the Norman king William I, and his fellow rebels, achieved unlooked-for success. In a few months, the Greek emperor's authority was recognized from Ancona to Toronto. This success turned Manuel's head and was chiefly instrumental in giving a new direction to his policy. At the very time when, in 1155, the German emperor, forced to own himself unable to maintain order in Italy and to play the part he had assumed a protector of the papacy, abandoned the idea of invading the Norman kingdom. The Basileus was enforcing the recognition of his own imperial authority in all that part of Italy which had formerly been in possession of the Greek emperors. Hence arose in Manuel the desire to restore the Eastern Empire to what it had been in the time of Justinian, and to obtain from the Pope the re-establishment of imperial unity in exchange for the reunion of the Greek Church with the Church of Rome. The first negotiations with this object were begun with Adrian IV, and the rupture which took place at this time between the papacy and the Western Emperor seemed to Manuel likely to further the accomplishment of his dream. The counter-strokes of William I, which in a short time demolished the frail edifice of Byzantine conquest, did not avail to dissuade Manuel from his project. Southern Italian questions became of secondary importance to him in comparison with the schemes he was caressing, and he made no difficulty in 1158 in complying with suggestions of the papacy, which, leaning as it did on the support of the Kingdom of Sicily and of the Greek Empire, desired to see peace restored between its two allies. From 1157 onwards, Byzantine policy is governed wholly by the idea of restoring the unity of the empire. For the sake of clearness, we will consider in order the relations of Manuel with Italy and Frederick Barbarossa, with the Hungarians and Serbs, and finally with the Muslims and the Latins of the East. It was natural that Manuel should shew himself favorable to the Pope Alexander III. During the years from 1161 to 1163, long negotiations went on between the Emperor Alexander III and Louis VII concerning a coalition to be formed against the Western Emperor. 3 years later, Manuel judged that the Pope was sufficiently in need of his help to make it safe to acquaint him completely with this desire to re-establish the unity of the empire under his scepter. Negotiations about this project went on for several years, Manuel remaining the ally of Alexander until the preliminaries of the Peace of Venice 1177. Although his name does not appear as one of the signatories of the peace, the connection between the papacy and Constantinople lasted as long as Manuel reigned. If the understanding between the Pope and the Greek Emperor led to nothing, one of the chief causes of this was the opposition maintained by the King of Sicily to the Byzantine policy. It will readily be understood that neither William I nor William II looked with favor on the attempts of Manuel to gain a footing in Italy, but that both, on the contrary, offered a vigorous resistance. Manuel tried every means of overcoming their opposition. He had recourse to Louis VII, and on 2 occasions he endeavored to arrange for the marriage of his daughter Mary with William II. But just as matters seemed to be finally settled, the match was broken off, Barbarossa having made overtures to Manuel, which seemed to him to promise a more brilliant future to his daughter than alliance with William of Sicily could offer. Manuel's attitude towards the Italian cities was a natural result of his policy with regard to Alexander III. He endeavored by every possible means to attach to his interest a group of dependent Italian towns, or at least to be able to rely on the support of a party in the more important cities. Milan was encouraged by him in her struggle with Barbarossa, and Byzantine gold helped to rebuild her streets. Cremona and Pavia had their share of the Greek subsidies. Once already, Ancona had given itself up to Palaiologos, and later on, about 1166, its population embraced the Greek cause, won over by the gold of Manuel's emissaries. In 1167, Barbarossa was only able to win a partial advantage over them. With Pisa, Manuel in 1161 entered into negotiations which lasted until 1172, dragged in different directions by their Ghibelline sympathies and their desire to take advantage of the commercial privileges offered by the Basileus. The Pisans pursued an indecisive policy. The Genoese in the same way treated with the Greek emperor in 1155, but also with Barbarossa in 1162. Though intercourse between them and Constantinople was broken off in 1162, it was resumed in 1164 and went on until 1170. Manuel was never able to bring the Genoese to the point of breaking with Barbarossa. The Greek occupation of Ancona and the recapture of the Dalmatian towns gave some anxiety to the Venetians, who had very nearly come to a breach with Manuel at the time of the siege of Corfu, as a result of an unpleasant incident which occurred between the troops of the two nations. Things reached such a point that in 1167, relations between the two countries were completely broken off. The Doge even recalls all those of his nation who had settled upon Greek territory. Diplomatic intercourse, resumed at the request of Manuel, who drew the Venetians into a veritable snare, was again definitively broken off on 12 March 1171. On this date, Manuel ordered the arrest of all Venetians settled in his dominions and the confiscation of their goods. Enormous damage was thus inflicted upon Venice. In revenge, the Republic during the winter of 1171-2 pillaged the coasts of the empire and ravaged Negropont, Chios, and Lesbos. In the course of the campaign, negotiations were initiated in which the Venetians were duped. These were continued without result up to 1175. At this date, Venice made an alliance with William II, King of Sicily. Thus directly threatened, Manuel decided upon concessions. He set at liberty the prisoners arrested in 1171, restored their goods to them, and granted to Venice the privileges enjoyed under former treaties of commerce. In the interval, in 1173, Venice had given help to the Germans in their attempt to take Ancona from the Greeks. The policy which Manuel pursued in Italy naturally reacted upon the relations between the Greek Empire and the Germans. The attitude which he took up there would naturally have, at its first consequence, a complete rupture with Barbarossa. This, however, was postponed for some time owing to the secrecy with which the Greek emperor contrived to cover up his intrigues. It was only when the occupation of Ancona took place in 1166 that Manuel's hostility to Barbarossa shewed itself clearly. From 1159 to 1165, several embassies were exchanged between the two emperors, and in 1166, Henry, Duke of Austria, made a useless journey to Manuel's court to attempt to bring about an understanding. Just at that time, Manuel's occupation of Ancona had opened Barbarossa's eyes, and he was determined to avenge himself on the earliest opportunity. However, the progress made by Manuel in Italy, marked by the treaties with Genoa in 1169 and with Pisa in 1170, decided Barbarossa on attempting a reconciliation. From 1170 to 1172, proposals were discussed for the marriage of Manuel's daughter with Barbarossa's son. They led to nothing, and in 1173 Barbarossa was engaged in the siege of Ancona, which had given itself up to the Greeks, and was also trying to negotiate an alliance with William II, evidently directed against Manuel. At the same time, the Western Emperor was attempting in his turn to create difficulties for his adversary, and was treating with the Sultan of Iconium. Manuel took no share in the Treaty of Venice 1177, and, as we shall see, continued the struggle with the Western Emperor up to the last day of his life. His Italian policy, being based wholly on diplomacy, always left the greater part of the military forces of the empire free, a circumstance which enabled the emperor at the same time to pursue a more active and warlike course in two other quarters, Hungary and Asia. Since the peace signed with Giza, Manuel had played a waiting game in Hungary, content with giving a refuge at Constantinople to two of the king's brothers, the future Stephen IV and Ladislas. At the death of Giza, 1161, Manuel had made use of the pretenders whom he had at hand in order to interfere in the concern of the Hungarian succession, calculating thus to secure some advantage for the empire. The laws of succession were not yet fully fixed in Hungary, and Stephen IV could plead in his favor the ancient usage by which the brother of a dead king was to be preferred to the son, in order to put forward a claim to the throne to the prejudice of his nephew Stephen III. Manuel supported the claims of his protege by Byzantine troops. A strong party grew up in Hungary hostile to the claims of Giza's son, but refusing to admit those of Stephen IV, who was looked upon as too much the vassal of Constantinople. The Hungarians feared that by giving the crown to Stephen IV, their country might become a mere satellite of Constantinople, and to avoid this danger made choice of Ladislas, brother of Stephen IV, whom they regarded as less submissive to the influence of the Byzantine court. Ladislas was barely seated on the throne when he died in 1162. The struggle between the two Stephens then recommenced. Manuel still giving support to his candidate. To bring the contest to an end, the councillors of the young King Stephen III offered to hand over to Manuel another son of Gieson's named Bela, who was recognized as the future heir to the crown of Hungary, and granted a considerable appanage, which included Dalmatia. As the appanage of Bela, who would be brought up in Constantinople, Dalmatia practically fell back into the hands of the Byzantines, and the result of Manuel's Hungarian policy was an important territorial acquisition. To make his success the surer, Manuel, who as yet had no son, decided to betroth his daughter Mary to the Hungarian prince, whom he destined for his successor. By this means Hungary would have been united to the Greek Empire. It was not without difficulty that the Greeks entered into possession of Dalmatia. As the position of Stephen III grew stronger, the Hungarians came to regret the sacrifice they had agreed to, and for several years the war was renewed. Manuel, having become master of Dalmatia in 1166, remained in the end the victor. The birth of a son to him in 1169 caused him to alter his arrangements. Bela ceased to be heir presumptive, and his betrothal to Mary having been set aside, he was married to the emperor's sister-in-law, a daughter of Constance of Antioch. On the death of Stephen III, Bela, with the aid of Byzantine troops, mounted the throne of Hungary. As the price of his support, Manuel kept his hold on Bela's appanage. Bela always remained devoted to him, although it was only after his patron's death that he recovered Dalmatia. End of section 54.
Section 55 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rucker. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Later Comneni, Part 4, by Ferdinand Chalandon. The continual wars which were waged during this period on the Danube frontier kept up a state of unrest among the Serbs, who were vassals of the empire. Manuel was repeatedly obliged to intervene. He deposed Peroslav Uros, replacing him by his brother Bela, 1161. Then Bela having retired from power, Manuel set up as his successor Dessa, another son of Bela Uyos, circa 1162. Dessa, who a few years later took the name of Stephen Nemanja, attempted to throw off the Byzantine suzerainty. More than once Manuel was forced to interfere to restore order. Finally, he seized Stephen Nemanja, whom he kept prisoner for some time in Constantinople. It is not known exactly at what date Stephen regained his liberty. He took advantage of the disorder which followed the death of Manuel to secure the independence of his country. It was not until about 1150 that the affairs of the East called for the intervention of Manuel. At that time, the situation of the Byzantine possessions had become critical. Thoros, son of the Armenian prince Leo, had escaped from captivity and had succeeded in taking from the Greeks a large part of Cilicia. At the same time, the Muslim conquest had made a great step in advance by the capture of Edessa, and the position of the Latin states in Palestine was rendered even more precarious by the entrance into the contest of the Mussulmans of Iconium, who with Kilij Arslan, son of Masud, wished to have their share in the dismembering of the Latin principalities. In the extreme peril in which they stood, the Latins asked for help from the West, but the danger was so threatening that they had recourse to the Emperor of Constantinople. Manuel ordered his troops in the East to support the Latins. About the same time, he bought from the wife of Jocelyn II, Count of Edessa, all that remained in her hands of the possessions of her husband. Constance, Princess of Antioch, having become a widow, also turned to the emperor for protection. The position of things thus favored Greek intervention. Manuel charged his cousin Andronicus Comnenus with the task of reducing Thoros, and sent also his brother-in-law, the Caesar John Rottger, whom he proposed to Constance as a husband. This projected marriage never took place, and Andronicus only succeeded in getting himself defeated before Mamistra. Manuel then changed his policy and attempted to secure the submission of Thoros by means of Massoud. The latter accepted Manuel's offers all the more willingly as he had himself subjects of complaint against Thoros. The Armenian prince had pillaged Cappadocia, taking advantage of the struggle between Massoud and the Danishmendite ruler Yaqub Arslan and Dul Qarnayn, son and heir of Ain-ad-Dawla. The result of this experiment did not correspond to Manuel's hopes. On the first occasion, Massoud treated with Thoros, but at Manuel's expense. On the second, the Mussulman troops were thoroughly beaten. Profiting by the inaction of Manuel, who was detained by affairs in Italy, Thoros approached Reginald of Chatillon, who had become Prince of Antioch through his marriage with Constance, and the two set on foot an expedition against the island of Cyprus, where immense booty was obtained, 1155 or 1156. This aggression against the Byzantines greatly displeased the king of Jerusalem, Baldwin. For confronted by the growing success of the Atabeg Nur al-Din, the Nastor of Damascus, he was meditating a rapprochement with Manuel, to whom he had applied for the hand of a princess of the imperial family. The request of Baldwin came just as the imperial idea was beginning to take shape in Manuel's mind. The emperor, whose oriental policy, like that of his predecessors, was dominated by the wish to regain Antioch for the empire, eagerly welcomed the proposal of Baldwin, which would give him an opportunity of posing as the protector of the holy places. He gave the king of Jerusalem the hand of his niece, Theodora, daughter of his brother Isaac, and as soon as peace had been concluded with the king of Sicily, 1157, he organized a great expedition for the east. By about the month of September 1158, Manuel had arrived in Sicilia at the head of a very considerable force. None of his adversaries dared to stand against him, and in succession Reginald of Chatillon and Thoros were obliged to come in penitential garments and submit themselves to his mercy. The emperor consented to pardon them. Reginald was obliged to acknowledge himself the vassal of the empire, engaging to supply a strong contingent of troops whenever required to do so by the emperor. The ambassadors from most of the Oriental princes were to be found hastening to the imperial camp before Mamistra. The Latins themselves, the king of Jerusalem first among them, sought help of Manuel, in whom they now placed all their hopes. Baldwin himself entered into a treaty, he also being obliged to furnish troops to the Greek Empire. In April 1159, Manuel left Sicilia to make his solemn entry into Antioch, escorted by the Latin princes on foot and unarmed, and followed by the king of Jerusalem on horseback, but without weapons. Passing through the streets adorned with carpets and hangings, to the sound of drums and trumpets and to the singing of triumphal hymns, the emperor was brought in procession to the cathedral by the patriarch in his pontifical robes, while the imperial banners were hoisted on the city walls. His stay at Antioch marks the highest pitch of glory to which Manuel attained throughout his reign. He took pleasure in the pomp with which he surrounded himself, and in the largesse which he distributed to dazzle the Latins and Orientals. For a week feasts and shows followed each other rapidly, and on one day the emperor might be seen descending into the lists to measure himself against Reginald of Chatillon, while the officers of the imperial army contended with the Frankish knights. Towards the end of May, the emperor left Antioch with all the materials for a siege, taking the road to Edessa. But after a few days' march, the army halted, for the negotiations with Nur ad-Din had just reached a conclusion. Manuel procured the liberation of all the captives held in Atabeg's prison, the number of whom reached 6,000. The abandonment of the campaign, which had been begun, caused the deepest disappointment to the Christians of the East. To justify the retreat of the Greeks, a rumor was circulated that a conspiracy had been discovered at Constantinople. There is perhaps no need to lay stress on the explanations put forward at that time. May it not be supposed that Manuel entered into the treaty because he had no kind of interest in the destruction of the power of Nur ad-Din. It was to the struggle of the Atabegs and the Christians that the empire owed the advantages which had been won in the East. Had he subjugated Nur ad-Din, Manuel would have delivered the Latins from their dread of the Mussulman peril, and they, as soon as the danger was removed, would, as they had done before, make haste to forget their engagements to the empire. In order that the suzerainty of Constantinople might be recognized by the Latins, it was necessary that the Mussulman peril should continue to exist. This appears to give the most reasonable explanation of Manuel's conduct. On his return to Constantinople, Manuel, who had been left a widower, meditated drawing closer the bonds between himself and the Latins of Palestine by marrying a Latin princess. He requested the king of Jerusalem to grant him the hand of Millicent, sister of Raymond III, Count of Tripolis. But the marriage being once agreed upon, the negotiations were drawn out for more than a year, until at last Manuel suddenly broke them off and transferred his choice to Mary, daughter of Constance, Princess of Antioch. The chief result of the marriage was to bring Antioch more decidedly within the sphere of Byzantine influence, which was now exerted energetically on the side of the Latins against the Turks. At the Battle of Buqueha, 1163, and Hayrim, 1164, the Greeks fought side by side with the Latin lords. After the defeat at Hayrim, the emperor sent reinforcements to Sicilia, but he made the mistake of committing the province to his cousin Andronicus as governor. Andronicus ruined the imperial policy by procuring the murder of Cbteddy, the brother of Thoros, who was thus alienated from the empire. Then, having fallen in love with Philippa, Manuel's sister-in-law, Andronicus deserted his post as governor in order to fly with the object of his passion. In spite of these incidents, Constantinople and Antioch remained on excellent terms. Manuel came to the help of his brother-in-law Bohemond III with financial support, and obtained from him permission for the Greek patriarch to return to Antioch. While Amari, the Latin patriarch, departed hurling anathemas against the city, the Greek, Anastasius, took possession of the see. This supplies a fresh proof of the influence exercised over Antioch by the Greek element. There was then in this quarter substantial progress on the part of the Byzantines. Such was not the case in Sicilia. Thoros having died, circa 1167, his son Rupin II succeeded him, but after a short time was robbed of his crown by his uncle Mleh, who in order to seize power had allied himself with Nur al-Din, With the latter's help, Boulais succeeded in maintaining his position until the death of his patron, when he was overthrown and Rupin II, being dead, was replaced by Rupin III, son of Stephane, the victim of Andronicus. Throughout these struggles, Constantinople seems to have played a very secondary part in Sicilia. It is only the attempt by Manuel to bring about the union of the Greek and Armenian churches which shows that Constantinople had not yet lost interest in Armenian affairs. It is quite probable that the object aimed at by the emperor was at least as much political as religious, and that the opposition offered by the Armenian clergy, which caused the failure of the negotiations, was also political in character. Baldwin's successor on the throne of Jerusalem, Amari, after having at the opening of his reign sought in vain for help from the west, turned decidedly from 1165 onwards towards Constantinople. He asked for the hand of a princess of the imperial family, and on 29 August 1167 his marriage took place at Tyre with the daughter of the Protosebastos, John Comneni, a nephew of the emperor, the son of his brother Andronicus. Through this new connection, the ties between Constantinople and the Kingdom of Jerusalem became closer, and Manuel agreed to lend his help to King Amari, who, in order to prevent Nur ad-Din from occupying Egypt, where the caliphate had fallen into utter decadence, wished to annex the country himself. Several attempts by the King of Jerusalem had failed. It was now decided that in 1169 the Greeks and Latins should try to effect a joint conquest of Egypt. Delays on the part of Amari caused the expedition to fail, for the provisions of the Greeks, calculated to last for 3 months, had been already largely consumed when their fleet quitted Acre. The Greek fleet, under the command of the Grand Duke Alexius Constostephanus, had a strength of 150 biremes and 60 transport ships. It left the port of Kolia, near Sestos, in July, but the expedition, instead of setting out in August as had been agreed, only left Syria to besiege Damietta in October. The siege lasted for 2 months, at the end of which the town made terms with Amari. The campaign had failed, and the Greeks, who were suffering greatly from the want of provisions, were in haste to depart. Their return journey was disastrous, a large number of their vessels being lost at sea, and the empire derived no advantage whatever from the expedition. Manuel, however, was not discouraged by this want of success, and in 1171 he gave a favorable reception to Amari, who had come to Constantinople to ask for his support. A treaty was signed by which Manuel pledged himself to assist the king of Jerusalem in a renewed attempt upon Egypt. According to a Greek chronicler, Amari at this time acknowledged himself the vassal of the emperor, but as the statement cannot be verified, it is impossible to speak decidedly on the point. As to the proposed expedition, we know that Manuel urged Amari's successor, Baldwin IV, to march upon Egypt 1177. The opposition of Philip, Count of Flanders and Vermandois, who was then in Palestine, was fatal to the plan which had been agreed upon, its execution being deferred to some unspecified date. It remains for us to consider the relations of Manuel with the Sultan of Iconium. Masud had died circa 1155 and had been succeeded at Iconium by Quilij Arslan, and at Gangra and Ansira by another of his sons, Shahin Shah. On its return from Antioch in 1159, the Greek army was attacked near Kottayam by Mussulman bands, and the next year Manuel undertook a campaign in order to chastise Quilij Arslan. In this struggle, he relied on the support of the other Mohammedan princes, Yaqub Arslan, Dulnun Mahomet, son of Dul Quarnain, and also Shahi Shah, brother of Quilij Arslan. In 1160, Yaqub Arslan was attacking Quilij Arslan, while on all sides the Greeks were falling upon such Turkish tribes as were to be found in the neighborhood of the frontier. In consequence of this general onslaught, Quilij Arslan treated for peace during the winter of 1161. The negotiations fell through and war was resumed at the beginning of spring. Manuel, by way of Philadelphia, invaded the dominions of the Sultan, who retorted by attacks upon Phileta and Laodicea. In 1162, Manuel called upon all his vassals to strike a decisive blow. Finding himself seriously menaced, Quilij Arslan made friends with Yaqub Arslan and Shahin Shah, and then negotiated with Manuel, with whom he finally concluded a treaty of alliance. Soon after, Quilij Arslan appeared at Constantinople, where he remained for more than 3 months. He departed loaded with presents, having made the emperor the fairest of promises for the future. He had pledged himself to restore to the empire a number of towns which had been taken by the Mussulmans. Not one of these promises was ever carried out. The years from 1162 to 1174 were occupied by perpetual strife among the Mussulmans of Asia Minor, the Greeks being thus allowed some respite. In the end, Quilij Arslan was left victor over his chief adversaries. His brother Shahin Shah and Dul Nun then sought refuge at Constantinople. In order to be able to pursue his European policy undisturbed, Manuel had, since his treaty with Quilij Arslan, supplied the latter with heavy subsidies as the price of peace. In proportion as his power increased, the Sultan of Iconium, urged on perhaps by Frederick Barbarossa, assumed a more independent attitude towards the empire, while the incursions of the nomad tribes of Turks were renewed with greater frequency than ever. To secure his frontier, Manuel repaired the fortifications of a certain number of strongholds, notably Pergamus and Chiliara. He then fortified the 2 lines of defense supplied by the rivers Meander and Hermus. It was not till 1175 that a definitive rupture took place between Manuel and the Sultan of Iconium. The former insisted that Quilij Arslan should fulfill his promise to restore to the empire certain towns which he had taken from it. Supported by Frederick Barbarossa, Quilij Arslan refused to comply with the emperor's demands, and Manuel decided upon war, counting upon the support of all the remaining partisans of Shahin Shah and Dul Nun among the Mussulmans. While a detachment of Greek troops was sent under Gabras and Shahin Shah to occupy Amasya, which was still in the hands of the latter's supporters, Manuel carried out the fortification of a whole series of towns, Dorylaeum, an important strategic point on the road to Iconium, Lampe, and Sublaeum, 1175. Next year, the emperor resolved to attack Iconium. With this object, he preached a regular crusade, calling upon all his vassals for help. While Andronicus Vatatzes went to attack Neo-Caesarea, Manuel himself took command of the army which was to march upon Iconium. The fate of both expeditions was equally disastrous. Vatatzes failed before Neo-Caesarea and was killed, his army being routed. Manuel himself became entangled with his whole army in the mountainous region to the east of Sublaeum, Homa. He had neglected to explore the countryside with scouts during his march and was caught by the Muslims in the narrow defiles of Myrocephalum. The Greeks met with a complete disaster in which the finest of the imperial troops were slaughtered by the Mussulmans. Manuel himself compared his defeat to that of Romanus Diogenes at Manzikert. For reasons unknown to us, Quillage Arslan used his victory with moderation and offered peace on honorable terms, stipulating only for the destruction of the fortifications at Dorylaeum and Sablaeum. Manuel agreed to the conditions proposed and led the wreck of his army back to Constantinople. With the disaster of Myriosephalum, all enterprises on a large scale in the east came to an end. Though broken by his defeat, the emperor did indeed renew the war during the latter part of his reign, but the Greek generals had to confine themselves to the defense of the frontier, and all idea of an advance upon Iconium to attack the central seat of the Mussulman power was abandoned. In fact, the Battle of Myriosephalum sealed the fate of the Comnenian dynasty, if not of the Byzantine Empire. As a result of his defeat, Manuel met with a mortification from Frederick Barbarossa, which he must have felt keenly. The Western Emperor wrote to the Basileus, and remembering old scores himself, spoke of the unity of the empire. In his letter, he clearly asserts the superiority of the Emperor of the West, sole heir of the Roman emperors, over all other sovereigns, and particularly over the king of the Greeks. Manuel, who feared that the Westerns might profit by his defeat to attack his empire, strove by all the means which he had before found successful to paralyze Barbossa's forces. He supported William, Marquess of Montferrat, when he raised a revolt in Italy, and in order to set a seal on the alliance, married his daughter Mary to Renier, one of William's sons. Again, it was Byzantine gold that helped to equip the troops that defeated Frederick's arch-chancellor Christian of Mayence near Camerino. Manuel was trying to arrange for the purchase of Christian, whom Conrad of Montferrat had made a prisoner, when his own death put a stop to the negotiations. Thus, after lasting 20 years, the struggle between the two empires came to an end, a struggle in which diplomacy counted for more than armies. Manuel's policy with regard to Barbarossa was very burdensome to the imperial treasury, for money was the weapon with which he chiefly carried on the contest. If his policy seems to have yielded no very striking results, it must be remembered that Manuel was successful in keeping the forces of his enemy in a state of inaction, and was thus able to pursue his policy of conquest in Hungary and the East unhindered. The only success which sweetened the bitterness of Manuel's last years was the marriage of his son Alexius with Agnes, the daughter of Louis VII of France. This match had been arranged at the emperor's request by Philip, Count of Flanders, who on his return from an expedition to the Holy Land had passed through Constantinople in 1178. The little princess, who reached Constantinople in a Genoese vessel, was married to the heir of the empire on 2 March 1180. On 24 September in the same year, the emperor died after a long illness, during which, confident in the predictions of astrologers, he never ceased to nurse illusions as to his prospect of recovery. This conviction that he would recover prevented him from making any arrangements for the organization of the government during the minority of his son. End of section 55. Section 56 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Later Comneni, Part 5, by Ferdinand Chalandon. Alexius II, son and successor of Manuel Comnenus, was 12 years old at the time of his father's death. Naturally, therefore, he had no share in state affairs, the regency being in the hands of his mother Mary of Antioch, whose charm and beauty the chroniclers vie in celebrating. Every man about the court, convinced that the empress could be wooed and won, endeavored to attract her attention. For some time the court was the scene of all manner of intrigues, and, in order to gain favor with the empress, young and old rivaled one another in the elegance and splendor of their attire, and in their jewels and perfumes, each hoping to be the lucky man on whom her choice would fall. Mary made the double mistake, first, of allowing herself to make a choice among the crowd of gallants who surrounded her, and secondly, of distinguishing with her favor the vainglorious and incapable Protosebastos Alexius Comnenus, son of Manuel's elder brother Andronicus. All power was soon exercised by the favorite, who by his childish pride, his contemptuous treatment of the chief officials, and the pretensions which he ostentatiously put forward, excited a general hatred in which the regent was naturally included. The favor which she showed to the Latins who filled the chief posts in the army and the administration, and on whose support she came naturally to rely, completed the exasperation of the public mind, which was besides excited by the courtiers. Before long, the foreign woman, as the empress was called, was detested in Constantinople, and a plot was set on foot against the all-powerful favorite. In order to kindle the indignation of the populace, it was given out that Alexius Comnenus intended to marry the empress and to arrange for the disappearance of the young emperor in order to seize the throne himself. The leading spirit in the plot was Mary's daughter of Manuel, with her husband, the Caesar Renier. Having been for a short time heiress to the throne, Mary was inconsolable for the loss of her prospects, and she heartily detested her stepmother. A great many members of the imperial family gathered around her. Alexius Comnenus, illegitimate son of Manuel, John and Manuel Comnenus, the sons of Andronicus, the future emperor. And to these were added some of the chief officials, notably John Comaterus, prefect of the city. The assassination of the favorite was resolved on, but the stroke miscarried and the plot was discovered. Mary and her fellow conspirators at once took refuge in St. Sophia, which they turned into a fortress. Although the people showed themselves clearly in favor of the conspirators, who also had the support of the Patriarch Theodotus and the higher clergy, the Protosebastos did not scruple to order an assault upon the church, thereby causing immense scandal, May 1182. This profanation, which finally alienated the public mind from him, in no way benefited Alexius Comnenus, whose troops were unable to take St. Sophia. The Empress Regent, reduced to treat with the besieged, was compelled to pardon them and to promise the leaders their lives and dignities. Nor was it long before the favorite met with a further rebuff. He attempted to depose the patriarch and to constrain him to retire into a monastery, but Theodotus was brought back in triumph by the populace. The regent, feeling herself in danger from the general hostility that surrounded her, sought help from outside and petitioned her brother-in-law Bela III, King of Hungary, to come to her aid. Meanwhile, events at Constantinople were being watched from a distance with a passionate interest by a man whose supporters were constantly stirring up the hostility of the populace against the regent and her favorite. His name began to pass from mouth to mouth. He was the only person capable of saving the situation. The people of the capital and the malcontents of the court rested all their hopes on Andronicus Comnenus. This son of Isaac Comnenus was a strange being. His father was a brother of the Emperor John, and in the son the populace of Constantinople saw its future deliverer. Learned, eloquent, and witty, he had for a long time been the arbiter of fashion and taste in the capital, and the magnificence of his dwelling had become famous. The exquisiteness of his dress showed off his handsome features. handsome enough to befit a throne, says a chronicler. A man of personal courage, Andronicus, like Manuel, had distinguished himself in single combat, but his cool and ready audacity delighted above all things in political intrigue. Full of ambition, he meditated unceasingly on the means of reaching the throne. Of debauched life, the court rang with stories of his various scandalous amours. His vices were paraded with astonishing cynicism. While the lover of his cousin Eudocia, Andronicus had been appointed Duke of Cilicia, and on his defeat by Thoros II, he hastened back to his mistress. He had then entered into a conspiracy with Geza, king of Hungary, and when arrested in 1153 was plotting the assassination of Manuel. He made several unavailing attempts to escape, but in the end, after many changes of fortune, succeeded in gaining a refuge at the court of Yaroslav, Prince of Halych, 1164. Manuel, uneasy that so restless a brain should be intriguing among the Russians, had pardoned his cousin and had then reappointed him Duke of Cilicia. While residing in his province, Andronicus conceived a passion for the emperor's sister-in-law Philippa, daughter of the Princess of Antioch, who yielded to his solicitations. Quickly forsaking her, Andronicus set out for the Holy Land, where he carried off his cousin, Queen Theodora, widow of Baldwin of Jerusalem. The couple for several years led a wandering life, going from court to court in the Muslim East, and finally establishing themselves near Colleen in a citadel presented to them by the Mussulman emir. Andronicus made use of his position, which was close to the frontier of the empire, to keep up incessant warfare against his cousin. Excommunicated by the patriarch for his relations with Theodora, he nevertheless continued to live with her. It was, however, on her account that he was at last reduced to sue for pardon. In order to get the better of his cousin, Manuel had his mistress carried off by the Duke of Trebizond. Andronicus, incapable of dispensing with her society, resolved upon making his submission. After a solemn reconciliation with Manuel, in which he proved his talents as an actor, he retired into private life at Oeanium, on the shores of the Black Sea. It was from this retreat that for more than a year he followed the course of events at Constantinople. Increasing age had taught him prudence, and he fully realized that if he did not succeed in reaching the throne this time, all his hopes would be at an end. Affecting complete indifference to all the rivalries which surged round Alexius II, Andronicus was meanwhile setting in motion partisans who kept him informed of the state of opinion. The moment came when his daughter Mary gave him the signal for action. He marched without hesitation upon Constantinople at the head of his tenants and some of the troops of Paphlagonia, whom he had seduced from their allegiance, declaring his object to be the liberation of the emperor. His march across Asia Minor was a triumph. Not only did he defeat the loyal troops, but their general Andronicus Angelus declared for him. His victorious army encamped upon the Asiatic shore of the Bosphorus, and before long the very sailors of the fleet, on whom lay the duty of barring his passage, came to make their submission to him. The population of the capital rushed to greet its darling, who took up the role of champion of the Greeks against the foreigners. The Empress Regent and her favorite no longer received any support except from the Latins, who alone staved off the entry of Andronicus into the capital. To overcome this obstacle, a formidable outbreak was engineered in Constantinople. The populace, goaded on to attack the Latin quarters, indulged in the most shameless excesses and even massacred the sick in the hospitals. Many Latins perished. At the same time, a large number succeeded in getting on board some 50 vessels, and by the ravages they committed in the islands of the Propontis and along the coast exacted a heavy penalty from the Greeks for the treacherous onslaught which they had made. Once her Latin supporters had been massacred, all was over with the regent. Giving himself out as the liberator of Alexius II, Andronicus entered Constantinople. He began by banishing the empress from the palace and then arranged for the disappearance of such members of the imperial family as were likely to oppose any obstacle to his plans. Mary and the Caesar Rainier died in a manner unknown. The empress mother was condemned to death, and her son forced to sign her sentence himself. In the face of these atrocities, the Patriarch Theodatus withdrew. In September 1183, Andronicus became joint emperor with Alexius II, whom he murdered in November of the same year, and thereupon married Agnes, who had been his victim's wife. The reign of Andronicus presents a series of unparalleled contrasts. So far as the administration of the provinces is concerned, Andronicus showed great and statesmanlike qualities. On the other hand, his government at Constantinople was that of the most hateful of tyrants. The provincial population had much to bear both from the imperial functionaries and from the great feudal lords. Andronicus exacted from the latter class an unfailing respect for the property and rights of the peasants, and treated with extreme severity such as were reported to him as having abused their power. As to the officials, he made a point of choosing them carefully and paying them liberally, so that they should have no need to oppress the peasants in order to recoup themselves for the price paid for their appointments. To all he guaranteed rigid justice. Such as were convicted of peculation were severely punished. "You have the choice," the emperor used to say, "between ceasing to cheat and ceasing to live." Short as was the reign of Andronicus, these measures had their effect. Order and prosperity returned to the provinces, and some of them which had been deserted by their inhabitants again became populated. Finally, one of the happiest measures introduced by the emperor was the abolition of the rights of wreck and estray. Andronicus was a lover of literature and of the arts. He surrounded himself with jurists and took pleasure in beautifying Constantinople. The repairing of the aqueducts and the restoration of the Church of the 40 Martyrs were the two chief works which he carried out. In one of the additions made to the Church of the 40 Martyrs, he had a series of mosaics executed representing his adventures and his hunting exploits. But this bright side of Andronicus's reign is defaced by the ferocious cruelty with which he treated his opponents. The aristocracy opposed him violently. At Philadelphia, at Nicaea, at Prusa, at Lopadium, and in Cyprus, risings took place organized by the representatives of the greatest families among the nobility. At this juncture, the empire was being attacked on all sides. The Sultan of Iconium had retaken Sozopolis and was besieging Italia. Bela III had crossed the Danube, and finally in 1185 the King of Sicily, William II, was invading Byzantine territory. In face of all these dangers, Andronicus, fearing to lose the power so long coveted, determined to maintain himself by terror. The noblest Byzantine families saw their most illustrious members put to death or horribly mutilated. At Constantinople, as in Asia Minor, the work of repression was terrible. Even the emperor's own family was not spared. In the capital, terror had bowed the necks of all, and Andronicus seemed to have nothing left to fear when the Norman invasion came and brought about his fall. During the summer of 1185, the Normans, having taken Thessalonica, advanced upon Constantinople. At their approach, a panic fell upon the city. The population, in terror of their lives, complained that Andronicus was making no preparations for resisting the enemy. The emperor's popularity, already impaired by his cruelties, crumbled away under the fear of invasion. Sullen disaffection was muttering in the capital, and Andronicus again had recourse to violence. Large numbers were arrested on the pretext of punishing those secretly in league with the Normans, and the emperor contemplated a general massacre of the prisoners. The arrest of a man of no great importance, Isaac Angelus, was the last drop that made the cup run over. Escaping from the soldiers sent to arrest him, Isaac took refuge in St. Sophia. The people at his summons gathered in crowds, and before long rebellion thundered around him and burst out with terrible force. Isaac Angelus was proclaimed emperor. Andronicus in vain attempted to resist. He was beaten and took to flight, but was stopped and soon after given up to the fury of the people. The rabble tore out his beard, broke his teeth, cut off one of his hands, and put out one of his eyes, and then threw him into the dungeon. On the morrow his tortures began afresh. He was led through the city on a mangy camel, while stones and boiling water were thrown at him. Finally, he was brought to the hippodrome, where the soldiers, having hung him up by the feet, amused themselves by cutting him in pieces. Throughout these hideous tortures, Andronicus showed superhuman courage. Raising his mutilated arm to his lips, he constantly repeated, "Kyrie eleison, wherefore wilt thou break a bruised reed?" Such, in September 1185, was the end of the last emperor of the House of Comneni, who for more than a century had arrested the ruin of their country. With his great qualities of statesmanship, the last of the dynasty might have helped to regenerate the empire. Unfortunately, the evil elements in his character had the mastery, and contributed to hasten the hour of that decadence which no member of the House of Angeli was to prove capable of retarding. The reign of Isaac II, 1185 through 1195, was indeed a succession of misfortunes converted by incapacity into disasters. Cyprus remained in revolt under an Isaac Comnenus until it was conquered by Richard Coeur de Lion in 1191, and the great nobles of the empire were so much out of hand as to be almost independent. The Bulgarians rose. The Serbs had thrown off, 1180, their vassalage. If the Byzantines were able to throw back the invasion of William II of Sicily, Isaac II's alliance with Saladin, and his resistance to Frederick Barbarossa's transit through the Balkans on the Third Crusade confirmed the growing enmity of the West. Frederick forced his way to the Bosphorus, ravaging the country and sacking Hadrianople. He compelled the transport of his troops to Asia from Gallipoli and the delivery of provisions, but not before he had mooted the proposal of a crusade being preached against the Greeks. When in 1195 Alexius III took advantage of the general discontent to blind and depose his brother, no improvement came about. Rather, the anarchy became worse, while the government's incompetence and oppression remained glaring. The 13th century was to show that there were sound elements and great men still in the empire, but before they could gain control, there fell upon it the shattering disaster of the Fourth Crusade. End of section 56.
Section 57 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 57, Venice by Horatio F. Brown, Part 1. Chapter 13, Venice. During the period covered by this chapter, the state of Venice did not reach maturity. She did not become a world power till after the Fourth Crusade, nor was it till a full century later that she finally developed her constitution. But the germs of her constitution and the seeds of her sea power are both to be found in these earliest years of her existence. The problems which dominate these years are the question of immigration. When and how did the inhospitable islands of the lagoons become settled? How did the community develop? How did it gradually achieve its actual and then its formal independence of Byzantium? How did it save itself from being absorbed by the rulers of the Italian mainland, Charles the Great, Otto II, and Frederick Barbarossa? The earliest authentic notice we have of the lagoon population is to be found in the letter addressed, circa 536, by Cassiodorus, in the name of Witigis, king of the Goths, to the Tribuni Maritimorum, the tribunes of the maritime parts. The letter, written in a tone between command and exhortation, is highly rhetorical in style, but gives us a vivid picture of the poor, though industrious community occupying a site unique in the world. This community in all probability formed part of the Gothic kingdom, for it seems certain that the Tribuni Maritimorum, whom Cassiodorus addresses, were officers appointed by the Goths. The chief characteristics of this people are that they were salt workers and seamen, 2 points highly significant for the future development of Venice. No doubt the population here referred to was largely augmented, if not actually formed, by the refugees who sought safety in the lagoons from the ever-recurrent barbarian incursions on the mainland, Attila's among the number. But it is not till the Lombard invasion in 568 that we can begin to trace the positive influence of the barbarian raids and to note the first signs of a political constitution inside the lagoons themselves. The campaign of Belisarius, 535 to 540, brought Venetia once more under the Roman Empire, 539. And when Narses the eunuch undertook to carry out Justinian's scheme for the final extermination of the Goths in 551, he was forced to recognize the importance of the lagoons. His march upon Ravenna by way of the mainland was opposed by the Franks and by the Goths under Teias. In these circumstances, John, the son of Vitalian, who knew the country well, suggested that the army should take the lagoon and Lidi route, through which it was conducted by the lagoon dwellers with their longships and lightships, thereby enabling the Greek army to reach Ravenna and incidentally leading up to the final victories of Busta Gallorum in 552 and Mons Lactarius in 553. After this, the coast districts became definitely and indisputably parts of the Roman Empire once more. But the hold of Byzantium upon Italy generally was weak. The Persian War absorbed the imperial resources. There was little to oppose Alboin and his Lombards when in the spring of 568 they swept down from Pannonia and within the year made themselves lords of North Italy. Then began a general flight from the mainland, and the process was renewed during the next 100 years down to the second sack of Oderzo in 667. Throughout this period, the settlement of the lagoons definitely took place, and we find the first indication of a constitution in these obscure officials, the tribuni majores and minores of the earliest chronicles. Paulinus, patriarch of Aquileia, fled from his ruined diocese, bearing with him the treasury and the relics. He was followed by his flock who sought refuge in Grado. The refugees from Concordia found an asylum in Caorle. Malamocco and Choga were settled in 602, and possibly some of the Rialto group of islands, the site of the future city of Venice, received inhabitants for the first time. The final peopling of Torcello, with which the earliest Venetian chronicles are so much concerned, took place in 636, when Altino, one of the last remaining imperial possessions on the mainland, fell. Bishop Maurus and Tribune Arius settled in the Torcello group of islands and built a church. The tribune assigned certain islands as church lands, and appointed as his tribune delegate in the island of Amiana, Fraunduni, who likewise built a church and apportioned certain lands to furnish the revenue thereof. 12 lagoon townships were settled in this manner: Grado, Bibiones, between Grado and Caorle, Heraclea, Aquilio Jesolo, now Cava Zuccherina, Torcello, Morano, Rialto, Malamoco, Povelia, Clusius Minor, now Sota Marina, and Clusius Major, now Chioggia. If, as is probable, a process similar to that which took place in the settlement of Torcello went on in the case of these other townships, then we find a solution of the vexed question as to the exact nature of the major and minor tribunes, the former being, like Aureus, the leaders of the immigrants, the latter, like Fraunduni, delegates in the circumjacent islands. In the confusion and obscurity of the early chronicles, it is difficult to arrive at a clear idea of the political conditions in the lagoon townships. In the structure of the empire, Venetia formed part of the province of Istria. We know from the inscriptions of Santa Euphemia in Grado that the Greeks maintained a fleet in the lagoons down to the 6th century, but as they gradually lost ground on the mainland before the Lombard invaders, they withdrew their forces, leaving the islanders of the lagoons to defend themselves as best they might. The lagoon dwellers gathered round their leading men or tribunes, but their powers of defense were feeble, as is proved by the raid of Lupus, Duke of Friuli, upon Grado in 630, and it was probably only the intricate nature of their home waters which saved them from absorption by the barbarian. These tribunes wielded both military and civil authority, and in theory they were undoubtedly appointed by and dependent on the Exarch of Ravenna as representing Byzantium in Italy. The office tended to become hereditary and gave rise to the class of tribunician families. Side by side with the secular power as represented by the tribunes grew the ecclesiastical power centering round the Patriarchate of Grado, 568, and the lagoon sees of Caorle, 598, Torcello, 635, Heraclea in 640, Malamoco in 640, Jesolo, 670, and Olivolo in 774. The Arianism of the Lombards drove the Orthodox bishops from their mainland churches to seek asylum in the lagoons. The clergy, as was natural thanks to their education, played a large part in the developing life of lagoon communities. But if we may draw a conclusion from the instance of Torcello, it would seem that the secular power reserved a kind of superiority or patronage over the ecclesiastical, a fact significant in the future development of ecclesiastico-political relations in Venice. Besides the leading or, quote, noble, unquote, families represented by the tribunes, and the clergy gathered round their bishops, we find that there was a general assembly of the whole population, which made its voice heard in the choice of both tribunes, priests, and bishops, but otherwise appears to have been of little weight. Throughout the 7th century, the imperial possessions on the mainland were gradually shorn away by the Lombard kings. The second sack of Oderzo, in 667, which had been the seat of an imperial magister militum, seems to have caused the rise of Heraclea, the lagoon township where the refugees from Oderzo found asylum, to the leading place among the 12 tribunician centers. So great was the number of the fugitives that they overflowed into the neighboring township of Jesolo, and its population was soon large enough to demand a separate bishopric in 670. The collapse of the Roman Empire on the mainland led to the severing of all land communication between the lagoons and Istria, of which they had hitherto formed a part. It seems that either directly and deliberately by the will of the imperial authorities, or by the will of the lagoon dwellers with a view to their better protection, Sea Venice was separated from Istria and erected into a distinct ducatus after 680. The Venetian chronicler John the Deacon represents the creation of the first doge in the following terms, quote, "In the times of the Emperor Anastasius and of Luteprand, king of the Lombards, the whole population of Venice, along with the patriarch and the bishops, came together and by common accord resolved that it would be more honorable for the future to live under dukes than under tribunes, and after long debate as to whom they should elect to this office, at length they agreed upon a capable and illustrious man called Polydio. End quote. The date usually given for the choice of the first doge is 697, but if John the Deacon be right, it cannot be placed earlier than 713, the year in which Anastasius came to the throne. The question has been raised as to whether the lagoon population independently elected their first doge, or whether he was appointed by imperial authorities. Both may be true, in the sense that he was chosen by the community, as in all probability were the tribunes, and confirmed by the exarch or the imperial authority. In any case, it is certain that there was no question of the lagoon population claiming formal independence of Byzantium at that time, nor for long after. But, as a matter of fact, a very few years later, in 726, at the time of the Italian revolt against the iconoclastic decrees of Leo the Isaurian, the population of the lagoons undoubtedly made a free and independent election of their doge in the person of Orso, the third holder of that title. The election of the first doge, Paludius Anafestus, a quote-unquote noble of Heraclea, marks the close of the earliest period in Venetian history. The second period is concerned with the events which led up to the concentration of the lagoon townships at Rialto, the city we now call Venice, in 810. The notes of the period are, first, the development of the dukedom as against the older order of the tribunes and against the ecclesiastical power of the patriarchs of Grado. Second, the internal quarrels between rival townships, Heraclea, Jesolo, Malamoco, which largely contributed to the final concentration at Rialto. Third, the question of self-preservation, the maintenance of such practical de facto independence of Byzantium as the community had acquired through the weakness of the empire, and the struggle to avoid absorption by the powerful barbarian rulers of the mainland, Lombard and Frank. The dependence of Venice on Byzantium has been maintained by modern historians, and it cannot for a moment be disputed that in theory it existed. As late as 979 we find public documents dated by the year of the imperial reign. But in practice it is the population of the lagoons which elects the doge and murders, deposes, blinds, or tonsures him if dissatisfied with the tendency of his policy, while no one brings them to account for such acts of independence. An explanation of the frequent revolutions and ducal downfalls has been suggested in the jealousy of the various tribunician families reduced in importance by the creation of the dukedom. But if it be permissible to consider the lagoon dwellers as an individual community, and to talk of the spirit of a race, viewed by the light of events as they occurred, it looks as though the Venetian population was inspired by an instinct towards independence and deliberately worked toward that goal. The earliest and most important act of Paludius was the conclusion of a treaty, in 713 to 716, with Liutprand, the powerful king of the Lombards. The treaty is lost, but we can gather its terms from the reference to it in the subsequent pacta with the kings of Italy. It consisted of two parts. The first, a guarantee of security for Venetian traders on the mainland, protection of Venetian flocks and horses, right to cut wood in Lombard territory. In return for these privileges, the Doge agreed to pay an annual tribute. The second part contained a definition of boundaries on the mainland. This second part is said to have been, quote, concluded in the days of King Liutprand between the Duke Paulucio and the Magister Militum Marcellus, end quote. Of this difficult passage, 3 explanations have been suggested. It is said that Marcellus was the Magister Militum, the chief imperial authority, of Istria, and that it was he who concluded the treaty with the consent of the Doge. But Istria and Sea Venice were by this time separated. Dux is superior in rank to, quote, Magister Militum, and as a matter of fact the Doge's name comes first. Finally, the agreement is said to be not between Marcellus and Liutprand, but between, inter, Paulucio and Marcellus. The second theory is that Marcellus was Magister Militum in Venice and associated himself with the Doge in treating with Liutprand. But here again the word inter seems fatal. The third and most plausible theory is that Marcellus was the imperial magister militum in Venice, and that acting on imperial orders, he and the Doge delimited the territory of Heraclea and obtained from Luitprand a confirmation of the same, as is proved by the, quote, precept, end quote, of 25 March 996. Whichever view be correct, the treaty with Luitprand is of the highest importance, as showing us the Venetian community under its first Doge securing treaty rights from the masters of the mainland. It is certain that the early Doges did not exercise a wide or undisputed power in the lagoon community. Not until the 9th century, after the concentration at Rialto, did they assume the unchallenged headship of the state. The office of tribune persisted long after the creation of the dukedom. As late as 887, we hear of the tribune Andrea rescuing the body of the Doge Peter I Candianus from the Slavs. But the establishment of the Dogeship roused jealousy among tribunician families, and the choice of Heraclea for the ducal seat stirred the envy of other lagoon townships. And so began the long series of struggles between the rival centers, in one of which the first Doge lost his life in 717. He was succeeded by Marcellus Tagalianus, whose identification with Marcellus, Magister Militum of Istria, is by no means certain. He was probably appointed or confirmed by the imperial authorities. During his reign, Serenus, Patriarch of Aquileia, supported by Luitprand, attacked Donatus, Patriarch of Grado. The Doge, afraid of drawing down on the lagoons the wrath of the Lombards if he employed Venetian arms in support of the lagoon Patriarch, contented himself with an appeal to the Pope, who sharply reprimanded Serenus. Subsequently, the Lateran Council, in 732, formally decreed the separation of the two jurisdictions, declaring Grado to be the metropolitan see of Istria and the lagoons, thereby conferring definite form on the lagoon patriarchate. Marcellus died in 726, at the moment when Italy, following the lead of Pope Gregory II, was in open revolt against the iconoclast decrees of Emperor Leo III. The various districts expelled or slew the imperial officers and elected dukes for themselves. The bolder spirits even talked of electing a new emperor and marching with him on Constantinople. Venice shared in the general movement, and whether Marcellus's death was due to the revolutionary party or not, his successor Ursus was undoubtedly elected by the lagoon population without consulting the imperial authorities. The Italian revolt of 726 brought to light the difficulty in which the growing lagoon community found itself between East and West. The Pope, in his hostility to Leo, invited Luitprand to invade the Exarchate and expel the Greeks. The Lombard king was nothing loath, seeing in the request an opportunity for extending his domains. In the first attack on Ravenna, Paul the Exarch was slain. The emperor dispatched Eutychius with gold and troops to take his place. The new exarch came to terms with Luitprand and assisted him to subdue the revolted dukes of Benevento and Spoleto. But when Gregory III came to the papal throne in 731, he arrived at an understanding with Eutychius which resulted in a fresh revolt of the Duke of Spoleto. Luitprand at once attacked the Exarchate in 739. Ravenna fell to Duke Hildebrand and Duke Perideo. Eutychius fled to the lagoons and summoned the Venetians by their allegiance to the emperor to lend aid in restoring him. They obeyed. The Venetian fleet replaced the exarch in his capital in 741. In the meantime, the Doge, whose loyalty to Byzantium had been rewarded with the title of Hypatos or consul, had died in 737. Both he and his two predecessors were nobles of Heraclea, belonging to the aristocratic or Byzantine party and ruling in Heraclea. Local jealousy between the rival townships, combined with the hostility of the revolutionary party, whose policy was anti-Byzantine and ranged with the Pope for the freedom of Italy from Byzantine suzerainty, led, as the chronicles tell us, to an attack by Jezelo upon Heraclea, and in the fighting the Doge fell. Whether the story be strictly true or not, the episode is of importance as showing us the formation of two distinct parties inside the lagoons, and its bearing upon the election of the next Doge, which took place not in Heraclea, but at Malamocco, an important step towards the final concentration at Rialto. The reigns of the first 3 Doges had yielded results not altogether satisfactory, and on the death of Ursus, the imperial authorities, or, according to the Venetian tradition, the population of the lagoons, resolved to substitute for the Dogeship the yearly office of Magister Militum. The new magistracy was of short duration, 737 to 741, and was marked by the continued violence of party strife. The last Magister Militum, Fabricius, was blinded, and in 742 the community returned to the system of ducal government, electing Deusdedit, son of the late Doge Ursus, to that office. But the seat of government was removed from Heraclea, not only the scene of violent faction fights, but also accessible from the mainland and therefore exposed to the influence of the mainland rulers, to Malamocco, a township on the Lido which divides the lagoon from the open sea. The choice of Malamocco was a compromise, preluding the final compromise at Rialto, and was determined by the anti-Byzantine party, but the new Doge was still in Heracleote and a member of the Byzantine party, though no longer ruling in Heraclea. During the reign of Deusdedit, the pressure of external events was never relaxed. The danger that the lagoons might be absorbed by the lords of the mainland was ever present. The remains of Greek lordship in North Italy had all but disappeared. The lagoons were almost all that survived. In 751, Aistulf, the Lombard king, finally captured Ravenna, and so imminent seemed the threat from the southwest that the Doge undertook the building of a strong fort at Brondolo to protect his frontiers. Aistulf, however, did not prove hostile. He was at the moment engaged with his scheme for reducing the papacy to the position of a, quote, Lombard bishopric, end quote, and could afford to wait as far as the lagoons were concerned. He therefore willingly renewed the treaty made with Luteprand, but a greater power than that of the Lombards was about to appear on the scene, a power destined to act with decisive effect on the development of Venice. The Pope, alarmed at the threatening attitude of the Lombard sovereign, and unable to claim aid from the weak, distant, and also iconoclastically heretical emperor, turned to the Franks for protection. Pope Stephen II, in 754, made a personal appeal to Pepin, son of Charles Martel. That same year, the Franks entered Italy by the Fenestrella Pass. They immediately proved their superiority over the Lombards. Aistulf was defeated and only saved a remnant of his territory through papal mediation in 756. His son Desiderius saw the destruction of the Lombard kingdom, and by 774 Pavia was in the hands of the Franks. The Venetians, meanwhile, had been profiting by the disturbed state of the mainland. The decline of Ravenna in particular allowed them to extend their trade, which was now beginning to assume its prominent characteristic of a carrying trade between East and West. We hear of Venetian merchants in Constantinople sending valuable political information to the papal authorities in Ravenna, and possibly about this period Torcello began to assume its position of the, quote, Great Emporium, end quote, as Constantine Porphyrogenitus styles it. But prosperity did not allay the internal jealousies of the lagoon townships. Jezelo still nursed her ancient hatred of Heraclea. The Jezelans, headed by Aegilius Gallus, attacked the Heracleote noble Deusdedit, the Doge. They blinded and deposed him, and their leader seized the ducal chair, only to be blinded and banished in his turn within the year, in 755. The point of the struggle for supremacy between the various townships is emphasized by the fact that the next Doge, Dominicus Monagerius, was not in Heracleote, but a native of Malamocco, the seat of the government. Either the Venetian population or the imperial authorities seemed to have thought that these perpetual revolutions were due to the fact that the Doges enjoyed too free a hand. The ducal independence of action was therefore curtailed by the appointment of 2 tribunes to act in concert with the Doge. The effort to shake himself free of these trammels cost Monogarius his throne. He was deposed and blinded, and perhaps by a reaction of party feeling, and Heracleot, Mauritius, was elected in 764. The election of Mauritius has, however, been taken as a proof and a result of a movement which had undoubtedly been going on for some time. The internecine quarrels of Heraclea and Jezelo, ending in the removal of the capital to Malamocco, had seriously injured both townships. A general exodus took place from both into the new capital, where the Heracleots were soon in sufficient numbers to secure the election of one of themselves to the ducal chair. However that may be, the fact remains that both Heraclea and Jezelo ceased to be of great importance among the lagoon townships, and their territory was assigned to the fisc, forming the origin of what afterwards became the domain lands of the Ducatus. End of section 57.
Section 58 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by OlgaVictoria. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Venice, Part 2, by Horatio F. Brown. The reign of Mauritius is marked by 2 points of importance. First, the beginning of the custom of appointing a Doge consort, naturally as the appointment lay with the Doge, a member of his own family, thereby paving the way for the establishment of the dynastic principle which was to play so large a part in the early history of Venice. Secondly, the founding of the bishopric of Owlivia. The influx of Heracleotes and Jezzelans, which we have already recorded, proved to be so abundant that the immigrants overflowed to Rialto, and so great were their numbers that they soon demanded and obtained a see of their own in the year 774, with its cathedral on the island of Owlivia, one of the northeastern islets of the Rialtian group, afterwards known and known to this day as Castello. The foundation of the See of Owlivia may be taken as the first step in the formation of the city of Venice. Difficult times were at hand for the lagoon community. Pepin, son of Charles Martel, in the course of his campaign against the Lombards, had captured Ravenna and the Pentapolis. These he presented to his ally the Pope. Pepin's son, Charles the Great, after the final destruction of the Lombard kingdom, confirmed his father's donation. In considering his new kingdom, he must have observed that maritime Venice and the lagoon townships alone in North Italy still owned allegiance to Byzantium. He probably resolved to bring them within the bounds of his new territory, all the more so that in the most inevitable clash with the Greek Empire, Venice alone seemed able to furnish a fleet and a sea base. In any case, Charles ordered the expulsion of Venetian traders from the Pentapolis, 784, and took Istria, 787, thus enclosing the lagoons in an iron circle. These actions opened the eyes of the lagoon population to the approaching crisis. The situation was complicated by the attitude of the patriarchs of Grado, who, as good churchmen, favored the Pope's allies, the Franks. Thus, 2 parties were clearly defined inside the lagoons: the party of the Doges, the Byzantine party which clung to its allegiance to the empire as its safeguard against the danger of being absorbed by the Franks, and the party of the patriarchs, the party of the Church, the Francophile party, which seemed willing to carry the whole community over to Charles, rather than risk the loss of commerce on the mainland, which would be entailed by a rupture with the Franks. How far there was a third party, a Venetian party, determined to save the state from the Franks, while preserving its de facto independence of Byzantium, is not clear. Inside the lagoon, the crisis was brought to an issue, and the party positions defined over the newly created See of Olivelo. The Doge John, son of Mauritius, who had first been Doge consort to his father from the year 778, and then reigning Doge from 787, nominated to the see a young Greek named Christopher, only 16 years old. The Patriarch of Grado refused to consecrate him in 789. A little later it was known that the Patriarch was urging Charles's son, Pepin of Italy, to form a navy in Ravenna for the subjugation of the lagoons. The Doge sent his son, Mauritius the Younger, to attack Grado, and the Patriarch was flung from the highest tower of his palace and killed, 802. But this high-handed act made no difference in the policy of the Patriarchal See. The murdered John was succeeded by his nephew Fortunatus, a restless, capable, enterprising man of Francophile leanings even more pronounced than those of his uncle. Fortunatus received the palm in 803, and at once set to work to develop the Frankish party. Along with others of the faction, Obelerius and Felix the Tribune, he formed a plot against the Doge. It was discovered, and the conspirators fled to Treviso, whence Fortunatus proceeded alone to the court of Charles at Zels. He brought the emperor many and costly presents, and found him in a mood to listen to his plans for the expulsion of the Byzantine doges and their party, as the Frankish embassy to the court of Constantinople, 803, commissioned to secure recognition of Charles's new imperial title, had just been haughtily repulsed. Meanwhile, encouraged no doubt by news from Fortunatus, the Francophile conspirators in Treviso elected Obelerius as Doge, 804. He made a dash for the lagoons, entered his native town of Malamocco, amid popular acclaim, and the Doges John and Mauritius were forced to fly along with their creature Christopher, Bishop of Olivelo. This revolution of 804 meant the complete triumph of the Francophile party. How complete that triumph was is proved by the fact that the Doge Obelerius and the Doge consort, his brother Beatus, paid a visit to the court of Charles at Thionville, Theodonis' villa, about Christmas 805, and early in the next year the emperor made an ordinatio, or disposition, for the government of the Doges and populace of Venice, as well as for Dalmatia. Venice, Istria, and Dalmatia were declared to be parts of Pippin's kingdom of Italy. This deliberate challenge to Nicephorus and the Eastern Empire was at once taken up. In 807, the patrician Nicetas appeared in the Adriatic with the imperial fleet. Charles and Pepin were possessed of no sea power capable of offering resistance, and Nicetas met with none. If Charles had counted on the Venetians for support, he was deceived. Dalmatia returned to its allegiance, as did the Doges. Obelerius was rewarded with the title of Spatharius, but Beatus was sent to Constantinople as a hostage for Venetian loyalty. Nicetas made a truce with Pepin and withdrew his fleet in the autumn of 807. The truce came to an end in the autumn of 808, and the patrician Paul appeared with the Greek fleet in the Adriatic. After wintering in Venetian waters, he attacked Comacchio and was repulsed. The Frankish party in the lagoons was strong enough to render his position insecure. He withdrew his fleet down the Adriatic, 809, leaving Venice to the wrath of Pepin, who was resolved to make good his claims to the lagoons and to punish the Doges for their perfidy in violating the ordinatio of Thionville. In the autumn of 809, the attack was delivered from north and south, by land and by sea. The lagoon dwellers offered a vigorous resistance, and the king's progress was slow. What remained of Heraclea fell. So did Brondolo, Chioggia, Palestrina, Albeola, and even the capital, Malamocco. Both doges were taken prisoners, but the lagoons were not conquered. The population of Malamocco withdrew to the central group of islands, called Rialto, and thence defied the conqueror. In vain he attempted to reach and capture the core of the lagoons. The intricate channels through the mud banks baffled him. He was eventually forced to withdraw in 810, and he died in July of the same year. Recent historians, relying on the testimony of Einhard, claimed that this event was a Venetian defeat, a Frankish victory. But Einhard, though a contemporary, was far away from the scene of action, and was moreover in the service of the Carolingians. Though there can be no doubt that Pepin captured the Lidi up to Malamocco, the capital, and made the Doges prisoners, compelling them to consent to a yearly tribute, yet the fact remains that he did not conquer Rialto, the heart of the lagoons, and that the lagoon population compelled him to abandon his enterprise and to retire. It is not surprising that Constantine Porphyrogenitus in the next century, and the Venetians ever after, should have looked upon the repulse of Pepin as the cardinal point in their early history, and have eventually surrounded it with a mass of patriotic legend. Pepin's attack on the lagoons, and the large measure of success which crowned it, alarmed Constantinople, and in 810 Ursafius, the Spatharius, was sent to negotiate with the king, but finding him dead, the envoy proceeded direct to Charles at Aix-la-Chapelle. In the spring of 811, Ursafius left Aix on his return to Constantinople, bearing Charles's terms, which were that he would surrender Venice, Istria, Liburnia, and Dalmatia in return for recognition of his imperial title. It may be observed that even if Charles considered that Pepin had conquered Venice, Dalmatia certainly was in no sense his, as Pepin's fleet had immediately retired before the fleet of Paul, the praetor of Kephallonia. More probably Charles based his claim to Venice on the Ordinatio of Thionville. Ursafius, on his way through Venice, nominated an Heracleote noble, Agnellus Patriciacus, to the vacant dogeship. The doges Abelirius and Beatus were both in the custody of Ursafius, the former to be consigned, as Charles had ordained, to his lawful sovereign ad dominum, the Emperor Nicephorus, a phrase which can hardly be reconciled with the claim that Venice and the Venetians were Frankish territory and people. By the summer of 812, the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle was signed, and Venice returned to her ancient position as vassal of the Eastern Empire. The result of the whole episode, as far as Venice was concerned, was that internally a concentration of all the lagoon townships took place at Rialto, which now became the capital. The rivalries and jealousies between the lagoon centers came to an end. Further, the new city emerged from Pepin's attack, Byzantine in sympathies, and with an Heracleote Byzantine noble as doge, and with the failure of the Francophile policy of the Patriarch Fortunatus, the power of the Church as an independent political element in Venice began to decline, and Grado slowly waned in power and influence. Externally, Venice remained eastern, not western, aloof from the rest of Italy, looking eastward for the most part, a fact of the highest importance in determining the subsequent character and career of the race. We are now entering on a new period of Venetian history, which goes down to the reign of Peter II Orseolo, 991–1009. It is possible now to talk of Venice as a city-state. The characteristic notes of the period are, firstly, the development of the dukedom with its growing dynastic tendencies, the accumulation in single houses of dignities and wealth, thanks to private trading by the doges under special privileges, and the revolt of the Venetian people against these dynastic tendencies. Secondly, we note the relations of the state with the Western Empire, the effort to maintain its independence and to extend its commerce, which are revealed in the series of Pucta and Praecapta. And thirdly, the relations of the state with the East, the gradual loosening of the formal bonds which bound it as a vassal to the Eastern Empire, and the extension of its trading privileges in the Levant. For many years to come, down to 979 at least, the formal dependence of the Eastern Empire was fully recognized by the use of the imperial date in public documents, by public praise for the emperor, and by the obligations of transport affirmed and acknowledged in the various imperial bulls. But in fact, owing to the growing sea power of the Venetians, the relations gradually became rather those of allies. The final note of the period is the growth and the embellishment of the new capital. The young state soon began to display those commercial instincts which were destined to mark its whole career. Hither by a separate treaty, a theory strenuously combated by recent historians, or at least by a special clause in the Treaty of Aix, Charles renewed the privileges, endorsed the tribute, and confirmed the frontiers established by the treaty with King Luitprand. This treaty formed the charter of Venetian trading rights on the mainland, and was frequently rehearsed and reconfirmed during the 9th and 10th centuries. The Valley of the Po formed the natural trade route from the head of the Adriatic to Lombardy, France, and West Germany. But for the command of this route, the lagoon city of Comacchio was an active competitor, lying as it did near the mouth of that river. At Pavia, the capital of the Italian kingdom, two great trade routes converged, the Po Valley route and the route from Rome across the Apennines. Already in the days of Charles, the monk of St. Gall reports, Venetian merchants frequented the markets of Pavia, bringing with them from overseas all the wealth of the Orient, chiefly, it seems, silks, spices, golden pheasant, and peacock feathers. The life of St. Gerald of Aurillac shows us how a Venetian merchant at Pavia acted as expert advisor on the current prices of silk webs in the markets of Constantinople. The trade of Comacchio was chiefly confined to salt, but we shall presently see how Venice went to war with her rivals in order to secure a monopoly of this commodity. As regards relations with the East, we naturally find no treaties during the 9th century. The formal position of vassal and suzerain was fully recognized. The emperors, through their officers and bulls, sent their orders, as for example those forbidding the Venetians to trade with enemies of the empire in arms and timber. These orders were obeyed, as long as the interests of Venice and of the East were identical. We have a proof that Venetians were already trading far afield in the Levant, for in 829 the body of St. Mark was brought from Alexandria to Venice by Venetian merchants on board their own ship, and by 840, on the request of the Emperor Theophilus, Venice was able to send 60 ships to sea. Indeed, we find that from the reign of Michael II, 820-829 onwards, the emperors made frequent calls on the naval power of Venice. The claim was no doubt a right, see the Crucible of 991, but it gradually assumed the aspect of an appeal to an ally, until it definitely took that form in the dogeship of Peter II or Seolo. The city itself, during the reigns of the first three doges of the house of Particiacus, showed a rapid extension in buildings. Agnellus began the first ducal palace, a wooden structure. His son Justinian founded the first church of St. Mark, a small basilica with apse and crypt occupying the site of the present Cappello Zen. The basilica was built to receive the body of St. Mark, the translation of whose remains from Alexandria to Venice is an essential point in the ecclesiastic history of the city. For by the possession of the saint's body, the Venetians, in a manner, asserted their superiority to Aquileia, and also to Grado, a superiority which was finally confirmed in 1445 by the removal of the patriarchal see of Grado to Venice. By his will, June 829, the Doge Justinian left instructions that the stones of the house of a certain Theophylact of Torcello were to be used in the construction of the church. During this same period, the famous monastery of Sant'Ilario on the Brenta, the convent of San Zaccaria near the ducal palace, and the cathedral church of San Pietro at Alivalo came into being and received large endowments from members of the ducal family. As to the constitution of the new state, we have little information. We know that Angelus had 2 tribunes appointed as assessors in the interests of the Greek Empire, but we hear nothing of their action. The Doge seems to have had the sole disposal of the treasury and to have been, for administrative purposes, quite uncontrolled. The tribunes still existed in the various lagoon townships, but after the concentration at Rialto, they possessed but restricted powers. The National Assembly seems to have been of vital significance only on the occasions when it was convened. Its voice was heard in the election of the Doge, and the Doges seem to have called it to confirm their public acts. For example, in May 819, the Doges Angelus and Justinian Patriciacus, who in a possibly spurious passage are styled per divinam gratiam duces, declare that in a donation to the abbot of San Servolo, they are acting on concert cum universis Venetiae populis habitantibus. The dynastic tendency in the dukedom was clearly marked under the first 3 doges of the house of Patriciacus. We find the system of appointing a doge consort from the reigning family in full force, while the important see of Alivalo Castello was filled for the long period of 32 years, 822-854, by Ursus, son of John. Resentment at this tendency to concentrate the supreme power in a single house took definite shape in 2 conspiracies against the Doge John Patriciacus. The first, in 835, headed by the tribune Carossus, failed after a brief success. The second, under the leadership of the noble family of Mastelici, deposed the Doge, 836, and compelled him to retire to a monastery near Grado. The choice of the Venetians then fell upon Peter Trodonicus, a man of noble blood, strong and vigorous, but illiterate. He could not even sign his name. His long reign of 28 years, 836-864, was signalized by unsuccessful sea campaigns against the Slav pirates of the Dalmatian coast, who had already begun to harass the rich and growing trade of Venice in the Adriatic, and against the Saracens in the south of Italy. At the request or order of the Emperor Theophilus, conveyed by the patrician Theodosius, the Doge fitted out 60 ships for the unlucky expedition to Taranto, 840. Unfortunate as were these earliest naval enterprises of the growing state of Venice, they were fruitful in calling out the energy and resolution of the people, and in leading to a revolution in Venetian shipbuilding. It was under Trodonicus that the first great ships were built in Venetian docks, and the type established which was to serve both for trade and war. Footnote: Biremes, with a crew of 150 men. The proper name for this vessel was Helandia. End footnote. A second important point in the reign of Trodonicus, a point which bears upon Venetian relations with the West, was the conclusion of the pactum or treaty with the Emperor Lothar in 840, the very year in which the Emperor of the East had summoned the Venetians to his aid against the Saracens. This remarkable document, the earliest extant monument of Venetian diplomacy, was prepared during preliminary negotiations in Ravenna, but was signed on the 22nd of February 840 at Pavia. It undoubtedly referred to and recited the terms of the special Venetian clauses in the Treaty of Aix, 812, of the Ordinatio of Thionville, 806, and of King Luitprand's Treaty of 713. It was to last for 5 years, and as a matter of fact we find it being renewed every 5 years down to the Treaty of Mühlhausen, 19 of July 992. It stipulated for the payment of 50 libri of Venetian coinage, parve, equal to 25 libri of the Pavese coinage, as an annual tribute from Venice, due in March each year. But the payment of this tribute is not to be taken as in any sense a token of vassalage. It was merely a return for the privileges conceded by the pactum. Peace and good friendship are to exist between Venice and various neighboring districts inside the Kingdom of Italy. These districts are specified and include Istria, Friuli, the Trevisan Marches, Vicenza, Monselice, Ravenna, and the ports of the Adriatic down to Fermo. Neither party is to injure the other. Venetian fugitives inside the kingdom are to be extradited. Envoys and couriers are to be protected. The confines of Venetian territory, as defined in the treaty with Luitprand, are recognized. The Venetians may trade freely in the kingdom, except for the customary dues of water and land transit, and Italian subjects are to enjoy a like privilege by sea. The subjects of the empire are to lend no aid to enemies of Venice, while Venice is to lend her aid by sea against all Slav freebooters. The importance of the document lies in the fact that it is an independent contract between the Doge of Venice and the rulers of the mainland, and that it confirms and extends existing trading privileges, which were subsequently still further enlarged. At Thionville, by praeceptum dated September 1st, 841, the emperor formally recognized Venetian possessions inside the empire. The Doge Trodonicus did not escape the dynastic ambitions which were common to all the earlier holders of the ducal throne. He surrounded himself with a bodyguard of foreign soldiers, Croats devoted to his service. This, and his attempt to raise his relative Dominicus to the bishopric of Alivolo Castello, gave the Patriciaci faction, which was still strong, the desired opportunity. The Doge was murdered on his way from the palace to San Zaccaria, September 13, 864. The murder of Trodonicus cannot be considered as a popular demonstration against the dynastic principle. It was carried out by a group of nobles, instigated by the Patriarch of Grado, who was a patriciacus, and in the interest of that family. Trodonicus was succeeded by Ursus Patriciacus, and subsequently by 3 other members of his house before the Patriciaci gave way to the powerful family of the Candiani. With the Western Empire, Ursus maintained friendly relations, and on the 11th of January 880 the Pactum of Lothar was renewed with Charles the Fat in Ravenna. The modifications in the terms prove the extent to which Venice was growing in power and importance. It is no longer the case of certain specified places inside the kingdom entering on a treaty with Venice, but the emperor himself treats on behalf of his whole kingdom. Etiam totius regni nostri. The slave trade is again to be condemned by a decree signed by Doge and Patriarch, and most important of all, the Doge's personal merchandise, his private trading stock, was to go free of custom dues. Ursus was further successful in a sharp encounter with the Patriarch of Grado, the upshot of which was to demonstrate and establish the supremacy of state over church in Venice. The Doge insisted on raising to the see of Torcello a eunuch named Dominicus. The Patriarch Peter Marturius refused to consecrate him as being canonically unfit, but had to fly before the Doge's wrath. He appealed to the Pope, who summoned Dominicus and the bishops Peter of Jesolo and Felix of Malamocco to Rome. In obedience to the Doge, they did not respond. The Pope convened a council in Ravenna on July 22, 877, but the Venetian bishops did not appear till it was closing. Finally, the Patriarch of Grado came to terms with the Doge. He permitted Dominicus to reside at Torcello and to enjoy the revenues of the see, but the bishop was only consecrated by Marturius' successor. The whole episode, however, was a triumph for the Doge and the secular authority. Ursus was succeeded by his son John, 881–887, in whose reign Venice embarked on her first aggressive commercial war. Camarcio, lying in its lagoons near the mouth of the Po, was a serious commercial rival, both on account of its commanding position on the great trade route and because of its salt industry, which brought it into contact with the whole of North Italy. John made an effort to secure by diplomacy the lordship of Camarcio. He sent his brother Badoero to Rome to beg the Pope to grant him investiture. But on his way Badoero was wounded and captured by Marinus, Count of Camarcio, who was alive to the danger. Badoero returned to Venice and there died of his wounds. The Doge and the whole population seized the opportunity to sack Camarcio and to establish Venetian officials in the town. Charles III, no more than the Pope, seems to have taken notice of this high-handed attack, and at Mantua, on the 10th of May, 883, he confirmed by a praecaptum the Ravenna Pactum of 880, with several important additions. The private goods of the Doge and his heirs were exempt from the ordinary dues of Telonium and Ripaticum, land and water transit, which other Venetians had to pay. Conspiracy against the life of any prince, and therefore of the Doge, on the part of any subject of the empire was a crime. The Doge was to enjoy full judicial powers over Venetian subjects in the empire. John and his brother, the Doge consort, resigned their office in 887, and the choice fell upon Peter Candianus, member of a family destined to play a prominent part in the ensuing years of Venetian history. Peter's brief reign of a few months, from April to September 887, at once indicated the lines along which the other doges of his house would move. He immediately undertook an expedition against the Slav pirates of the Dalmatian coasts, a proof that the security of the sea route down the Adriatic was becoming an imperative necessity for the growing state of Venice. The expedition was a failure. The Doge fell and was buried in the church of Santa Euphemia at Grado. The next two reigns, those of Peter Tribunus, 888–911, and Ursus Paureta Particiacus, 911–932, proved to be a long period of quiet and growth for Venice, except for the terror of the Hungarian raid in the year 900. Venice was threatened by the Magyar hordes who came down the Piave in their coracles of osier and hides and devastated the territories of Heraclea and Jezero. The alarm at their coming led to the fortification of the city by the construction of a great wall along the line of the present Riva degli Schiavoni, from Castello to St. Mark's, which was surrounded, and thence as far as Santa Maria Zobenigo, whence a strong chain was stretched across the mouth of the Grand Canal to St. Gregorio. The Doge is said to have defeated the Magyars at Albeola. Whether that be so or not, the fact remains that they never occupied the city of Venice. The distracted state of the Western Empire, torn in pieces between competing princes, gave Venice an opportunity for renewing and enlarging her treaty rights. The series of Pacta and Praecapta is continued under the reigns of Berengar, Guy, Rodolph, and Hugh. In the Berengar Pactum, 7th of May 888, signed at Olorno, the sea power of Venice is recognized, and she is entrusted with the policing of the Adriatic for the suppression of the Dalmatian pirates. In return, the duty on goods bartered in the Kingdom of Italy was fixed at 2.5%, instead of being arbitrary as heretofore. The Praecaptum of Rodolph, 29th February 924, signed at Pavia, recognized in Venice the ancient right to coin money for circulation in the kingdom. Secundum quod eorum provinciae ducis apriscis temporibus consueto more abuerunt. That Venice had coined money for home circulation at least as early as the middle of the 9th century is proved by the Pactum of Lothar, 840, in which the annual tribute is made payable in Venetian libri, debrassorum denariorum quinquaginta. The exemption of ducal goods from payment of dues was extended from the Doge personally to his agents, proprii negotiatores, to the great enrichment of the family estate, as we shall presently see in the case of Peter IV Candianus, who employed it to support a private army. End of section 58.
Section 59 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Venice, Part 3, by Horatio F. Brown. We now come to the period of the dynastic supremacy of the Candiani, 932 to 976, with the brief exception of 3 years, 939 to 942, when the last of the Particiaci, Peter Badoero, occupied the throne. Peter II, Peter III, and Peter IV of the Candiani were supreme. They were a fighting race, and the question of Venetian relations with Istria and Dalmatia, and her position in the Adriatic, gave them full employment. We have seen how the first doge of their house, Peter I, had already fallen in battle with the Slavs. Marquess Gunther, Vincer, of Istria, resenting the steady growth of Venetian commercial importance in the peninsula, had resorted to the confiscation of ducal and episcopal property in Istria, and had forbidden his subjects to pay their just debts to the Venetian merchants. Peter II, instead of resorting to the costly method of arms, which would have implied an attack on a province of the Italian kingdom, with risks to Venetian commerce in Italy, reduced Marquis Gunther to sign a humiliating treaty of peace, 12 March 933, by the simple process of boycotting Istria, a striking demonstration of the commanding position of Venice as an emporium. By this treaty, which was renewed in 977, and enlarged in 1074, Venice established her supremacy in Istria, and took her first step down the Adriatic and towards her complete dominion in that sea. The next Candiani doge, Peter III, 942 to 959, applied the system of boycott with equal success against Lupus, Patriarch of Aquileia, who had attacked Grado, and compelled him to sign a treaty, 13 March 944, by which he confirmed the clauses of the treaty with his predecessor Walpert, including the exemption of the doge from all customs dues in his territory. Peter III died and was succeeded by his son, Peter IV, 959 to 976, the most remarkable of the Candiani doges. In him the intention of converting the dukedom into a hereditary monarchy is at once made clear. One of his earliest steps was to employ the family funds, accumulated through the personal private trading of the doges, for the creation of a small standing army in his own pay. But the conditions in both Eastern and Western empires had undergone a remarkable change. In the West, the strong dynasty of the Saxon Ottos had raised the imperial prestige once more, while in the East the Emperor Zimaesis was about to revive the ancient supremacy of Byzantium. It seemed likely that the East and West would once again clash, and that, as in 800 to 810, Venice would find her existence threatened by the conflict between the two great powers. Her position, however, was far stronger now than then. Her wealth was great, her importance as an emporium of necessities established, her sea power recognized and respected. It was clearly the keystone of Venetian foreign policy to stand well with both East and West, and Peter IV applied himself to the task. On the fall of Berengar II, 961, and the coronation of Otto I, the Doge hastened to secure the confirmation of the Venetian treaties. By the terms of the Pactum,
signed in Rome on 2 December 967, there seems to have been a certain shrinkage in the privileges which Venice and her doges had gradually acquired during the period of disturbance in the Kingdom of Italy. The judicial rights of the doge over all Venetians resident in the kingdom were not confirmed, nor was the exemption of ducal goods from taxation. On the other hand, the treaty was now declared to run not for 5 years only, but for all time, per cuncta annorum curricula, though in fact it required to be renewed on the accession of each new sovereign. The yearly tribute still remained at its normal 50 libbre, as fixed by the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, 1812, and for the first time we hear of unum pallium, though it is probable that this obligation figured in early pacta. In any case, the pallium and the tribute cannot be in any sense taken as an indication of vassalage. The pallium here referred to was a web of silk, a rich specimen of Venetian wares. The terms of this pactum were renewed in 983, and an attempt has been made to prove that from that date down to 1024, Venice acknowledged the suzerainty of the Western Empire, but the evidence seems to show that her formal allegiance to the Eastern Empire was still recognized. The imperative orders of the Emperor Zimisces, forbidding, under penalty of confiscation and death, the lucrative traffic of Venice with the Saracens, may have helped to throw Peter IV more and more into the arms of the Emperor Otto, who was only too ready to secure Venetian sea aid in the clash with the Eastern Empire, which seemed inevitable if he were to carry out his policy of making all Italy part of his domains. In any case, Peter divorced his wife Giovanna and married Gualdrada, daughter of Hubert, Marquis of Tuscany, granddaughter of King Hugh of Provence, and niece of Adelaide, wife of Otto I. She brought with her a large dower in money, and lands in the Trevisan marshes, in Friuli, and in the territory of Adria, and her husband the Doge now began to assume regal state. He increased his private army, and undertook military expeditions on the mainland, on the plea of protecting his wife's possessions. Feeling rose high in Venice against the obviously monarchical tendencies of the Doge. In a general tumult, Peter was besieged in the palace, his guards offered resistance. The palace was fired, the Doge slain. The conflagration was not stopped till it had destroyed the palace, part of St. Mark's, and 300 houses as far as Santa Maria Zobenigo, 11 August 976. This act seems to have been the violent protest of the Venetian people against the attempt to convert the dukedom into a monarchy. The murder of Peter Candianus placed Venice in a difficult position towards the Emperor Otto II. His hold on the lagoons and their sea power was shaken. His cousin Gualdrada, wife of the late Doge, claimed his defense of her rights. The task of meeting this dangerous situation fell chiefly upon the Orsioli, the third and most distinguished of the dynastic ducal families which governed Venice from 810 to 1009. The day after the murder of Candianus, the choice of the electors fell on Peter Orsiolo, the first of the new dynasty, a man of saintly character, but, like all his race, possessing higher qualities of statesmanship than we have met with hitherto in his predecessors in the ducal chair. His first care was to repair the damage wrought by the fire. He began the building of a new palace and church. He renewed the treaty with Istria, the original of which had been burned along with the rest of the public documents. But his great service to the state lay in this, that he met and settled, to the nominal satisfaction of Otto II, the claims of the widowed dogeressa, Gualdrada. Under his guidance, the General Assembly agreed to restore to her morganaticum, £400, and also the portion of the late Doge's property which fell by right to her son, who had shared the fate of his father. On these terms, Gualdrada signed a quittance of all claims against the state of Venice. The danger was past for the moment. But the Doge, obeying his pious instincts, resolved to retire from the world. On the night of the 1st of September, 978, he secretly left Venice and fled to the monastery of Cusa in Aquitaine, possibly with a view to appeasing Otto further. A member of the house of Candiani, Vitalis, brother of the murdered Peter, was elected, but reigned little more than a year, September 978 to November 979. He was succeeded by Tribunus Mennius, Memo, 979 to 991, during whose reign the question between Otto II and the Venetian state was brought to a crisis. The murder of Peter Candianus had not only exposed Venice to the wrath of Otto II, it had also created inside the state two factions: the Caloprini, who espoused the policy of the Candiani and leaned toward the Western Empire, and the Morosini, whose sympathies were with the Orseoli and the Byzantine allegiance as a means of saving the state from absorption by the West. By 980, the Western Emperor was in Italy. The great Emperor of the East, John Zimisces, had died in 976. The south of Italy, the theme of the Longobardia, seemed likely to fall prey to the Saracens. Otto resolved to seize the opportunity to render southern Italy as part of his empire. Towards this object, the possession of Venice and her fleet seemed of prime importance, but since the murder of Candianus, Otto's party was no longer in the ascendant, especially after the failure of the Caloprini plot to murder all the Morosini. Without waiting to secure Venetian aid, the emperor pushed south. His expedition failed, and in 983 he was back again in Verona, and there the ambassadors of Venice came to seek renewal of their treaties. By the terms of the new treaty, the burdensome dues for river traffic, repatica, were removed, to the great advantage of Venice. But the exemption of ducal goods from customs and the ducal judicial rights over Venetians in the kingdom were not restored. A special clause permitted the subjects of the empire, who after the murder of Peter Candianus had been forbidden to trade with Venice, to frequent Venetian ports once more, per mare ad vos, a phrase which the Venetians subsequently amplified into per mare ad vos et non amplius, thereby attempting to concentrate all Italian traffic in the Adriatic at Venice and implicitly establishing a claim on those waters. The favorable conditions of this treaty were probably intended to secure Venetian assistance for the emperor's future schemes in South Italy. But at this juncture Stefano Caloprini, leader of the Venetian faction, appeared at Verona and offered the emperor a more speedy method for attaining his ends. He promised that he and his party would assist in reducing Venice if the emperor would invest him with the dukedom and grant him a yearly pension. The emperor agreed. The method adopted was a rigid blockade of the lagoons from the mainland. Venice was only saved from starvation and surrender by the friendly offices of the Saracen fleet. But the situation was more serious than it had been even at the time of Pepin's attack. The mainland, under the Bishop of Treviso, Ceneda, and Belluno, was entirely against the sea city. Its subjects of Cavarcera and Loreo revolted. But on 7 December 983, the emperor died, and the whole Caloprini scheme fell to pieces. Apart from the grave menace to Venetian independence, the significance of the episode lies in the fact that it illustrates the growing importance of Venetian sea power. Tribunus Mennius had seen his country safely through the external crisis, but was powerless to repress the bloody faction fights between the Caloprini and the Morosini. He was deposed and compelled to retire to the monastery of San Zaccaria. The greatest doge that Venice had as yet seen, Peter Orseolo II, succeeded to the throne, 991 to 1009. His chaplain, friend, and biographer, John the Deacon, pictures him as a man of culture, refinement, even imagination, coupled with a statesman's instincts, a strong will, and military energy. His first step was to allay all internal tumults. In the interests of the country, he exacted an oath and the signature of 91 nobles to a pledge that they would not stir tumult nor draw weapon inside the ducal palace, under a penalty of 20 pounds of fine gold, or, in default of payment, loss of life. February 997. His next care was to establish the Orseoli family in a commanding position in the state. He chose his son John as Doge Consort, and on John's death, his third son Otto. His second son, Orso, was Bishop of Torcello, and subsequently Patriarch of Grado. Peter's foreign policy was crowned with complete success. In 992, he concluded the first Venetian treaty with the East, the Chrysobull of Basil II, March, Inductione Quinta. By the terms of the deed, which was rather a declaration of ancient rights than a bestowal of new ones, quod ab antiquo pruit consuetudo, Venetian ships, provided they bore Venetian, not Amalfitan, or other cargoes, were to pay a fixed sum of 2 soldi for each ship entering, and 15 soldi for each ship clearing a Greek port, irrespective of the ship's burden and cargo. No ship might be detained by the Greek authorities longer than 3 days against its will. Venetians were placed under the jurisdiction of the Dogothetis ton Hoiakon, a high official in whose court procedure was more rapid than in the lower courts. In return, Venice was pledged to furnish transport and warships for the defense of the theme of Longobardia, that is, of southern Italy. The Chrysobull of 992 is of importance in the commercial history of Venice. It gave Venetians trading in the East valuable advantages over their rivals, Amalfitans, Jews, and others, while the uniform tax on ships, irrespective of burden and cargo, soon induced the Venetians to increase the size of their build. The consequences will be seen presently in the development of Venetian trade on the mainland of Italy. In the same year, 992, Peter renewed the treaties with the Western Empire by the Pactum Preceptum of Mulhausen. Here again Venetian diplomacy was entirely successful. Venetian rights and privileges were restored to the position they occupied in 961, at the fall of Berengar, and before the breach with the Saxon emperors. The territories of Cavarzara and Loreo, which had seceded to the emperor at the time of Otto's blockade, were now returned to Venice, and the encroaching bishops of Treviso and Belluno were ordered to evacuate the lands they had seized in the diocese of Heraclea, though it was not until the Doge had applied the blockade that the stubborn John of Belluno made submission to Otto's orders after the placitum of Stafolo, 998. The growing importance of Venetian commerce, chiefly in oriental goods, is proved by Peter's request that Otto would allow him to open 3 markets, in tribus locis sui ditioni subditis, in the Italian kingdom, at San Michele del Quarto, on the Sile, and on the Piave, a request which was granted. Ravenna, 1st of May, 996, and marked a stepping stone in the history of Venetian Western trade. The new palace, begun under the first Orseolo, was now approaching completion. Venice as a city was rapidly expanding under the cultured guidance of the second Orseolo. Peter was anxious to show the glories of his capital to his friend the emperor. Otto was nothing loath to take a romantic journey to the city of the lagoons. The invitation was conveyed through John the Deacon to the emperor at Como in June 1000. It was agreed that a secret visit should be paid on the emperor's return journey from Rome. In March 1001, Otto was at Ravenna. Announcing that he was going into retreat at the Abbey of Pomposa, he left Ravenna. At Pomposa he found John the Deacon with a boat, and the same evening he set out for Venice. After traveling all night, he reached the island of San Servolo the following day about sunset. The Doge met him, they embraced, and, waiting till it was quite dark, they rowed into Venice, and the emperor was lodged at San Zaccaria. Otto granted his every wish to the Doge Peter. He stood sponsor to a daughter, and remitted the yearly tribute of the pallium, and any monetary tribute, beyond the ancient statutory sum of 50 Venetian libbre. Otto returned to Ravenna, and 3 days later Orseolo told his people who his guest had been. But between the issue of the invitation and the visit of the emperor, Peter had carried to a successful conclusion the greatest enterprise of his reign. The growing Venetian factories down the Dalmatian coast had been in the habit of paying tribute to the Serbs and Croats for the preservation of their right to trade. Orseolo resolved to put an end to these levies of blackmail. At the beginning of his reign he refused to pay tribute, and on the Dalmatians assuming a threatening attitude, he at once prepared a naval expedition. He sailed on 9 May 1000 and made for Istria, where he learned the value of the Candiani's Istrian policy and achievements in finding Istrian ports open to his fleets. Zara, Velia, Arebe, and Trau submitted. Spalato was taken. An oath of allegiance was exacted, and a formal recognition that the waters of the Adriatic were open to Venetian traffic. The victorious Doge returned to Venice and assumed the title of Duc Dalmatie, a title which was recognized by the Western Empire in the Treaty of 16 November 1002. We must bear in mind, however, that centuries passed before Dalmatia became definitely Venetian. Zara was always in revolt, down to the 14th century. Nevertheless, Peter's expedition was of the highest importance. It raised the prestige of the Venetians, it opened to them a long line of factories down the Dalmatian coast, and it advanced their claim to free trade in the Adriatic. 2 years later, in 1002, Orseolo was called on to fulfill his obligations to the Eastern Empire under the Chrysobul of 992. The Saracens of Sicily had attacked and besieged Bari, the capital of the Theme of Longobardia. On 10 August, the Venetian fleet, under the command of the Doge, set sail, and by 18 October, Bari was relieved by a brilliant Venetian victory. This victory led to a marriage alliance between John, the eldest son of Peter, and the Princess Maria, the niece of Basil II. John's younger brother Otto married the sister-in-law of the Emperor Henry II, thus connecting the family of the Orseoli with both imperial houses. But in 1005, the plague carried off John and Princess Maria, as well as their son. The Doge never recovered from the blow. He lost his interest in worldly matters, led a claustral life at home, and died in 1009. Peter's death closed a reign which had a profound significance in Venetian history. A new Venice, the Aurea Venetia of the chronicler John the Deacon, came into being on the ruins left by the fire which destroyed Peter Condianus. A new palace and a new St. Mark's, adorned with the finest workmanship of Byzantine masters, took the place of the older buildings. The Doge's taste was shown in the gifts he presented to his compater Otto, an ivory chair elaborately carved, and a silver bowl of rich design. It is a new Venice, too, we now find in its relations to the great world powers, to Eastern and Western Empire alike. Neither imperial court refused an alliance with the Doge of Venice, and the Venetian fleet had made its strength felt down both sides of the Adriatic. But inside Venice, there was a party strongly opposed to the dynastic and monarchical tendencies of the Orseolo family. Peter's son and successor, Otto, 1009 to 1026, whose elder brother Orso was translated from Torcello to Grotto, and whose younger brother Vitalis succeeded to the vacant see, found that jealousy of his family's supremacy had gradually undermined his position. The open hostility of Conrad the Salic, and his refusal to renew the Pacta, led eventually to the expulsion of the Doge. The fall of the Orseoli marked the end of the dynastic system in the dukedom. During the rule of the three great families, the Particiaci, the Candiani, and the Orseoli, the reigning Doge had been, to all intents and purposes, an absolute monarch. The fisc was in his sole administration. The popular assembly was summoned merely to sanction his decrees. A recognized constitution cannot be said to have existed. After the fall of the Orseoli, we find ourselves dealing with a new kind of Doge. The germs of a constitution began to show themselves. In 1032, the first year of Domenico Fabiano's reign, 1032 to 1043, the appointment of a Doge consort was declared illegal. This appears to have been an act of the popular assembly, proving that this body was beginning to assume a more prominent place, that the same body appointed 2 councillors to assist the Doge in current matters, and enjoined him on graver occasions to consult the more prominent citizens, possibly a foreshadowing of the council which eventually developed into the Pregati, or Senate, of Venice. The period upon which we are now entering, from the fall of the Orseoli to the opening of the Crusades, 1026 to 1096, is chiefly concerned with the resistance of Grotto against the attacks of Poppo, the turbulent patriarch of Aquileia, supported by Conrad the Salic. With the campaigns against the Normans at the mouth of the Adriatic, and with the expansion of Venetian commercial privileges in Constantinople, Conrad came to Italy in March 1026. He was embittered against the Italians generally by their obvious desire to throw off the German yoke. As regards Venice in particular, he shared the views and aspirations of Otto II. He regarded the Venetians as rebellious subjects and refused to renew the Pacta. This, as we have seen, led to the fall of the Orsioli and a weakening of the Venetian state. Poppo, Patriarch of Aquileia, a devoted adherent of Conrad, seized the opportunity to carry out his design of enforcing the decree of the Synod of Mantua, 827, which gave the supremacy to Aquileia over Grotto. He attacked and sacked Grotto twice, once in 1024, immediately after Conrad's accession to the crown of Germany, when he plundered the church and palace and carried off the treasury to Aquileia, and once again in 1044. But Rome was steadily against him, and in 1053 the Constitution of Leo IX definitely declared Grotto to be the Metropolitan Church of Venice and Istria. The see of Grotto maintained its hierarchical preeminence, but the town itself was hopelessly ruined. The growing importance of Venice drew the patriarchs to longer and eventually continuous sojourn in that city, bringing with them, for the benefit of Venice, the prestige of their metropolitan see, till it was finally transformed into the Patriarch of Venice, 1445. On the death of Conrad, relations between Venice and the Western power became easier. During the reign of Domenico Contarini, 1042 to 1071, Henry III renewed the ancient treaties, probably 1055. Contarini's successor, Domenico Silvio, 1071 to 1084, proved once again that a Doge of Venice was a fit mate for an imperial princess by marrying Theodora, sister of the Emperor Michael Ducas, a lady to whose oriental luxury and refinement the rougher Venetians attributed the loathsome malady of which she died. During this Doge's reign, Venice was called upon to play a more prominent part in world history than she had hitherto done. A new power now appeared at the mouth of the Adriatic. The Normans, after making themselves masters of Sicily and South Italy, Bari fell in 1071, and Palermo in 1072, stretched across to the eastern side of the Adriatic, and threatened to advance on Constantinople itself. Under their leader, Robert Guiscard, they laid siege to Durazzo, which commanded the western end of the Via Egnatia, the great Roman road which led by Thessalonica to the capital. Alexius Komnenos had been called to the imperial throne, 8 April 1081, on purpose to replace the incompetent bureaucratic government of Michael Ducas and Nicephorus Botianus. He saw at once that Durazzo must not be allowed to fall. He appealed to Henry IV, but that sovereign was too deeply involved in the struggle with the Pope to be able to lend aid, and he turned to request the aid of Venice. The Venetians could not view with indifference the success of the Normans, which threatened to make them masters of both sides of the Adriatic, and thus to close the mouth of the water avenue which led to and from Venice. Moreover, the Amalfitans, the vigorous commercial rivals of the lagoon state, were actively supporting Robert. All her interests induced Venice to lend a willing ear to Alexius' appeal. A bargain was soon struck, 1081, and in June of that year, a fleet of 60 Venetian ships, under the command of Doge Silvio, set sail to relieve Durazzo. The battle which followed was remarkable, both for the tactics developed by the Venetian commander, the fleet drawn up in half-moon formation, the vessels lashed together with the lighter craft between the horns, and for the ingenious engineering device by which iron-pointed balks of timber were either launched against the enemy's hulls or dropped on his decks from overhanging yards. The upshot was a complete victory for the Venetians and the relief of Durazzo. But in a land battle which took place in October of this year, the Greeks were utterly beaten. Durazzo fell into the hands of the Normans, and the Venetian fleet sailed home. In May of the following year, 1082, Venice received the rewards for which she had stipulated. The Chrysobull of Alexius conferred on Venetians the privilege of trading free of dues throughout the whole Eastern Empire, including the capital, and placed all Venetian merchants under the jurisdiction of the Doge, privileges which at once gave Venice an advantage over her rival Amalfi. In return for these concessions, Venice was still pledged to support Alexius at sea. In the next 3 years, 1083 to 1085, the Venetian fleet carried on campaigns against the Normans with varying fortune. At first, spring of 1084, they captured Corfu, and in the autumn of the same year, they won a great victory at Cassioppo. But at length Robert succeeded in breaking up their strong formation, and the result was a crushing and bloody defeat. The blame was laid at the door of the Doge, who was compelled to abdicate and retire to a monastery. It remained for his successor, Vitali Falier, 1084 to 1096, to witness the final freeing of the Adriatic from the Norman fleet, thanks partly to a brilliant victory at Butrino, 1085, partly to sickness which drove the Normans back to Italy. Robert Guiscard died in July of that year. End of section 59. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano.
Section 60 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Venice by Horatio F. Brown, Part 4. We are now approaching the period of the Crusades, throughout which Venice plays a prominent but distinctly self-interested part, deliberately building up her commercial status until, with the Fourth Crusade, she emerges as the greatest sea power, the most flourishing commercial community in the Mediterranean. As yet, the state had developed no fixed constitution, nor did she until the close of the 13th and the opening of the 14th century, when the constitution received its rigidly oligarchical form by the closing of the Great Council, 1296, and the creation of the Council of Ten, 1310. But during the period with which we have now to deal, 1096 to 1201, we shall find the germs of several departments which went eventually to create the Venetian constitution. These and the further development of her sea power, so vigorously displayed during the Norman campaigns, form the chief points of interest in Venetian history during the 12th century. The position of Venice as regards the Crusades was by no means easy. On the one hand, if she joined with vigor, she risked her flourishing trade with the Saracens, and she would have to face the hostility of the Eastern emperors, who disliked and suspected the Crusades. Moreover, her sea route down the Adriatic was far from secure. The Hungarians were a standing menace to Dalmatia, while the Normans had not abandoned their designs on both shores of the Adriatic mouth. All these considerations led Venice to desire a neutral place. She wished to trade with the Crusaders and their enemies alike. She was prepared to supply transport and provisions, but not to draw her sword against the infidel. On the other hand, the frank espousal of the Crusades by the commercial rivals of Venice, Genoa, and Pisa threatened to give them such overwhelming advantages in the East that the Republic found herself forced to abandon her neutral attitude. In 1095, the Council of Clermont proclaimed the First Crusade. The question of transport immediately presented itself. Of the three maritime powers of Italy, Genoa, Pisa, and Venice, the latter undoubtedly offered the greatest advantages, both in geographical position and in strength of armament. But Venice was the last of the sea-states to move. It was not until Jerusalem fell, 1099, that she made up her mind in view of the growing importance of Genoa and Pisa. Under the Doge Vitale Michiel I, 1096 to 1101, the first Venetian fleet with crusaders on board sailed for the Holy Land, 1099. It wintered in Rhodes, and there almost immediately revealed the true object of its presence in the Levant by coming to blows with the Pisans, who were also wintering in the harbor. In the following spring, the Venetians set sail for the Holy Land, plundering as they went, notably at Myra, where they broke up the church in their search for the bones of St. Nicholas. They arrived in time to take part in the siege of Haifa, which fell in October 1100. The Venetians at once claimed and received a trading quarter in the town, and thereby opened the long list of their factories in the Levant, but also by their new possession committed themselves to all the complications of the Levant. The fleet returned home in 1100. A long pause ensued. Venice was chiefly occupied with the effort to secure her sea route down the Adriatic and to settle the question of Dalmatia with the Hungarians. On the mainland of Italy, too, she was surely consolidating her trade. In 1102, she had the satisfaction of seeing the rival city of Ferrara reduced by the troops of Countess Matilda, and of establishing trading rights there, under the protection of a vicedomino or consul. During the reign of Ordolafo Falier, 1101 to 1118, Venice continued to prepare steadily for the part she was destined to play in the Levant. The necessity for maintaining her sea route, and the certainty that she would be called on to fight in the eastern Mediterranean, compelled the state to turn its attention to its fleet. In 1104, the arsenal was founded. When Domenico Michiel came to the throne, 1118 to 1130, the affairs of the Levant began to assume a prominent place once more in Venetian history. Baldwin I died in the year of the Doge's accession. Baldwin II, threatened by Mussulman power, appealed to the Italian sea-states for help. The Doge convened the General Assembly in St. Mark's, laid the situation before it, and insisted on the danger of allowing Pisa and Genoa to reap all the advantage in the Levant. An expedition was voted, though the dangers from the insecure sea route and the hostility of the new emperor of the East, John Comnenus, who had refused to renew the ancient privileges, were not overlooked. The pressure of Genoese and Pisan rivalry, in fact, forced the hand of Venice. The splendid fleet of 100 ships, ablaze with color, naves coloribus various picturate erant, set sail on 8th August, 1122. The expedition assumed the aspect of a marauding enterprise. Under cloak of wintering there, the Venetians tried to seize Corfu but failed. By 29th May, 1123, the Venetians were at Jaffa. The Doge immediately attacked and defeated the Egyptian fleet off Ascalon. The question now arose as to which of the two cities, Tyre or Ascalon, the Allies should besiege. The lot decided it in favor of Tyre, but not until the Doge had secured for his nation the promise of extensive trading rights throughout the whole Latin kingdom, exemption from dues, a church, a quarter, a bakery, and a bath in each city. The siege lasted from 16th February till 7th July, 1124. On the fall of the city, Venice exacted the fulfillment of her bargain, and with the capture of Tyre laid the solid foundation of her great Levantine trade. The success of Venice in Palestine and the numbers, wealth, and arrogance of the Venetians in Constantinople, it seems that the male Venetian population between 20 and 60 years of age residing in the capital was no less than 18,000 towards the close of the 12th century, coupled with the dislike and suspicion of the Crusaders generally, rendered the Greek emperors hostile on the whole towards the Republic. Circumstances, however, such as the need for Venetian assistance against the Normans, prevented the unrestrained display of their animus. On the fall of Tyre, the Emperor John forbade all Venetians in Constantinople to leave the city. They were to remain as hostages, while he refused to renew Venetian privileges. The Doge replied by plundering Rhodes, Chios, Kos, Samos on his triumphant journey home, and crowned his glories by recovering Spalato, Trau, and Zara Vecchia from the Hungarians on his way up the Adriatic. The emperor was without a fleet. He was entirely dependent on the Venetians for help at sea. The rupture of commercial relations proved a serious loss to his capital. Willingly or unwillingly, he came to terms, and in 1126 he renewed the treaties. But Venice was presently called upon to face anew a complicated situation between East and West. On Christmas Day 1130, Duke Rottger was crowned King of Sicily. The danger of a Norman power blocking the mouth of the Adriatic was still alive, while the menace to the Eastern Empire, developed by Robert Guiscard, was renewed by King Rottger. In April 1135, ambassadors from Venice and Constantinople appealed to the Emperor Lothar, who seized the occasion to form a combination against the Normans. In May 1137, the fleet of King Rottger suffered defeat off Trani, probably owing to the Venetians. But the Norman power remained a standing menace to both Venice and Constantinople. The Emperor Manuel, impotent at sea without a fleet, was forced by circumstances to approach the sea power which had saved Constantinople in the days of Robert Guiscard and Alexius. The Venetians, as usual, made a bargain. The emperor renewed the Golden Bull, enlarged the Venetian quarter in Constantinople, conferred the title of Protosebastos upon the Doge in perpetuity, and confirmed the annual tribute to the Church of St. Mark. The commercial supremacy of the Venetians was asserted in the clearest terms, 1147. The bargain struck, the Doge set sail to attack the Normans, but died at Caorle. He was succeeded by Domenico Morosini, 1148 to 1156. The fleet pursued its course under the command of John Polani, effected a junction with the imperial squadron, and beleaguered Corfu. The siege lasted a year. But during the course of it, the Greeks and Venetians came to loggerheads. In derision, the Venetian sailors dressed up a Negro slave as the emperor and paid him mock homage. Manuel Comnenus never forgave the insult and treasured its memory till his day for vengeance arrived. A new trend in Greek imperial politics was laid bare in 1151 by the capture of Ancona. It was clear that Manuel contemplated the revival of the Exarchate and possibly the recovery of Italy. Such a policy was, of course, a peril for Venice, a menace to the supremacy in the Adriatic which she was so carefully building up by her treaties with Fano, 1141, on the one coast, and Capodistria, 1145, Rovigno, Umago, Parenzo on the other. In Dalmatia, too, the same object was steadily pursued by the appointment of Venetian, quote, counts, end quote, in Zara, 1155, and other Dalmatian cities. In fact, the supremacy of Venice in the northern Adriatic was officially recognized by the Treaty of Peace between William, King of Sicily, and the Republic 1154, which brought the war with the Normans to a close, and that supremacy was threatened by Manuel. To the west, too, from the mainland of Italy, the independence, the very existence of Venice, were likewise menaced. The appearance of Frederick I Barbarossa in Italy, his declared hostility to the communes and to the Italian aspirations towards independence, warned the Republic of what might be in store for her. She espoused the cause of Alexander III, the anti-imperial pope, drawing down upon herself the wrath of the emperor, who stirred her neighbors Padua, Verona, Ferrara, and the Patriarch of Aquileia against her. In 1167, the Lombard League was formed and Venice was forced to join it. The confusion in Italy now seemed to the Emperor Manuel to offer the opportunity for realizing his dream of regaining the whole country for the Eastern Crown. The assistance of Venice, powerful in the Adriatic, was essential to his scheme. He approached the Republic on the subject, but met with no encouragement. His accumulated hatred of Venice, caused by the part she had played in the Crusades, the insult her sailors had offered him at Corfu, the arrogance and wealth of Venetians in Constantinople, suddenly blazed out. In 1171, every Venetian in the capital was arrested and his property confiscated. When the news reached Venice, there was a unanimous cry for war. 120 ships were soon ready, and in September 1171 the Doge set sail. On his way he attacked Ragusa, which surrendered and received a, quote, count, end quote. At Negropont, the emperor began to open negotiations and kept them dragging on till the fleet was obliged to go into winter quarters at Chios. There the plague broke out, some said from poisoned wells. The whole force was decimated, and when spring came it was only just able to struggle home. Here the Doge fell a victim to popular indignation, 28th May, 1172. This disastrous close to the expedition against Manuel led to a reform in the constitution. Events seem to have proved that the Doge was too independent, and that the popular assembly was too liable to be swept away by a storm of passion. To correct these defects, a body of 480 leading citizens was elected, for 1 year, in the 6 districts sestieri into which the city had lately been divided. This body was consultative and elective, and in it we doubtless get the germ of the Great Council, Maggior Concilio. The Doge, for the future, was required to take a coronation oath, the Promissione Ducale, by which he bound himself to observe certain constitutional obligations. To the 2 existing ducal councillors were added 4 more. The duties of the new body were to act with the Doge, and to supervise and check his actions. The Doge was absolutely forbidden to trade on his own account. In return for these restrictions, he was now surrounded with increased pomp. The Lombard League, for which Venice acted as banker, and the war with Manuel, proved a severe strain on the treasury and compelled the state to have recourse to a forced loan, 1171. The loan bore interest at 4%, and was secured on the whole revenue of the state. The exaction and administration of the fund was entrusted to a body called the Chamber of Loans, Camera degli Imprestiti. The amount of the loan was 1% of net incomes. The bonds could be devised, sold, or mortgaged, and here we find perhaps the earliest example of national obligations or consols. Other important magistracies, such as the Quarantia, or Supreme Court, the Giudice del Proprio, or judge in commercial suits, and the Avogadori del Comune, or procurators fiscal, were created about this time. The campanile was completed as far as the bell chamber, the piazza was enlarged and paved, the twin columns of San Teodoro and San Marco erected. In short, it is clear that in the latter half of the 12th century, Venice was rapidly developing as a constitutional state, though the completion of her growth took place in a period beyond the limits of this chapter. The affairs of the Lombard League had now reached a crisis. The final issue was decided by the Battle of Legnano, 1176, in which the communes were victorious. Frederick resolved to make peace. He expressed a desire to meet Pope Alexander III, and Venice was chosen as the scene of the conference where the Peace of Venice was signed. The advantages which accrued to the Republic were great. All Europe was assembled within her walls. She appeared as the equal and the friend of Emperor and Pope alike. Her independent position was apparently unchallenged. Moreover, by a special treaty, 17th August 1177, the emperor renewed all previous privileges and declared that subjects of the Kingdom of Italy might trade, quote, as far as Venice, but no farther, end quote, usque ad vos et non amplius, a restriction which looks very much as if Venice had established her claim to dominion in the upper Adriatic. From the Pope, Venice received the ring with which her doge wedded the Adriatic, and more important still, a final settlement of the long-standing quarrel between Aquileia and Grado. During the reign of the doge Orio Mastropiero, 1178 to 1192, the position of Venice in the east was threatened once more, and the seeds of the Fourth Crusade were sown. Andronicus attacked the Latins in Constantinople, 1182, and sacked their quarters. The refugees appealed to William, King of Sicily, and he and the Venetians set out to avenge the massacre of Constantinople. Their approach caused the fall of Andronicus, to whom succeeded Isaac Angelus, favorably disposed towards Venice, ready to renew the chrysobuls and to compensate for damage, in return for which Venice pledged herself to supply from 40 to 100 warships at the imperial request. During the Third Crusade, Venice played her usual rôle, that is to say, she transported the crusaders, took a part in their sieges, and exacted trading privileges as her recompense. In fact, the commerce of Venice was steadily expanding under the vigilant care of her rulers. She was now about to set the seal to her commercial supremacy by her acquisitions after the Fourth Crusade, under her great Doge Enrico Dandolo, 1193 to 1205. Early in his reign, though not without considerable trouble, the Doge secured the renewal and enlargement of the Venetian privileges in Constantinople, where their quarter became, as it were, a little semi-independent state inside the empire. In 1201, the ambassadors from the French Crusaders appeared at Venice, begging, as usual, for transport. The bargain was struck. Venice pledged herself to carry and to victual for a year 4,500 horses, 9,000 esquires, and 20,000 foot soldiers. The price was to be 85,000 silver marks of Cologne. The Republic was to furnish for her own part 50 galleys, on condition that half of all conquests by sea or land should belong to her. It is a proof of the great sea power of Venice that she could undertake the transport of so large an army. The last clause of the bargain left little doubt as to her real intentions in the Fourth Crusade, which forms the subject of the following chapter. End of section 60. Read by Chloe H.W., Melbourne, Australia, May 1st, 2025.
Section 61 of The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Fourth Crusade and the Latin Empire, Part 1, by Charles Diehl. On 28 November 1199, some great nobles of Champagne and Picardy, who had assembled in the castle of Aix-sur-Aisne for a tournament, resolved to assume the cross and go to deliver the Holy Land. They elected Tybalt III, Count of Champagne, as leader. The suggested expedition coincided so entirely with the desires of Pope Innocent III that he encouraged it with all his might. At his call, Fulk, parish priest of Neuilly in France, and Abbot Martin of Pyrrhus in Germany, began a series of sermons, which by their fervor easily persuaded the mass of the faithful to enlist in the crusade. No doubt the Western sovereigns intervened only indirectly in the preparation and direction of the expedition, Philip Augustus being engaged in his struggle with John Lackland, and Philip of Swabia entirely engrossed in disputing the empire with Otto of Brunswick. The crusade was essentially a feudal enterprise, led by an oligarchy of great barons, and, even at first, partly inspired by worldly aspirations and material interests. In this particular, the Fourth Holy War differed greatly from the previous ones. For many of the Crusaders, says Luchaire, it was above all a business matter, and this consideration will perhaps help us to a better understanding of the character which this undertaking quickly assumed. For the transport of the Crusaders to the east, a fleet was necessary. In February 1201, the barons sent delegates, of whom Villehardouin was one, to Venice to procure the requisite naval force from the mighty Republic. After somewhat troublesome negotiations, recorded for us by Villehardouin, a treaty was concluded in April 1201, whereby in return for a sum of 85,000 marks of silver, the Venetians agreed to supply the Crusaders by 28 June 1202 with the ships and provisions necessary for the transport of their army overseas. Venice, moreover, joined in the enterprise, astutely realizing the advantage to be gained by guiding and directing the expedition. The Doge, Enrico Dandolo, solemnly assumed the cross at St. Mark's, and in return the Crusaders promised to assign half of their conquests to Venice. Most of the knights regarded Syria as the goal of the expedition and cherished the ambition of reconquering the Holy Land. The great barons, on the other hand, wished to strike at the heart of the Muslim power, i.e., Egypt, and this divergence of views heavily handicapped the whole crusade. It has been asserted that the Venetians, who were bound by treaties with the Sultan of Egypt and did not wish to compromise their commercial interests, were from the first hostile to the expedition, and sought means of diverting the Crusaders from their path, thus betraying Christendom. There is nothing to prove that they planned this deliberately, but it is obvious that the stiff contract of April 1201 rendered the Christian army dependent on the Republic. The Crusaders slowly prepared to cross the Alps. Meanwhile, the death of Theobald of Champagne had obliged them to find another leader. On the recommendation of the King of France, an Italian baron was chosen, Boniface, Marquis of Montferrat, whose brothers had played a great part in the East, both Latin and Byzantine. At Soissons, on 16 August 1201, he was acclaimed by the barons, after which he betook himself to Germany, where he spent part of the winter with Philip of Swabia, his intimate friend, and to this visit great importance for the ultimate fate of the crusade has sometimes been attributed. Meanwhile, the army was mustering at Venice, where it was assembled in July-August 1202, but the Crusaders had only paid the Venetians a small part of the sum agreed upon as payment for the voyage, and it was impossible for them to collect the remainder. Interned in the island of St. Nicolo di Lido, Harassed by demands from the Venetian merchants and threats that their supplies would be cut off if the money were not forthcoming, the Crusaders were finally obliged to accept the Doge's proposal that they should be granted a respite if they helped the Republic to reconquer the city of Zara, which had been taken by the Hungarians. In spite of the indignant protests of Innocent III and his legate at an attack directed against a Christian city and a crusading ruler, the enterprise had to be undertaken in order to satisfy the Venetian demands. The barons unwillingly agreed to engage in it, September 1202, and on 8 November 1202 the fleet sailed amidst general rejoicings. On 10 November Zara was attacked and surrendered in 5 days when the Venetians destroyed it utterly. It was in vain that Innocent III threatened and excommunicated the Venetians. The Crusaders were now preoccupied by considerations of greater importance, which diverted the crusade to a new objective. It had been undertaken with the object of delivering Jerusalem or attacking Egypt. It ended in the conquest of Constantinople. For over a century, the West had for many reasons been casting looks of hate and envy toward Byzantium. The Norman kings of Sicily and their German successor, the Emperor Henry VI, had several times directed their dreams of conquest towards the Greek Empire. The leaders of the various crusades, indignant at the treachery and ill will of the Byzantines, had more than once contemplated taking Constantinople and destroying the monarchy. Finally, the Venetians, who had for a century been masters of the commerce with the Levant and were anxious to keep for themselves the fine markets of the East, were becoming uneasy, both at the increasing animosity displayed by the Greeks and at the rivalry of the other maritime cities of Italy. In the course of the 12th century, they had several times been obliged to defend their position and privileges by force of arms. Therefore, their politicians, and especially the Doge Enrico Dandolo, were considering whether the easiest way of resolving the problem and securing the commercial prosperity of the Republic in the East would not be to conquer the Byzantine Empire and establish on its ruins a colonial Venetian empire. All these various causes, unrealized ambitions of conquest, old accumulated grudges against the Greeks, threatened economic interests, almost inevitably led to the diversion of the Fourth Crusade to Constantinople. All that was necessary was that an opportunity should offer itself. This opportunity occurred in the course of 1202. The Basileus reigning in Constantinople, Alexius Angelus, had dethroned his brother Isaac in 1195 and had cast the deposed monarch and his young son Alexius into prison. The latter succeeded in escaping and came to Germany, either at the end of 1201 or else in the spring of 1202, to seek the help of his brother-in-law, Philip of Swabia, husband of his sister Irene. But Philip had no means of giving direct support to the young prince. Did he arrange with Boniface of Montferrat, or with the Venetians who were interested in reopening the Eastern question, that the crusading army then inactive at Venice should be utilized against Byzantium? Scholars of today have devoted much discussion to this very obscure historical point. It has been suggested that Philip of Swabia, deeply interested in his young brother-in-law, and moreover cherishing, like his brother Henry VI, personal ambitions with regard to the East, immediately on the arrival of Alexius agreed with Boniface of Montferrat that the crusade should be diverted to Constantinople. It has been suggested that he hoped by this means to checkmate the papacy, and by threatening to ruin the projected crusade, force Innocent III to seek a reconciliation with him. The question has also been raised whether the Venetians had long premeditated their attack on Zara, and whether or not they had agreed with the Marquis of Montferrat that the fleet should next set sail for Byzantium. In a word, whether the diversion of the crusade sprang from fortuitous causes or was the result of deep intrigues and premeditated designs. This, says Rottger wisely, will never be known, and science has something better to do than interminably to discuss an insoluble problem. All that can be said is that the arrival of young Alexius in the West suited the policy of the Doge Enrico Dandolo admirably, and that the latter used it with supreme ability to insist on an attempt upon Byzantium against the wishes of some of the Crusaders, thereby ensuring enormous advantages to his country. Even before leaving Venice in September 1202, the leaders of the Crusade had received messengers from the Greek claimant and had entered into negotiations with Philip of Swabia. After the capture of Zara, envoys from the German king and his young brother-in-law brought them much more definite proposals. In return for the help to be given him in recapturing Constantinople, Alexius promised the Crusaders to pay the balance still owing to the Venetians, to provide them with the money and supplies necessary for conquering Egypt, to assist them by sending a contingent of 10,000 men, to maintain 500 knights to guard the Holy Land, and finally to bring about religious reunion with Rome. It was a tempting offer, and under pressure from the Venetians and Montferrat, the leading barons decided to accept it. No doubt a certain number of knights protested and left the army, starting for Syria direct. It was represented to the majority that the expedition to Constantinople in no way superseded the original plan, that in fact it would facilitate its execution, that moreover it would be a meritorious act and one pleasing to God to restore the legitimate heir to the throne. It is also clear that at this time no one contemplated the destruction of the Greek Empire. Whatever their real wishes, the majority allowed themselves to be persuaded. On 25 April 1203, Alexius joined Montferrat and Dandolo at Zara, and at Corfu in May was signed the definitive treaty which established the diversion of the great enterprise. The Pope, solicitous as always that the Crusade should not fall to pieces, allowed matters to go their own way. On 25 May, the crusading fleet left Corfu, and on 24 June 1203, it appeared outside Constantinople. Everyone knows the celebrated passage in which Villehardouin describes the impressions which the Crusaders experienced at first sight of the great Byzantine city. Now wit ye well that they gazed at Constantinople, those who had never seen it, for they had not dreamed that there was in all the world so rich a city, when they beheld the high walls and the mighty towers by which she was enclosed all round, and those rich palaces and those great churches, of which there were so many that none might believe it if he had not seen it with his own eyes, and the length and breadth of the city, which was sovereign among all. And wit ye well that there was no man so bold that he did not tremble. And this was not wonderful, for never was so great a matter undertaken by any man since the world was created. The Crusaders had expected that the Greeks would welcome with enthusiasm the monarch whom they had come to restore. But on the contrary, everyone rallied around Alexius III, who was regarded as the defender of national independence. The Latins were therefore obliged to resort to force. They stormed the Tower of Galata, forced the chain across the harbor, and entered the Golden Horn. Then on 17 July 1203, they assaulted the town by land and sea. Alexius III, realizing his defeat, fled. His victims, Isaac and the young Alexius, were restored to the throne. On 1 August, they were solemnly crowned at St. Sophia in the presence of the Latin barons. The new sovereigns received the Latins as benefactors and preservers of the empire. They hastened to carry out the promises they had made and lavished on them the wealth of the capital, thereby only increasing the covetousness of the Crusaders, which was already excited. This friendship did not last long. Torn between the demands of his allies and the hostility of the national party, which accused him of having betrayed Byzantium to aliens, the young Alexius IV was soon unable to fulfill his promises. Urged by the Venetians, the Latins had decided to pass the winter season in Constantinople, but they had made the mistake of evacuating the capital after an occupation of a few days, and the insolence of the Greeks had been thereby greatly increased. Finally, Dandolo, who during the temporary absence of Montferrat was in command, seized the opportunity of multiplying difficulties and preparing a breach by his unreasonableness. In these circumstances, a catastrophe was inevitable. There were affrays and riots, followed by a revolution. In February 1204, the son-in-law of the Emperor Alexius III, Alexius Ducas, nicknamed Murtzouphlos, the leader of the national party, caused the downfall of the two weak emperors who were incapable of resisting the demands of the Crusaders. And a few days later, Alexius IV was strangled in prison. Henceforth, any agreement was impossible. The only means of realizing the great hopes inspired by the capture of Constantinople, ensuring the success of the Crusade, and attaining the union of the churches, was to seize Constantinople and keep it. The Venetians especially insisted on the necessity of finishing the work and founding a Latin empire. And in the month of March 1204, the Crusaders agreed on the manner in which they should divide the future conquest. The French and the Venetians were to share equally in the booty of Constantinople. An assembly of 6 Venetians and 6 Frenchmen were to elect the emperor, to whom was to be assigned a quarter of the conquered territory. The other 3 quarters were to go half to the Venetians, half to the Crusaders. Dandolo succeeded in arranging everything to the advantage of Venice. The city of St. Mark obtained a promise that she should receive the lion's share of the booty by way of indemnity for what was due to her, that all her commercial privileges should be preserved, and that the party which did not provide the emperor, a privilege to which Venice attached no importance, should receive the Patriarchate of Constantinople and should occupy St. Sophia. Moreover, the Doge arranged matters so that the new empire, feudally organized, should be weak as opposed to Venice. Having thus ordered all things to the honor of God, of the Pope, and of the empire, the Crusaders devoted themselves to the task of taking Constantinople. The first assault on 9 April 1204 failed. The attack on 12 April was more successful. The outer wall was taken, and while a vast conflagration broke out in the town, Murtzouphlos, losing courage, fled. On the morrow, the leaders of the army established themselves in the imperial palaces and allowed their soldiers to pillage Constantinople for 3 days. The Crusaders treated the city with appalling cruelty. Murder, rape, sacrilege, robbery were let loose. These defenders of Christ, wrote Pope Innocent III himself, who should have turned their swords only against the infidels, have bathed in Christian blood. They have respected neither religion, nor age, nor sex. They have committed in open day adultery, fornication, and incest. Matrons and virgins, even those vowed to God, were delivered to the ignominious brutality of the soldiery. And it was not enough for them to squander the treasures of the empire and to rob private individuals, whether great or small. They have dared to lay their hands on the wealth of the churches. They have been seen tearing from the altars the silver adornments, breaking them in fragments over which they quarreled, violating the sanctuaries, carrying away the icons, crosses, and relics. St. Sophia was the scene of disgraceful proceedings. A drunken soldiery might be seen destroying the sacred books, treading pious images underfoot, polluting the costly materials, drinking from the consecrated vessels, distributing sacerdotal ornaments and jewels torn from the altars to courtesans and camp followers. A prostitute seated herself on the throne of the patriarch, and there struck up a ribald song. The most famous works of art were destroyed, bronze statues melted down and used for coinage, and among so many horrors, the Greek historian Nicetas, who in an eloquent lament described and mourned the ruin of his country, declared that even the Saracens would have been more merciful than these men who yet claimed to be soldiers of Christ. The Latins themselves at last experienced some feelings of shame. The leaders of the army took severe measures to restore order, but pillage was followed by methodical and organized extortion. Under pain of excommunication, all stolen objects must be brought to a common store. A systematic search for treasure and relics was instituted, and the spoils were divided between the conquerors. The booty was so great, writes Villehardouin, that no man could give you account thereof. Gold and silver, plate and precious stones, samite and silks, and garments of fur, vair, and silver gray, and ermine, and all the riches ever found on earth. And Geoffrey de Villehardouin, Marshal of Champagne, truly bears witness, according to his knowledge and in truth, that never since the world was created was so much taken in a city. The total share of the Crusaders, 3/8, seems to have amounted to 400,000 marks of silver. The churches of the West were enriched with sacred spoils from Constantinople, and the Venetians, better informed than the rest as to the wealth of Byzantium, knew very well how to make their choice. After the booty, there was still the empire to be divided. On 9 May 1204, the Electoral College assembled to elect the new sovereign. One man seemed destined to occupy the throne. The leader of the Crusade, the Marquis Boniface of Montferrat, who was popular with the Lombards because of his nationality, with the Germans because of his relationship to Philip of Swabia, and even with the Greeks because of the marriage he had recently contracted with Margaret of Hungary, widow of Isaac Angelus. But for these very reasons, Montferrat was likely to prove too powerful a sovereign, and consequently a source of uneasiness to Venice, which meant to derive great advantages for herself from the Crusade. Boniface was therefore passed over in favor of a less important noble, Baldwin, Count of Flanders. On 16 May, the latter was crowned with great pomp in St. Sophia, and those who admired the magnificent ceremonial displayed in these festivities might well believe that nothing had changed in Byzantium since the glorious days of the Comneni. End of section 61. Read by John R. Moore, Albertville, Alabama, October 2024. Section 62 of The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Fourth Crusade and the Latin Empire, Part 2, by Charles Diehl. But this was only a semblance, as was obvious a little later when the final division of the empire took place. As his personal dominions, the new emperor was awarded the territory which stretched west and east of the Sea of Marmora, from Zurulum, Corlu, to the Black Sea in Europe, and in Asia Minor, Bithynia and Mysia to the vicinity of Nicaea. Some of the larger islands of the archipelago were also assigned to him: Samothrace, Lesbos, Chios, Samos, and Kos. This was little enough, and even in his capital the emperor was not sole master. By a somewhat singular arrangement, he only possessed 5/8 of the city. The remainder, including St. Sophia, belonged to the Venetians, who had secured the lion's share of the gains. They took everything which helped them to maintain their maritime supremacy: Epirus, Acarnania, Aetolia, the Ionian Islands, the whole of the Peloponnesus, Gallipoli, Rodosto, Heraclea in the Sea of Marmora, and Hadrianople in the interior, several of the islands in the archipelago, Naxos, Andros, Euboea, and finally Crete, which Boniface of Montferrat relinquished to them. The Doge assumed the title of despot. He was dispensed from paying homage to the emperor, and proudly styled himself Lord of 1/4 and a half of the Greek Empire. A Venetian, Thomas Morosini, was raised to the patriarchate, and became the head of the Latin Church in the new empire. Venice, indeed, was not to hold in her own hand all the territory granted to her. In Epirus, she was content to hold Durazzo, and in the Peloponnesus, Coron and Modon. She granted other districts as fiefs to various great families of her aristocracy. Corfu and most of the islands of the archipelago thus became Venetian seignores, the Duchy of Naxos, Marquisate of Cerigo, Grand Duchy of Lemnos, Duchy of Crete, etc. But by means of all this, and the land she occupied directly, she secured for herself unquestioned supremacy in the Levantine seas. The empire was very weak compared with the powerful republic. Nor was this all. Some compensation had to be given to Boniface of Montferrat for having missed the imperial dignity. He was promised Asia Minor and continental Greece, but finally, despite the emperor, he exchanged Asia Minor for Macedonia and the north of Thessaly, which formed the kingdom of Thessalonica held by him as vassal of the empire. The counts and barons had next to be provided for, and a whole crop of feudal seigniories blossomed forth in the Byzantine world. Henry of Flanders, the emperor's brother, became lord of Adramyttium. Louis of Blois was made Duke of Nicaea. Rainier of Trit, Duke of Philippopolis. Hugh of St. Pol, Lord of Demotica. On one day, 1 October 1204, the emperor knighted 600 and distributed fiefs to them. Some weeks later, other seigniories came into being in Thessaly and the parts of Greece conquered by Montferrat. The Pallavicini became marquises of Budonitza. The La Roche family, first barons and subsequently dukes, of Athens. Latin nobles settled in Euboea, over whom Venice quickly established her suzerainty. Finally, in the Peloponnesus, William of Champlitte and Geoffrey of Villardouin, the historian's nephew, founded the Principality of Achaia. In this new society, the Crusaders introduced all the Western institutions to the Byzantine East. The Latin Empire was an absolutely feudal state, whose legislation, modeled on that of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, was contained in the Assizes of Romania. Elected by the barons, the emperor was only the foremost baron, in spite of the ceremony with which he had surrounded himself and the great officers of his court. To render the empire, thus born of the Crusade, living and durable, a strong government and a perfectly centralized state were necessary, whereas Baldwin was almost powerless. Boniface of Montferrat, in particular, was a most unruly subject, and to impose on him the homage due to his suzerain, Baldwin was obliged to make war on him and to occupy Thessalonica for a while, August 1204. And in these civil disorders there was danger, for, as is said by Villardouin, if God had not been pitiful, all that had been gained would have been lost, and Christendom would have been exposed to the peril of death. Matters were arranged more or less satisfactorily, but the emergency had clearly demonstrated the emperor's weakness. As to the vassals of the outlying parts of Greece, the dukes of Athens and princes of Achaia, they generally took no interest in the affairs of the empire. The position with the Venetians was even more difficult, engrossed as they were in their own economic interests and impatient of all control. Romania was their chattel, and they meant to keep the emperor dependent on them. By the agreement of October 1205, a council was established in which sat the Venetian podesta and the great Frank barons to assist the emperor. It combined the right of superintending military operations with judicial powers, and had the privilege of controlling the sovereign's decisions. A high court of justice, composed of Latins and Venetians, similarly regulated everything which affected the relations between vassals and suzerain. Furthermore, the Venetians were exempted from all taxation. Thus, the New France, as it was called by the Pope, which had come into being in the East, was singularly weak owing to the differences between the conquerors, and Innocent III, who at first hailed with enthusiasm the miracle wrought by God to the glory of his name, the honor and benefit of the Roman See, the advantage of Christendom, very soon experienced a grave disillusion. Many other difficulties, indeed, endangered the new empire. The manner in which the Latins had treated Constantinople was ill-adapted to gain the friendship of the Greeks. The fundamental misunderstanding between victors and vanquished could not fail to become intensified. It was impossible to establish agreement between the two races, the two churches, the two civilizations. The brutal methods of conquest and the inevitable confiscations, from the first the Latins had seized all the property of the Greek Church, did not conduce to settle difficulties and to quell hatred. There were indeed some Latin princes of greater political insight, Montferrat in Thessalonica, Villehardouin in Achaia, and Baldwin's successor, Henry of Flanders, who sought to conciliate the vanquished by assuring them that their rights and property would be respected. But except in the Peloponnesus, the results obtained were disappointing. With the exception of some great nobles, such as Theodore Branas, who adhered to the new government, the great mass of the Greek nation remained irreconcilable, and the patriotic party felt deep contempt for those servile souls whom, as Nicetas wrote, ambition armed against their country, for those traitors who to secure some territory had submitted to the conquerors, when they should have wished to remain eternally at war with the Latins. The principal effect of the taking of Constantinople by the Crusaders was to arouse patriotic sentiment in the Greeks and to reawaken in them the sense of nationality. Round the son-in-law of the Emperor Alexius III, Theodore Lascaris, had collected any of the Byzantine aristocracy and leading Orthodox clergy that had escaped disaster, and in 1206 the Greek prince caused himself to be solemnly crowned as Emperor of the Romans. Other Greek states rose from the ruins of the empire. Some princes of the family of the Comneni founded an empire at Trebizond, which lasted until the 15th century. In Epirus, a bastard of the house of Angelus, Michael Angelus Comnenus, established a despotat which reached from Naupactus to Durazzo, and other seigniories were founded by Gabelus at Rhodes, by Mencaphus at Philadelphia, and in Greece by Leo Scorus. Of these states, two were specially formidable, Epirus, which threatened Thessalonica, and Nicaea, which aspired to conquer Asia Minor, preparatory to regaining Constantinople. Herein were many sources of weakness for the Latin Empire. The Bulgarian peril added yet another cause for uneasiness. Since the end of the 12th century, an independent state had arisen in Bulgaria, at whose head was the Tsar Kolojan, or Ioannitsa, 1197 to 1207, who styled himself Tsar of the Wallachians and the Bulgars. He was hostile to the Byzantines and quite disposed to be friendly with the Latins. He was also on good terms with Rome, and had even been crowned by a legate of Innocent III. When, therefore, he heard of the taking of Constantinople, he was quite ready to come to terms with the Crusaders. But they took a high hand, and summoned the Bulgarian Tsar to restore the portion of the Greek Empire unjustly retained by him. This was a grave mistake, and was recognized as such by Pope Innocent III. Had the Latins been on peaceful terms with the Bulgars, they might have had some chance of opposing the Greeks, but their methods were such as to unite all their adversaries against them. Without money, without authority, almost without an army, what could the weak sovereign of the new Latin Empire do when faced by the hostility of his Greek subjects and of the external enemies, Byzantines and Bulgars, who were threatening him? It was in vain that he posed as the successor of the Basileus, and sometimes caused uneasiness to the Pope by his daring claims on church property. His position was precarious. The Latin Empire, offspring of the Fourth Crusade, lasted barely half a century, 1204 to 1261, and this short-lived and fragile creation embittered yet more the antagonism which separated the Greeks and the Latins. Nevertheless, in the first period of confusion which followed the taking of Constantinople, the Latins met with success everywhere. Boniface of Montferrat made a magnificent sally across Thessaly and central Greece, which carried him to Athens and to the very walls of Corinth and Nauplia, the end of 1204 to May 1205. About the same time, Henry of Flanders undertook the conquest of Asia Minor, November 1204. With the assistance of the Comneni of Trebizond, who were jealous of the new empire of Nicaea, he defeated the troops of Theodore Lascaris at Poimanenon, December 1204, and seized the most important cities of Bithynia, Nicomedia, Abydos, Adramyttium, and Lopadium. The barely established Greek state seemed on the point of destruction when suddenly the Frank troops were recalled to Europe by a grave emergency, and Theodore Lascaris was saved. The Greek population of Thrace, discontented with the Latin rule, had revolted, and at their call the Bulgarian Tsar Ioannitsa had invaded the empire. The Emperor Baldwin and the aged Doge Dandolo advanced boldly with the weak forces at their disposal to meet the enemy. On 14 April 1205, in the plains of Hadrianople, the Latin army was defeated. Baldwin, who was taken prisoner by the Bulgars, disappeared mysteriously a few weeks later, and Dandolo led all that remained of the army back to Constantinople, where he died and was buried with solemnity in St. Sophia, his conquest. It seemed as though in this formidable crisis the empire must perish, but it was saved by the energetic measures of Henry of Flanders, Baldwin's brother. Chosen by the barons first as regent of Romania, then crowned as emperor on 21 August 1206, Henry of Flanders, by his courage, energy, and intelligence, was quite equal to the task imposed on him. He was able not only to encounter the Bulgarian invasion and repel it, but also to restore unity among the Latins and even to secure the submission of the Greeks. During his 10 years' reign, 1206 to 1216, he was the real founder of the Latin Empire. The Greeks, indeed, began to be uneasy at the violence and brutality of their terrible Bulgarian ally. Ioannitsa pillaged everything, burnt everything, and massacred everyone in his path. He longed to avenge the defeats which in bygone days Basil II had inflicted on his nation, and just as the Byzantine emperor had styled himself the slayer of Bulgars, Bulgaroktonos, so he proudly flaunted the title of Slayer of Romans, Romaioktonos. The horrified Greeks therefore soon reverted to the side of the Latins. The Emperor Henry knew how to profit by these sentiments. He secured the assistance of Theodore Branas, one of the great Byzantine leaders, by granting him Demotica and Hadrianople as fiefs, October 1205. In person, he waged victorious warfare with the Bulgars. He relieved Rainier of Trit, who was besieged in Stenimacus, and retook Hadrianople, 1206. Finally, to the great advantage of the empire, he became reconciled with Boniface of Montferrat, whose daughter Agnes was betrothed to him. Undoubtedly the death of the Marquis king, killed in battle in 1207, and the Bulgarian attack on Thessalonica were fresh causes of disquietude. Fortunately for the Latin Empire, Ioannitsa was assassinated outside the city he was besieging, October 1207. The Greek legend assigns the credit for his death to the saintly patron of the city, Saint Demetrius, who, mounted on his war horse and armed with his invincible spear, is said to have stricken down the terrible enemy of Hellenism in his own camp. It is unnecessary to add that it happened in a less miraculous manner. But the death of the Bulgarian Tsar delivered the empire from a great danger. His successor, Boril, after his defeat in 1208 at Philippopolis, soon made peace, which was sealed in 1215 by the marriage of the Emperor Henry with the Tsar's daughter. About the same time, matters improved in Asia Minor. In 1206, at the instigation of David Comnenus, Emperor of Trebizond, who was uneasy at the aggrandizement of Theodore Lascaris and wrathful at the imperial title recently assumed by the despot of Nicaea, the Latins resumed the offensive in Asia Minor and seized Cyzicus and Nicomedia, which they retained until 1207. But the Bulgarian danger necessitated the concentration of all the forces of the empire. In order to be able to recall all his troops from Asia Minor, Henry concluded a 2 years' armistice with Lascaris. The struggle was resumed as soon as the Bulgarian peril had been averted. Lascaris, having vanquished the Turks on the Meander, 1210, became a source of uneasiness to the Latins as he contemplated attacking Constantinople. The emperor boldly took the offensive, crossed to Asia, and on 13 October 1211 overwhelmingly defeated the Nicaean sovereign on the river Luparcos, Rindekos. Lascaris determined to make peace. By the Treaty of 1212 he relinquished to the Latins the northwest of Asia Minor, all the western part of Mysia and Bithynia. While Henry thus waged victorious warfare with his external enemies, he also strengthened the imperial authority at home. On the death of Boniface of Montferrat, the throne of Thessalonica passed to his infant son, Demetrius, in whose name the government was carried on by the Queen Regent, Margaret of Hungary, and Count Hubert of Baindrate, bailey or guardian of the kingdom. The Lombard party, whose leader Hubert was unfriendly to the Queen Regent, and even more hostile to the French and the Emperor, whose suzerainty they wished to repudiate. Henry had no hesitation in marching on Thessalonica, and in spite of Baindrate's resistance, he succeeded in occupying the city. Then, supported by the Queen Regent, he enforced the recognition of his suzerainty, settled the succession which had been left open by the death of Boniface, and caused the young Demetrius to be crowned, January 1209. Henry indeed still had much to do in combating the intrigues of Baindrate, whom he arrested, and in neutralizing the hostility of the Lombard nobles of Ceres and Christopolis, who intended to bar the emperor's return to Constantinople. He had, however, solidly established the prestige of the empire in Thessalonica. Thence he proceeded to Thessaly, and, after having crushed the resistance of the Lombard nobles at Larissa, at the beginning of 1209, in the Parliament of Ravenna, he received the homage of the French barons of the south, above all, the Megaskia of Athens and of the Prince of Achaia, who since the death of Boniface wished to be immediate vassals of the empire because of their hatred of the Lombards. Henry displayed no less energy in religious matters, and his anti-clerical policy, whereby he refused to return ecclesiastical property seized by laymen, caused displeasure to Innocent III more than once. The Concordat, signed at the Second Parliament of Ravenna, May 1210, seemed for a time to have arranged matters. The barons undertook to return any church property illegally detained by them. The clergy promised to hold these from the civil state, and to pay the land tax for them. But this attempt at an agreement led to no lasting results. Henry also insisted on opposing the claims of the Patriarch Morosini to govern the Latin Church despotically, and at Morosini's death in 1211, he secured the election to the Patriarchate of a candidate chosen by himself. He was equally careful to protect his Greek subjects against the demands of the Latin Church. Unfortunately, this monarch, the best of the emperors whom fate gave to the Latin Empire of Constantinople, died, perhaps of poison, on 11 June 1216, when he was still under 40. This was an irreparable loss for the empire. Henceforward, under the weak successors of the Emperor Henry, the state founded by the Crusaders moved slowly toward its ruin. End of section 62. Read by John R. Moore, Albertville, Alabama, January 2025.
Section 63 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rucker. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Fourth Crusade and the Latin Empire, Part 3, by Charles Diehl. Yolande, sister of the two first Latin emperors, was married to Peter of Courtenay, Count of Auxerre, and he was elected emperor by the barons in preference to Andrew, King of Hungary, a nephew by marriage of Baldwin and Henry. Peter set out for Constantinople, but in the course of an expedition which he undertook to Epirus, with the object of reconquering Durazzo, which had been taken from the Venetians by the Greeks, he was betrayed into the hands of Theodore Angelus, despot of Epirus, and died soon afterwards in his prison, 1217. The Empress Yolande, who had reached the shores of the Bosphorus in safety, then assumed the regency provisionally in the name of the missing emperor, and with the help of Conan of Bethune, one of the heroes of the Crusade, she governed for 2 years, 1217 through 1219. But a man was needed to defend the empire. The barons elected Philip, the eldest son of Peter and Yolande, who declined the honor offered to him. His younger brother, Robert of Courtenay, was then chosen in his place. He set out in 1220 and was crowned by the Patriarch on 25 March 1221. He reigned for 7 years, 1221 through 1228. After him, his throne passed to his brother, Baldwin II, a boy of 11, during whose minority, 1228 through 1237, the government was entrusted to John of Brienne, formerly King of Jerusalem, a brave knight, but an absolutely incapable statesman. Under these feeble governments, which succeeded each other for 20 years, Greeks and Bulgars found an easy victim in the exhausted Latin Empire. In 1222, a grave event took place. The Latin kingdom of Thessalonica succumbed to the attacks of the despot of Epirus. Theodore Ducas Angelus had succeeded his brother Michael in 1214, and by a series of successful undertakings he had, at the expense of both the Greeks and Bulgars, greatly augmented the state he had inherited. He had retaken Durazzo, 1215, and Corfu from the Venetians, and occupied Ochrida and Pelagonia. He appeared to the Greeks as the savior and restorer of Hellenism. In 1222 he attacked Thessalonica, where the youthful Demetrius, son of Boniface of Montferrat, was now reigning. He took the city easily and was then crowned emperor by the Metropolitan of Ochrida. In the ensuing years, 1222 through 1231, the new Vasilius extended his sway at the expense of the Bulgars to Macedonia and Thrace, to the neighborhood of Hadrianople, Philippopolis, and Christopolis. In 1224 he attacked the Latin Empire and defeated Robert of Courtenay's troops at Sarras. At the very time when the peril which threatened it in Europe was thus increasing, the Latin Empire lost Asia Minor. When Theodore Lascaris, 1206 to 1222, first emperor of Nicaea, died, he left a greatly increased and solidly established state to his son-in-law, John Vatatzes. He had, by victories over the Comneni of Trebizond and over the Seljuk Turks, advanced his frontiers to the upper streams of the Sagarius and the Makander. Vatatzes, who was as good a general as he was an able administrator, during his long reign, 1222 through 1254, completed the work of Lascaris and bestowed a final period of prosperity on Greek Asia Minor. By 1224 he had recaptured from the Latins almost all the territory they still held in Anatolia, and in a fierce battle at Pinaninan he defeated their army commanded by Makar of St. Menhuld. At the same time his fleet seized Lesbos, Chios, Samos, Icaria, and Kos, and compelled the Greek ruler of Rhodes to recognize Vatatzes as suzerain. Before long, the emperor of Nicaea, who was jealous of the success of the new Greek monarch of Thessalonica and suspicious as to his aims, dispatched troops to Europe. Meditis and Gallipoli were taken and sacked, and, at the call of the revolted Greeks in Hadrianople, the army of the Nicaean sovereign occupied the city for a time, 1224. There they encountered the soldiers of the emperor of Thessalonica, to whom they had to yield the city. Unfortunately, the Latins were incapable of profiting by the quarrels of the two Greek emperors who fell out over their spoils. They were no better able to profit by the chances offered them by Bulgaria. Since 1218, John Asen had been Tsar at Trnovo. 1218 through 1241, he had married a Latin princess related to the Comneni family, and, like Johannica in bygone days, was quite disposed to side with the Latins against the Greeks. When the Emperor Robert was deposed in 1228, he would gladly have accepted the office of regent during the minority of Baldwin II, as many wished, and he promised to help the monarchy to regain from Theodore Angelus all that had been lost in the West. The foolish obstinacy of the Latin clergy, who were violently opposed to an Orthodox prince, wrecked the negotiations. Thus vanished the last chance of salvation for the Latin Empire. The Bulgarian Tsar, justly indignant, became a relentless enemy to the Latins, to the great advantage of the Greeks of Nicaea, to whom he rendered yet another service. He conquered their European rival, the Emperor of Thessalonica, whose ambition was becoming a source of uneasiness to Bulgaria. In 1230 he attacked Theodore Angelus, defeated him, and took him prisoner in the Battle of Clocotinitsa, forcing him to renounce the throne, as is recorded in a triumphal inscription engraved in this very year 1230 on the walls of the Cathedral of Trnovo. He annexed, quote, all the country from Hadrianople to Durazzo, Greek territory, Albanian territory, Serbian territory, end quote. The Empire of Thessalonica was reduced to modest proportions. It only included Thessalonica itself and Thessaly, and devolved on Manuel Angelus, Theodore's brother. Thus all-powerful in Europe, John Asen joyfully accepted the proposals of an alliance against the Latins made by John Vatatzes, 1234. The two families were united by the marriage of John Asen's daughter to Vatatzes' son, and the two sovereigns met at Gallipoli, which the Nicene emperor had taken from the Venetians in 1235 to arrange the division of the Frank Empire. Encompassed on all sides, Constantinople nearly succumbed in 1236 to the combined attack of its two adversaries. But this time the West was roused by the greatness of the danger. The Pisans, Genoese, and Venetians all sent their fleets to succor the threatened capital. Geoffrey II, Prince of Achaia, brought 100 knights and 800 bowmen and lent an annual subsidy of 22,000 hyperperi for the defense of the empire. Thanks to these aids, Constantinople was saved, and the Latin Empire survived another quarter of a century. But it was a singularly miserable existence. During the 25 years of his personal reign, 1237 through 1261, Baldwin II, last Latin emperor of Constantinople, who had already visited Rome and Paris in 1236, had to beg all over the Western world for help in men and money, which he did not always get. To raise funds, he was reduced to pawning the most famous jewels in Constantinople: the crown of thorns, a large piece of the true cross, the holy spear, the sponge which St. Louis bought from him. And such was the distress of the wretched emperor that for his coinage the lead roofing had to be used, and to warm him in winter the timbers of the imperial palace were chopped up. Some rare successes indeed prolonged the life of the empire. The Greco-Bulgarian alliance was dissolved. In 1240, Baldwin II recaptured Solrom from the Greeks, and thus cleared the approaches to the capital to a certain degree. In 1241, the death of John Asen began the decay of the Bulgarian Empire. Nevertheless, the days of the Latin state were numbered. One question remained: would the Greek Empire of Epirus or that of Nicaea have the honor of reconquering Constantinople? It was secured by Nicaea. While the Latin Empire was in its last agony, John Vatatzes was succeeding in restoring Byzantine unity against the aliens. He drove the Latins from their last possessions in Asia Minor, 1241. He gained the powerful support of the Western Emperor Frederick II, whose daughter Constance he married, 1244, and who, out of hatred for the Pope, the protector of the Latin Empire, unhesitatingly abandoned Constantinople to the Greeks. He deprived the Franks of the support of the Seljuk Sultan of Iconium, 1244, and he seized the Mongol invasion of Asia Minor as an opportunity of enlarging his state at the expense of the Turks. He was especially active in Europe. Since the year 1237, when Michael II Angelus 1237 to 1271 had founded the despotate of Epirus in Albania at the expense of the Empire of Thessalonica, anarchy had prevailed in the Greek states of the West. In 1240, with the help of John Asen, the aged Theodore Angelus had taken Thessalonica, overthrown his brother Manuel, and caused his son John to be crowned as emperor, 1240 through 1244. Vatatzes took advantage of this weakness. In 1242, he appeared outside Thessalonica and forced John to renounce the title of emperor, to content himself with that of despot, and to become vassal of Nicaea. In 1246, he returned to the attack. This time he seized Thessalonica and expelled despot Demetrius. Then he fell on the Bulgarians and took from them a large part of Macedonia, Saras, Melnik, Skopje, and other places, and the following year he deprived the Latins of Visi and Zulurum. Finally, a family alliance united him to the only Greek prince who still retained his independence in the West, Michael II, despot of Epirus. This ambitious and intriguing prince was doubtless about to go to war with Nicaea in 1254. Nevertheless, when on 30 October 1254 Vatatzes died at Nifarium, the Empire of Nicaea, rich, powerful, and prosperous, surrounded the poor remnants of the Latin Empire on all sides. Only Constantinople remained to be conquered. The final catastrophe was delayed for 7 years by discords between the Greeks. Theodore II Lascaris, 1254 through 1258, had at one and the same time to carry on war with the despot of Epirus and to fight with the Bulgars, who after the death of Vatatzes had considered the time favorable for avenging their defeats. Theodore Lascaris routed them at the pass of Rupel, 1255, but it was only after the assassination of their king Michael, 1257, that he succeeded in imposing peace on them. On the other hand, in spite of his great military and political qualities, the new Greek emperor was of delicate constitution. The field was therefore clear for the intrigues of ambitious men, and especially for Michael Palaeologus, who, having married a princess of the imperial family, openly aspired to the throne. When by Theodore's premature death the throne passed to a child, Michael had no difficulty in seizing the real power after the assassination of Muzalan the regent, nor a little later in superseding the legitimate dynasty by causing himself to be crowned emperor at Nicaea on 1 January 1259. He soon justified this mean usurpation by the victories he achieved. He first brought the war with Michael II, despot of Epirus, to a successful conclusion. Michael II was a formidable enemy. He was the ally of Manfred, king of Sicily, and of William of Villehardouin, prince of Achaia, who had both married daughters of the despot. He was supported by the Albanians and the Serbs, and was very proud of the successes he had secured. Since the capture of Prilep, 1258, he was master of the whole of Macedonia, and was already threatening Thessalonica. Michael Palaeologus boldly took the offensive, reconquered Macedonia, and invaded Albania. In spite of the help brought by the Prince of Achaia to his father-in-law, the army of Michael II was overwhelmingly defeated at Pelagonia, 1259. William of Villehardouin himself fell into the hands of the Byzantines, and the emperor seized the opportunity to recover a part of Peloponnesus. Henceforth, the despotate of Epirus was swallowed up by the empire of Nicaea. The time had come when Michael Palaiologos was to restore Hellenism by reconquering Constantinople. In 1260, he crossed the Hellespont, took Selymbria, and other strongholds still retained by the Latins outside the capital, and threatened Galata. At the same time, he very astutely utilized the rivalry of the Venetians and the Genoese to gain the alliance of the latter. On 13 March 1261, by the Treaty of Nymphaeum, he promised that, in return for their help against Venice and their support against his other enemies, he would grant them all the privileges enjoyed by the Venetians in the East. The Genoese secured counting houses at Thessalonica, Adramyttium, Smyrna, Chios, and Lesbos. They were to have the reversion of the Venetian banks at Constantinople, Euboea, and Crete. The monopoly of commerce in the Black Sea was assigned to them. At this price, they consented to betray Western Christendom. Venice had realized rather late in the day the necessity of defending the Latin Empire. Since 1258, she had maintained a fleet of some importance at Constantinople, but in July 1261 it happened that the fleet had temporarily left the Golden Horn to attack the neighboring town of Daphnusia. One of Michael Palaiologos' generals, the Caesar Alexius Strategopoulos, seized the opportunity. On 25 July 1261, by a lucky surprise, he captured the capital of the Latin Empire almost without resistance. Baldwin II had no alternative but to take flight, accompanied by the Latin Patriarch, the Podesta, and the Venetian colonists. On 15 August 1261, Michael Palaiologos made his solemn entry into Constantinople and placed the imperial crown on his head in St. Sophia. Thus, after an existence of half a century, fell the state established in Constantinople by the Fourth Crusade. Even though the empire had only an ephemeral existence, yet the East remained full of Latin settlements. Venice, in spite of the efforts of her enemies, retained the essential portions of her colonial empire in the Levant, Negropont, and Crete, and the strong citadels of Modon and Coron. Her patrician families kept most of the seigniories in the archipelago. So also did the other Latin states in Greece born of the Crusade. Under the government of the La Roche family, the Duchy of Athens lasted until 1311, and although the disastrous Battle of Cephissus then transferred it to the hands of the Catalans, 1311 to 1334, who were superseded by the Florentine family of Acciaiuoli, 1334 through 1456, the Byzantines never regained possession of it. The Principality of Achaia, under the government of the three Valiharduins, 1204 through 1278, was even more flourishing. These settlements were really the most lasting results within the Latin Empire of Constantinople of the Crusade of 1204. End of section 63.
Section 64 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Section 64, Chapter 15, Greece and the Aegean under Frank and Venetian domination, 1204 to 1571. Part 1, by William Miller. At the time of the Latin conquest of Constantinople, the Byzantine Empire no longer comprised the whole of the Balkan Peninsula and the archipelago. A Serbian state, a Bosnian Banat, and a revived Bulgarian Empire had been recently formed in the north, while two of the Ionian islands, Cephalonia and Zante, already owned the Latin sway of Matteo Orsini, an Apulian offshoot of the great Roman family, and Corfu was threatened by the Genoese pirate Leo Vitrano. In the Levant, Cyprus, captured from the Greeks by Richard I, was already governed by the second sovereign of the race of Lusignan, while Rhodes, amidst the general confusion, was seized by a Greek magnate, Heliogabalus. All the rest of southeastern Europe, Thrace, Macedonia, Epirus, Greece proper, Crete, and the islands of the Aegean remained to be divided and, if possible, occupied by the Latin conquerors of Byzantium. While the newly created Latin Empire was formed almost wholly outside the limits of Greece, the Greek lands in Europe were partitioned, with the exception of 3 islands. Between the Crusaders, whose leader was Boniface, Marquess of Montferrat, and the Venetian Republic. The Marquess received Salonika, the second city of the Byzantine world, with the title of king, and his kingdom, nominally dependent upon the Latin Empire, embraced Macedonia, Thessaly, and much of continental Greece, including Athens. The Venetians, with a keen eye to business, managed to secure a large part of the Peloponnese and Epirus, the Cyclades and Euboea, the Ionian Islands, and those of the Saronic Gulf, and had purchased from the Marquess on 12 August 1204 the great island of Crete, which had been, quote, given or promised, end quote, to him by Alexius IV in the previous year. Such was, on paper, the new arrangement of the classic countries which it now remained to conquer. The king of Salonika set out in the autumn of 1204 to subdue his Greek dominions and to parcel them out, in accordance with the feudal system, among the faithful followers of his fortunes. In northern Greece he met with no resistance, for the only man who could have opposed him, Leosagoros, the Archon of Nauplia, fled from Thermopylae before the harnessed Franks, and retreated to the strong natural fortress of Acrocorinth. Larissa, with Halmarus, became the fief of a Lombard noble, Velestino, that of a Rhenish count, while the commanding position of Budanitsa, above the pass of Thermopylae, was entrusted to the Marquess Guido Pallavicini, whose ruined castle still reminds us of the 2 centuries during which Italians were wardens of the northern march of Greece. Another coin of vantage at the pass of Gravia was assigned to 2 brothers of the famous Flemish house of St. Omer, while on the ruins of classic Amphissa, Thomas de Stramancourt founded the barony of Salona, so called from the city which had given to Boniface his royal title. Neither Thebes nor Athens resisted the invaders. The patriotic metropolitan Michael Achomenidas, unable to bear the sight of Latin schismatics defiling the great cathedral of Our Lady on the Acropolis, withdrew into exile. A Latin archbishop ere long officiated in the Parthenon. A Burgundian noble, Othon de la Roche, who was a trusted comrade of Boniface, became a sire, or as his Greek subjects called him, Megasker, or, quote, great lord, end quote. Of both Athens and Thebes, with a territory that would have seemed large to the Athenian statesmen of old. Then the king of Salonika and the sire of Athens proceeded to attack the strongholds that still sheltered Sagoros in the Peloponnese. A large portion of that peninsula had been assigned, as we saw, to the Venetians, but with 2 exceptions. Quote, the Morea, end quote, as it had begun to be called a century earlier, was destined to fall into the hands of the French. A little before the capture of Constantinople, Geoffrey de Villehardouin, nephew of the delightful chronicler of the conquest, had been driven by stress of weather into the Messenian port of Modon. During the winter of 1204, he had employed himself by aiding a local magnate in one of those domestic quarrels which were the curse of medieval Greece, and thus paved the way for a foreign occupation. Struck by the rich and defenseless character of the land upon which a kind fortune had cast him, Villehardouin no sooner heard of Boniface's arrival in the peninsula than he made his way across country to the Frankish camp at Nauplia, and confided his scheme of conquest to his old friend, William de Champlitte, whose ancestors came from his own province of Champagne. He promised to recognize Champlitte as his liege lord in return for his aid. And the 2 comrades, with the approval of Boniface, set out with 100 knights and some men-at-arms to conquer the Morea. One pitched battle decided its fate in that unwarlike age, when local jealousies and the neglect of arms had weakened the power of resistance, and a tactful foreigner, ready to guarantee local privileges, was at least as acceptable a master as a native tyrant and a Byzantine tax collector. One place after another surrendered. The little Frankish force completely routed the Mariote Greeks and their Epirote allies in the Messenian olive grove of Condura. Here and there some warriors more resolute than his fellows held out. Doxoprates, the romantic defender of an Arcadian castle, John Camaridos, the hero of Laconia, Sogoros in his triple crown of fortresses, Corinth, Nauplia, and Larissa of Argos, and the three hereditary archons of the Greek Gibraltar, isolated and impregnable Monemvasia. But Innocent III could address Champlitte ere the year was up as, quote, Prince of all Achaia, end quote. The prince rewarded Villehardouin, the real author of his success, with the Messenian seaport of Coron. But Venice, if she was not strong enough to occupy the rest of the Peloponnese, was determined that neither that place nor Modon, stepping stones on the route to the east, should fall into other than Venetian hands. In 1206 a Venetian fleet captured both stations from their helpless garrisons, and the Republic thus obtained a foothold at the extreme south of the peninsula, which she retained for well nigh 3 centuries. In the same year, the seizure and execution of Vetrano enabled her to make good her claim of Corfu, where 10 Venetian nobles were settled in 1207 as colonists. At this, the Count of Cephalonia and Zante thought it prudent to recognize her suzerainty, for fear lest she should remind him that his islands had been assigned to her in the partition treaty. In the rest of the scattered island world of Greece, Venice, as become an essentially maritime state, acquired either actual dominion or, what was more profitable, influence without expensive administrative responsibility. Crete furnished an example of the former system. Euboea or Negropont and the Cyclades and northern Sporades were instances of the latter. For, quote, the great Greek island, end quote, the Venetians had to contend with their rivals, the Genoese, who had already founded a colony there, and at whose instigation a bold adventurer, Enrico Pescatore, landed and forced the isolated Venetian garrison to submit. It was not until 1212 that Pescatore's final defeat and an armistice with Genoa enabled the Venetians to make their first comprehensive attempt at colonizing Crete. The island was partitioned into 132 knights' fiefs, a number subsequently raised to 230, and 408 sergeants' fiefs, of which the former class was offered to Venetian nobles, the latter to Venetian burgesses. The administrative division of Crete into 6 provinces, or sestieri, was based on the similar system which still exists at Venice, and local patriotism was stimulated by the selection of colonists for each Cretan sestiere from the same division of the metropolis. The government of the colony was conducted by a governor resident at Candia with the title of duke, who, like most colonial officials of the suspicious republic, held office for only 2 years, by 2 councillors, and by a greater and lesser council of colonists. By the same year that witnessed the arrival of these settlers, witnessed also the first of that long series of Cretan insurrections, which continued down to our own time. Thus early, Venice learnt the lesson that absolute dominion over the most bellicose Greek population in the Levant, however imposing on the map, was in reality very dearly bought. The north and south of Negropont had fallen to the Venetians in the deed of partition, but a soldierly Fleming, Jacques d'Aven, had received the submission of the Long Island when the Crusaders made their victorious march upon Athens, building a fort in midstream, without, however, founding a dynasty on the shore of the Euripus. Thereupon Boniface divided Negropont into 3 large fiefs, which were bestowed upon 3 gentlemen of Verona, Ravano dalle Carceri, his relative Gilberto, and Pegararo de Pegarari, who assumed from this triple division the name of Terzieri, or Triarchs. Soon, however, Ravano, Triarch of Caristos, the southern and most important third, which seems to have included the island of Aegian, became the sole lord of Negropont, though in 1209 he thought it prudent to recognize Venice as his suzerain. The Republic obtained warehouses and commercial privileges in all of the Euboean towns. A Venetian bailey was soon appointed to administer the communities which sprang up there, and this official gradually became the arbiter of the whole island. Upon Ravano's death in 1216, the bailey seized the opportunity of conflicting claims to weaken the power of the Lombard nobles by a redivision of the island into 6 on the analogy of Crete. The capital remained common to all Hexarchs, while Ravano's former palace there became the official residence of the bailey. A large and fairly harmonious Italian colony was soon formed, and the pleasant little town of Calcis has probably never been a more agreeable resort than when noble Lombard dames and shrewd Venetian merchants danced in the Italian palaces and took their air from the breezy battlements of the island capital. Venetian influence in the archipelago took a different form from that which it assumed in Corfu, Crete, and Euboea. The task of occupying the numerous islands of the Aegean was left to the enterprise of private citizens. In truly Elizabethan style, Marco Sanudo, a nephew of the old Doge Dandolo, descended upon the Eldorado of the Levant with a band of adventurous spirits. 17 islands speedily submitted. Of the Cyclades, Naxos alone offered resistance, and there, in 1207, the bold buccaneer founded a duchy which lasted for more than 3 centuries. Keeping Naxos for himself, he assigned other islands to his comrades. Thus Marino Dandolo, another nephew of the great Doge, became lord of well-watered Andros. The family of Barozzi obtained the volcanic isle of Santorin. The Quirini associated their name with Astipalia or Stampalia, while the brothers Gysi, with complete disregard for the paper rights of the Latin emperor Teutenos and Skyros, acquired not only those islands but the rest of northern Sporades. Lemnos, another portion of the imperial share, became the fief of Navigajosi, who received from the emperor the title of Grand Duke. Born in Byzantine times by the Lord High Admiral, while the Greek Archon of Rhodes, Heliogabalus, maintained his position there with the barren style of, quote, Lord of the Cyclades, end quote. The twin island of Serigo, the fabled home of Venus, and Serigoto, which formed the southern march of Greece, furnished miniature marquesates to the Venetian families of Venier and Viaro. But the Venetian nobles, who had thus carved out for themselves baronies in the Aegean, were not always faithful children of the Republic. Sanudo did homage not to Venice, but to the Latin Emperor Henry, the overlord of the Frankish states in the Levant, and did not scruple to conspire with the Cretan insurgents against the rule of the mother country, when self-interest suggested that he might, with their aid, make more than, quote, Duke of the Archipelago, end quote, to, quote, King of Crete, end quote. While the knightly crusaders and the practical Venetians had thus established themselves without much difficulty in the most famous seats of ancient poetry, there was one quarter of the Hellenic world where they had been forestalled by the promptitude and skill of a Greek. Michael Angelus, a bastard of the imperial house, had attached himself to the expedition of Boniface in the hope of obtaining some advantage on his own account. On the march the news reached him that the Greeks of the province of Nicopolis were discontented with the Byzantine governor who still remained to tyrannize over them. Himself the son of a former governor of Epirus, he saw that with his name and influence he might supplant the official representative of the fallen empire and anticipate the establishment of a foreign authority. He hastened across mountains to Arta, found the unpopular officer dead, married his widow, a dame of high degree, and with the aid of his own and her family connections, made himself independent despot of Epirus. Soon his dominions stretched from the Gulf of Corinth to Durazzo, from the confines of Thessaly to the Adriatic, from Salona, whose French lord fell in battle against him, to the Ionian Sea. Treacherous as well as bold, he did homage now to the Latin Emperor Henry and now to Venice for his difficult country which neither could have conquered. But the mainland of Greece did not suffice for his ambition. He aided the Mariot Greeks at the Battle of Kundura. His still abler brother Theodore accepted for him the Peloponnesian heritage of Sugoros, when the Argive leader at last flung himself in despair from the crags of Acro-Corinth. The Ionian island of Leucas, which is practically a part of continental Greece, seems to have owned his sway, and before he died by an assassin's hand in 1214, he had captured from Venice her infant colony of Corfu. Under him and his brother and successor Theodore, the Epirot court of Arta became the refuge of those Greeks who were impatient of the foreign rule in the Morea, and the base from which it was fondly hoped that the redemption of that fair land might one day be accomplished. The Franks had scarcely occupied the scattered fragments of the Hellenic world when they began the political and ecclesiastical organization of their conquest. We may take as the type of Frankish organization the Principality of Achaia, the most important of their creations, and that about which we have most information. Alike in church and state, the Latin system was simple. These young yet shrewd nobles from the West showed a capacity for government which we are accustomed to associate with our own race in its dealings with foreign populations. And indeed the parallel is close, for in the 13th and 14th centuries, Greece was to them what our colonies were to younger sons in the 19th. They found to their hands a code of feudalism embodied in the, quote, Ascesis of Jerusalem, end quote, which Amaury de Lusignan had recently adopted for his own kingdom of Cyprus, and which later on, under the title of the, quote, Book of Customs of the Empire of Romania, end quote, served as the charter of Frankish Greece. Champlain himself, recalled home by the death of his brother, died on the journey before he could do more than lay the foundations of his principality, which it was reserved for Villehardouin, acting as the baillie of the next of kin to establish firmly on approved feudal principles. 12 baronies of different sizes were created, whose holder formed the temporal peerage of Achaia. 7 lords spiritual, with the Latin archbishop of Patras as their primate, received sees carved out of the existing Greek dioceses, and the 3 great military orders of the Teutonic Knights, those of St. John, and the Templars, were respectively settled at the Mostanista, Modon, and in the rich lands of Achaia and Elise. There too was the domain of the prince, whose capital was at the present village of Andravida, when he was not residing at Lacrémonie, as Lacedaemon was then called. Military service, serfdom, and the other incidences of feudalism were implanted in the soil of Hellas. And the dream of Goethe's Faust, the union of the classical with the romantic, was realized in the birthplace of the former. The romance was increased by the fatal provision, for such it proved to be, that the Salic law should not apply to the Frankish states. Nothing contributed in a greater degree to the ultimate decline and fall of Latin rule in Greece than the transmission of important baronies, and even of the principality of Achaia itself, to the hands of women, who by a strange law of nature were often the sole progeny of the sturdy Frankish nobles. Ere long feudal castles arose all over the country, and notably in the Morea and the Cyclades, where the network of chivalry was most elaborate. Sometimes, as at Budanica, Salona, and Parochia, the medieval baron built his keep out of the fragments of some Hellenic temple or tower, which the local tradition believed to have been the, quote, work of giants, end quote, in days gone by. Sometimes his donjon rose on a virgin site, but in either case he chose the spot with a view to strategic conditions. The church, as well as the baronage, made its mark upon what was for it a specially uncongenial soil. The religious orders of the West followed in the wake of the fortunate soldiers who had founded a, quote, New France, end quote, in Old Greece. The Cistercians received the beautiful monastery of Daphne on the sacred way between Athens and Eleusis. Destined to be the mausoleum of the last Burgundian Duke of Athens, the, quote, Crutched Friars, end quote, of Bologna, had a hospice at Negropont. The emblem and the name of Assisi still linger in the Cephalonian monastery of Siccia. The ruins of the picturesque Benedictine Abbey of Isova still survey the pleasant valley of Alpheus. As for the Orthodox bishops, they went into exile. When towards the end of the 14th century they were again allowed to reside in their ancient sees, they became the ringleaders of the revived national party in the struggle against the rule of a foreign garrison and an alien church. For in the Near East, religion and nationality are usually identical terms. The wisdom which Villehardouin had shown in his treatment of Greeks and Franks alike now received its reward. Self-interest and the welfare of the state combined to indicate him as a better ruler of Achaia than any young and inexperienced relative of Champlain who might, by the accident of birth, be the rightful heir. Youthful communities need able princes, and every step that he took was a fresh proof of Villehardouin's ability. He did homage to the Emperor Henry and received in return the office of Seneschal of Romania. He won the support of Venice by relinquishing all claim to Modon and Coron, and he thereby induced the Doge to assist him in his wily scheme for detaining the coming heir on his journey from France, so that he might arrive in Morea after the time allowed by the feudal code for his personal appearance. When young Robert arrived, with still a few days to spare, the crafty baillie avoided meeting him till the full period had elapsed. Then a parliament, summoned to examine the claimant's title, decided against the latter. Robert returned to France, while Geoffrey remained lord of the Morea. Poetic justice in the next century visited upon his descendants the sin of their ancestor. Meanwhile, Innocent III hastened to greet him as, quote, Prince of Achaia, end quote, a title which he did not consider himself worthy to bear till he had earned it by the capture of the still unconquered Greek castles of Corinth, Nauplia, and Argos. In 1212 the last of them fell. Othon de la Roche, as a reward for his aid, received the two latter as fiefs of the Principality of Achaia, thus inaugurating the long connection of the Argolid with Frankish Athens. While Corinth became the see of a second Latin archbishop, Geoffrey I crowned his successful career by negotiating a marriage between his namesake and heir and the daughter of the ill-fated Latin emperor, Peter of Courtenay, during a halt which the damsel made at Caracalla on her way to Constantinople. When he died in 1218, quote, all mourned, rich and poor alike, as if each were lamenting his own father's death. So great was his goodness, end quote. His elder son and successor, Geoffrey II, raised the principality to a pitch of even greater prosperity. We are told of his wealth and of his care for his subjects. He could afford to maintain, quote, 80 knights with golden spurs, end quote, at his court, to which cavaliers flocked from France, either in search of adventure abroad or to escape from justice at home. Of his resolute maintenance of the state against the church, the Morea still preserved a striking monument in the great castle of Clomuzzi, which the French called Clermont, and the Italians Castel Tournese, from the Tournesi or coin of Tours that were afterwards minted there for over a century. This castle, on a tortoise-shaped hill near Glarenza, was built by him out of the confiscated funds of the clergy, who had refused to do military service for their fiefs, and who, as he pointed out to the Pope, if they would not aid him in fighting the Greeks, would soon have nothing left to fight for. Alike with his purse and his personal prowess, he contributed to the defense of Constantinople, receiving as his reward the suzerainty over the duchy of the archipelago and the island of Euboea. The Marquess of Budanitsa and the cautious Count of Cephalonia and Zante, the latter ever ready to worship the rising sun, became the vassals of one who was acknowledged to be the strongest Frankish prince of his time. For, if Athens had prospered under Othon de la Roche, and Sigrid Naxos was safe under the dynasty of Sanudo, the Latin Empire was tottering already, and the Latin kingdom of Salonika had fallen in 1223. The first creation of the Fourth Crusade to go, before the vigorous attack of Theodore Angelus, the second despot of Epirus, who founded on its ruin the Greek Empire of Salonika. This act of ostentation, however, by offending the political and ecclesiastical dignities of the Greek Empire of Nicaea, provoked a rivalry which postponed the Greek recovery of Byzantium. The fall of the Latin kingdom of Salonika and the consequent reconquest of a large part of northern Greece for the Hellenic cause alarmed the Franks, whose possession lay between Thessaly and the Corinthian Gulf. Of these, by far, the most important was Othon de la Roche, the, quote, great lord, end quote, of Athens, who had established around him, alike at Thebes and Athens, a number of his relatives from home, attracted by the good luck of their kinsmen beyond the seas. But, as the years passed, the Burgundian successor of the classic heroes and sages, whom the strangest of fortunes had made the heir alike of Pindar and Pericles, began to feel like several other Frankish nobles, a yearning to end his days in the less famous but more familiar land of his birth. In 1225, after 20 years of authority, he left Greece forever with his wife and his 2 sons, leaving his Athenian and Theban dominions to his nephew Guy, already half owner of the Boeotian city. The descendants of the first Frankish sire of Athens became extinct in Franche-Comté only as recently as the 17th century, and the archives of the Haute-Saône still contain the seal and counterseal of the Megasker. No better man than his nephew could have been found to carry on the work which he had begun. Under his tactful rule, his capital of Thebes became once more a flourishing commercial city, where the silk manufacture was still carried on, as it had been in Byzantine times, where the presence of a Jewish and a Genoese colony implied that there was money to be made, and where the Greek population usually found a wise protector of their customs and their monasteries. Diplomatically endowed by Vatadzi, the powerful Greek emperor of Nicaea, and their foreign yet friendly lord. Policy no less than humanity must have led Guy I to be tolerant of the people over whom he had been called to rule. It was his obvious interest to make them realize that they were better off under his sway than they would have been as subjects of an absentee Greek emperor, who would have ruled them vicariously in the old Byzantine style, from Macedonia or Asia Minor. Thus, his dominion, if, quote, frequently devastated, end quote, by the Epiro Greeks, remained undiminished in his hands, while his most dangerous neighbor, Theodore, the first Greek emperor of Salonika, became, thanks to his vaulting ambition, the prisoner of the Bulgarians at Plokotonica. And the short-lived Greek Empire, which had been founded after the usurpation of his brother Manuel, was reduced in the reign of his son John to the lesser dignity of a despotat, and was finally annexed in that of John's brothers Demetrius to the triumphant Empire of Nicaea in 1246. Another and very able member of the family, Angelus, the bastard Michael II, had, however, made himself master of Corfu and Epirus 10 years earlier, and there held aloft the banner of Greek independence, as his father, the founder of the Epirot dynasty, had done before him. End of section 64.
Section 65 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 65. Greece and the Aegean under Frank and Venetian domination. 1204-1571. Part 2 by William Miller. In the same year that witnessed the annexation of Salonika, the second Villehardouin prince of Achaia died, and was succeeded by his brother William. The new prince, the first of the line, who was a native of the Morea, for he was born at the family fief of Kalamata, was, throughout his long reign, the central figure of Frankish Greece. Crafty and yet reckless, he was always to the front whenever there was fighting to be done, and his bellicose nature, if it enabled him to complete the conquest of the peninsula from the Greeks, tempted him also into foreign adventures, which undid his work and prepared the way for the revival of Greek authority. At first, all went well with the soldierly ruler. The virgin fortress of Monemvasia, which had hitherto maintained its freedom, yielded, after a 3 years' siege, to the combined efforts of a Frankish force and a Venetian flotilla, and the 3 local archons, Mamonas, Daimonoianes, and Sophianos, were obliged to acknowledge the Frank as their lord. To overawe the Slavs of Taygetus and the restive men of Mina, the prince built 3 castles, one of which, Mistra, some 3 miles from Sparta, was destined later on to play a part in Greek history, second to that of Byzantium alone, and is still the chief Byzantine glory of the Morea. At this moment, the Frankish principality reached its zenith. The barons, in their castles, lived the fairest life that a man can. The prince's court at La Cremoni was thought the best school of chivalry in the East, and was described as more brilliant than that of a great king. Thither came to learn the noble profession of arms the sons of other Latin rulers of the Levant. The Duke of distant Burgundy was a guest at the prince's table. King Louis IX of France, most chivalrous sovereign of the age, might well esteem the tall knights of Achaia who came with their lord to meet him in Cyprus, who helped the Genoese to defend Rhodes against the Greeks. Trade flourished, and such was the general sense of security that people gave money to the merchants who traveled up and down the country on their simple note of hand, while from the King of France the prince obtained the right to establish his own mint in the castle of Clemmufzi, in place of the coins which he seems to have struck previously in that of Corinth. Unfortunately, the prince's ambition plunged the Frankish world of Greece into a fratricidal war. On the death of his second wife, a Euboean heiress, in 1255, he claimed her ancestral barony in the northern third of that island. And when the proud and powerful Lombards, aided by their Venetian neighbors, repudiated his claim, not only did hostilities break out in Euboea, but also extended to the mainland opposite. William had summoned Guy I of Athens, his vassal for Argos and Nauplia, and, as was even pretended, for Attica and Boeotia, as well to assist him in the struggle. The Megascere, however, not only refused to aid his nominal lord, but actively helped the opposite party. Practically the whole of Frankish Greece took sides in the conflict, despite the wise warnings of the Pope, anxious lest the cause of the Church should be weakened by this division among its champions at a time when their national enemy had grown stronger. In 1258, at the pass of Mount Caridi between Megara and Thebes, Frankish Athens first met Frankish Sparta face to face. The Battle of the Walnut Mountain was a victory for the latter. The Athenian army retreated upon Thebes, before whose walls the prayers of his nobles prevailed upon the victor to make peace with their old comrades. Guy of Athens summoned to appear before the high court of Achaia at Niklea, near Tegea, for his alleged breach of the feudal code, was sent by the Frankish barons before the throne of Louis IX of France, whose authority they recognized as supreme in a case of such delicacy. The question was referred by the king to a parliament at Paris, which decided that Guy had been, indeed, guilty of a technical offense in taking up arms against his lord, but that as he had never actually paid him homage, his fief could not be forfeited. His long journey to France was considered sufficient punishment for his disobedience. Guy did not return empty-handed. Asked by the king what mark of royal favor he would prefer, he begged and obtained the title of Duke, which would raise him to the heraldic level of the Duke of Naxos, and for which, he said, there was an ancient precedent at Athens. The style of Duke of Athens was not only borne by his successors for 2 centuries, but has been immortalized by Dante, Boccaccio, Chaucer, and Shakespeare, who, by a pardonable anachronism, transferred to Theseus the title of the French, Sicilian, Aragonese, and Florentine rulers of the medieval city. The history of Frankish Greece is full of sudden reverses of fortune, by which the victor of one day became the vanquished of the next. Guy I had left his country a defeated and an accused man, while his successful rival was the practical leader of the Latin Orient. He returned with the glamour of the ducal title to find his conqueror and feudal lord a prisoner of the Greeks. During Gaius' absence, William of Achaia, by his third marriage with Anna, daughter of the despot Michael II of Epirus, had become involved in the tortuous politics of that restless sovereign. It was Michael's design to anticipate the Greeks of Nicaea in their projected reconquest of Constantinople, and he was anxious to secure his position by marrying one of his daughters to the powerful prince of Achaia and another to Manfred, the ill-fated Hohenstaufen king of Sicily. This latter alliance, by making Corfu a part of the Epirot princess's dowry, led to the subsequent occupation of that island by the Angevin conquerors of Naples. But the plans of the crafty despot met with a serious obstacle in the person of Michael VIII of Palaiologus, who had usurped the Nicene throne and intended to make himself master of Byzantium, and who ordered his brother to punish the insolence of his rival. In 1259, the hostile Greek forces met on the plain of Pelagonia in western Macedonia. William of Achaia, with a chosen band of Franks and a contingent of native troops, was among the despot's allies. At a critical moment, a private quarrel between the despot's bastard, John, and the Frankish prince led the indignant Epirot to desert to the enemy. The despot, warned of his son's intention, fled in the night, and the Franks were left to meet the foes attacked. Despite their usual prowess in the field, the battle was lost. The prince, unhorsed and hiding under a heap of straw, was recognized by his prominent teeth and taken prisoner with many of his nobles. Michael VIII saw at once that the capture of so distinguished a man might be made the means of re-establishing Greek rule in the Morea, and offered him and his fellow prisoners the liberty of money for the purchase of other lands in France in return for the cession of Achaia. The prince, however, replied in the true spirit of feudalism that the land conquered by the efforts of his father and his father's comrades was not his to dispose of, as if he were an absolute monarch. For 3 years he remained in captivity while the Latin Empire fell. Michael VIII restored the seat of his government to Constantinople, and the Duke of Athens acted as bailey of the widowed Principality of Achaia. It was indeed a tragic moment in the history of Greece when there devolved upon the Duke of Athens the task of receiving the fugitive Latin Emperor Baldwin II as his guest in the castle of the Cadmea at Thebes, and upon the sacred rock of the Athenian Acropolis. Master of Constantinople, Michael VIII was more than ever anxious to obtain a foothold in the Morea. He moderated his demands in the hope of exhausting the patience of his wearied captives, and he professed that he would be content with the surrender of the 3 castles of Monemvasia, Maina, and Mistra, which had been either captured or built by the prince himself, and which were therefore his to bestow. The question, vital for the future of the Frankish Principality, was referred to the High Court of Nikley, a parliament consisting with 2 exceptions of ladies only, for the fatal day of Pelagonia had left most of the baronies in the possession of either the wives of the prisoners or the widows of the slain. In an assembly so composed, reasons of state and the scriptural argument employed by the Duke of Athens that it were better that one man should die for the people rather than that the other Franks of the Morea should lose the fruits of their fathers' labors, had naturally less weight than sentiment and the voice of affection. In vain, Guy offered to pledge his own duchy to raise the ransom, or even to take the prince's place in prison. The 3 castles, with the doubtful addition of Garaki, which in any case soon became Greek, were surrendered. The prisoners were released, the noble dames were sent as hostages to Constantinople, and a Byzantine province, based on the ceded Frankish quadrilateral, was established in the southeast corner of the Morea, whose capital was Mistra, the seat of the captain of the territory in the Peloponnese and its castles. From the date of this surrender in 1262 began the decline of Frankish power. Thenceforth, friction between the rival elements in the population was inevitable, and while the discontented Greeks of the still Frankish portion of the peninsula found a rallying point at Mistra, the Greek emperor gained an excellent recruiting ground for his light troops and his marines. In a word, the latest parliament of Nikley, by destroying the unity of the state, paved the way for the Turkish conquest. The solemn vow that William had taken never again to levy war against the Greek emperor was soon broken. Hostilities inevitably followed the proximity of the rival residences of Mistra and Sparta, and weary years of warfare depopulated the peninsula. One woman, we are told, lost 7 husbands, one after the other, all killed in battle. Such was the strain upon the male portion of the inhabitants. The Greeks imported Turkish mercenaries to aid them against the Frankish chivalry, and thus the future masters of the peninsula made their first appearance there. But the Turks, unable to obtain their pay, deserted to the Franks, whom they helped to win the battle of Makriplagi on the Board hillside, now traversed by the railway to Kalamata, receiving as a reward lands on which to settle. Had the pride of the Franks then allowed them to accept Michael VIII's proposal for a marriage between his heir, the future emperor Andronius II, and the prince's elder daughter Isabel, the future of the Morea might have been different. The 2 races might have been welded together. Eastern and Western Christendom might really have met in a firm alliance at Mistra, and the Morea might perhaps have resisted the all-conquering Turks. But racial prejudice would not have it so, and Isabel was made the instrument of uniting the fortunes of the principality with those of the Neapolitan Angevins, whose founder Charles I in 1267 received from the exiled Latin emperor by the Treaty of Viterbo the suzerainty of Achaia, the beginning of many unsuspecting woes for that beautiful land. From the first, William, who had welcomed this new feudal tie with the brother of the King of France, found that it constituted an obligation rather than a benefit. He was summoned to the aid of his Angevin suzerain against Conradin at the Battle of Tagliacozzo. And when his daughter espoused the second son of Charles I, the marriage contract stipulated that, whether the Prince of Achaia left heirs or not, the principality should belong to the house of Anjou, which since 1267 likewise held Corfu and aspired to be the dominant factor in southeastern as it already was in southern Europe. It was true that Neapolitan troops assisted him in the desultory warfare against the Greeks, which, together with feudal disputes, occupied the rest of his reign. But when in 1278 the 3rd Villehardouin prince was laid to rest beside his father and brother in the church of St. James at Andravida, and the male stock of the family thus came to an end, the evils of the Angevin connection began to be felt. Elsewhere, also the Greek cause had prospered at the expense of the Latins. In the north, it was true, Hellenism had split up into three divisions. For one, the death of Michael II of Epirus, his bastard, John I, had established himself as independent ruler of Neopatras, a splendid position on a spur of Mount Oeta, which commands the valley of the Sperchus and faces the barrier of Mount Othrys, while the snows of Timprestos bound the western horizon, beyond which lay the Epirot dominions of the lawful heir, Nicephorus I. As the champion of orthodoxy at a time when Michael VIII was coquetting with the papacy in order to avert the Angevin designs on Constantinople, the Duke of Neopatras, as the Franks called John Ducas Angelus, was a formidable adversary of the restored Greek Empire. When the imperial forces were sent to besiege his capital, he escaped by night and fled to Duke John of Athens, who in 1263 had succeeded his father Guy, and who assisted his namesake to rout them. But the imperial commander inflicted a crushing defeat off Demetrius in the Gulf of Volo upon a flotilla equipped by the Lombard barons of Euboea, while in that and the other islands of the Aegean, the meteoric career of Licario, a knight of Charistus, caused serious losses to the Latins. Mortally offended by the proud Lombards, this needy adventurer, whose family, like theirs, had come from northern Italy, gratified his vengeance by offering to subdue the Long Island to the emperor's authority. Michael VIII gladly welcomed so serviceable a henchman. Licario's capture of Charistus proved that he was no vain boaster after the manner of the Franks. He received from his new master the whole of Euboea as a fief, and soon one Lombard castle after another fell into his hands. Knowing full well the rashness of his fellow countrymen, he easily entrapped one of the triarchs and Duke John of Athens, the victor of Neopatras, outside the walls of Negropont, and had the satisfaction of dragging them in chains to Constantinople. One of the most dramatic scenes in Byzantine history is the passage which describes the triumph of the once despised knight over his former superior, the rage and fury of the triarch, and his sudden death of chagrin at the spectacle of the emperor and Licario in confidential conversation. Ere long, Licario became Lord High Admiral and spread devastation throughout the archipelago. Already the supposedly impregnable rock of Scopelos, whose Latin lord had believed himself to be beyond the reach of malicious fortune, had surrendered to the traitor of Charistus. The rest of the northern Sporades and Lemnos, the fief of the Navigojossi, shared its fate, and thenceforth remained in Greek hands till the fall of Constantinople. 10 other Latin islands were lost for 20 years or more, and 2 dynasties alone, those of Sanudo and Gizi, survived this fatal cruise in the Aegean, while the 2 Venetian marquesses of Zerigo and Serigoto were driven from the southern march of Greece, and one of the 3 Monembasiote archons, Paul Monoyanes, received the island of Venus as a fief of the Greek Empire. Licario disappeared from history as rapidly as he had risen. We know not how he ended, but his career left a permanent mark on Greek history. Thus, Michael VIII had obtained extraordinary success over the Franks. He had destroyed the Latin Empire, recovered a large part of Negropont and many other islands. As early as 1256, his brother, as governor, had replaced the independent Greek dynasty of Gabalas in Rhodes. Another viceroy was established at Mistra, and both a prince of Achaia and a duke of Athens had been his prisoners at Constantinople. But John of Athens was released on much easier terms than William of Achaia, for Michael VIII feared to provoke the Duke of Neopatras, who was bound by matrimonial ties to the ducal house of Athens, and by those of commerce to the royal house of Naples, the dreaded enemy of the restored Greek Empire. Soon afterwards, the gouty Duke of Athens died, and William, his brother, reigned in his stead. A new era had begun all over the Frankish world. The house of Anjou was now the dominant factor in Greece. Isabel de Villehardin had been left a widow before her father died, and by virtue of her marriage contract, Charles I of Naples and Sicily was now prince as well as suzerain of Achaia, and governed that principality as he governed Corfu by means of deputies. While these two portions of Greece were his absolute property, he was acknowledged as suzerain of both the Athenian duchy and the Palatine county of Cephalonia and Zante, and considered himself as the successor of Manfred in Epirus, as well as in the Corfiote portion of the latter's Greek possessions. Alike in Corfu and Achaia, his early governors were foreigners, and the Corfiotes for the first time found their national church degraded and their metropolitan see abolished by the seal of the Catholic Angevins. In Achaia, where the Frankish nobility was strongly attached to its privileges and looked upon newcomers with suspicion, the rule of the Angevin bailies was so unpopular that Charles was obliged to appoint one of the local barons, and almost the first act of the regency which followed his death was to confer the bailiwick upon Duke William of Athens, whose riches were freely expended upon the defenses of Greece. Upon his death in 1287, he was succeeded at Athens by his infant son Guy II under the regency of the Duchess, a daughter of the Duke of Neopatras, and the first Greek to hold sway over the Athenians since the conquest, while in the Morea a great Theban magnate, Nicholas II de Saint Omer, governed for Charles II of Anjou. This splendor-loving noble, then married to the widowed princess of Achaia, had built out of the dowry of his first wife, a princess of Antioch, the noble castle of St. Omer, of which one tower alone remains, on the Cadmea of Thebes. An emperor and his court could have found room within its walls, which were decorated with frescoes representing the conquest of the Holy Land by the ancestors of the Theban baron. Similar frescoes of the tale of Troy existed a century later in the archiepiscopal palace of Patras, and may still be seen on a smaller scale in the churches of Geraki. Besides the castle of St. Omer, Nicholas built that of Avarino on the north of the famous bay of Navarino, the harbor of rushes, as the Franks called it, and in the northwest of the peninsula, the mountains and castle of Santa Mary still preserve the name of this once powerful family. The barons soon, however, longed for a resident prince. In the 11 years that had elapsed since the death of William of Achaia, they had had 6 bailies, 2 foreigners, 2 of their own order, and 2 great Athenian magnates. At last they represented to Charles II that he should marry Princess Isabel, the Lady of the Morea, who was still living in widowhood at Naples, to Florent de Avesnes, a young Flemish nobleman, brother of the Count of Hainault, and great-nephew of the conqueror of Euboea. Florent was already a favorite of the king, who accordingly consented to the marriage, on condition that, if Isabel should survive her husband, neither she nor her daughter, nor any other of her female descendants, should marry without the royal consent. The penalty for so doing was to be the reversion of the principality to the Neapolitan crown. This harsh stipulation was in the sequel twice enforced, but in the meanwhile all were too well satisfied with the alliance to consider its disadvantages. In 1289, Florent married and became Prince of Achaia, and for 7 years the country had peace. The ravages of the Angevin bailies were repaired, and in the words of the Chronicle of the Morea, all grew rich, Franks and Greeks, and the land waxed so fat and plenteous in all things that the people knew not the half of what they possessed. But the insolence of the Flemings, who had followed their countrymen to the Morea, another Epirot campaign, and a raid by Roger Loria, the famous admiral of Aragon, marred this happy period of Moreote history. Unfortunately, in 1297, soon after the peace with the Greeks of the Byzantine province had expired, Florent died, leaving Isabel again a widow with one small daughter, who was affianced to Guy II, the young Duke of Athens, and rightfully regarded as the best match in all Romania. The pen of the contemporary Catalan chronicler Ramon Muntaner, who was personally acquainted with Guy, has left us a charming picture of the Theban court at this period. Muntaner, who had seen many lands, described him as one of the noblest men in all Romania, who was not a king, and eke one of the richest. His coming of age was a ceremony long remembered in Greece, for every guest that came to do him honor received gifts and favors from his hand, and his splendid munificence to Boniface of Verona, a young cavalier from Euboea, who was chosen to dub him a knight, struck the shrewd Catalan freebooter as the noblest gift that any prince made in one day for many a long year. Jongleurs and minstrels enlivened the ducal leisure. In the noble sport of the tournament, the young duke knew no fear, and in the great jousts at Corinth, in which more than 1,000 knights and barons took part, he did not shrink from challenging a veteran champion from the west. Now for the first time we find the thin soil of Attica supplying Venice with corn, while the Theban looms furnished the Pope with silken garments. The excellent French that was spoken at Athens struck visitors from France, while long ere this the foreign rulers of Greece had learned the language of their Greek subjects. One Duke of Athens had even quoted Herodotus. One Archbishop of Corinth had actually translated Aristotle. In short, the little Frankish courts at the end of the 13th century were centers of prosperity, chivalry, and a large measure of refinement, while the country was far more prosperous than it had been in the later centuries of Byzantine rule, or than it was either beneath the Turkish yoke or in the early years of its final freedom under Otto of Bavaria. Unhappily, the Athenian duchy had scarcely reached its zenith when the French dynasty fell forever beneath the blows of another and a ruder race. End of section 65. Section 66 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Section 66, Greece and the Aegean under Frank and Venetian domination, 1204-1571, Part 3, by William Miller. The same year, 1294, that made the young Duke of Athens his own master strengthened the hold of the Angevins upon Greece. The ambitious plans of Charles I for the conquest of Epirus and the restoration of the Latin Empire at Constantinople had been baffled by the defeat of his forces amid the mountains of the Greek mainland and by the Sicilian Vespers and the consequent establishment of the rival house of Aragon on the throne of Sicily. Charles II attempted to recover by diplomacy what his father had lost by arms. And in 1294 he transferred all his claims to the Latin Empire. The actual possession of Corfu with the castle of Butrinto on the opposite coast, as well as the suzerainty over the Principality of Achaia, the Duchy of Athens, the Kingdom of Albania, and the province of Wallachia, as Thessaly was still called, to his second son, Philip, Prince of Taranto. This much-titled personage, who thus became the suzerain of all the Frankish states in Greece, thereupon married, after the fashion of the luckless Manfred, whose sons were still languishing in an Angevin dungeon, a fair Epirot princess, daughter of the despot Nicephorus I, who promised to give him as her dowry the castle of Lepanto with 3 other fortresses, and, if the heir apparent died, to make Philip despot of Epirus, if the heir apparent lived, to make him its suzerain. Philip of Taranto, by these extraordinary arrangements, became the most important figure, at least on paper, in the feudal hierarchy of medieval Greece. In this capacity, he was called upon to give his consent to the third marriage of Princess Isabel of Achaia, who, during the papal jubilee of 1300, had met in Rome Philip, a young scion of the House of Savoy, and desired to wed so likely a defender of her land. The Savoyard was reluctantly invested with the principality by Charles II on behalf of his son, and thus inaugurated the connection of his famous family with the Morea. But Philip of Savoy, though a valiant knight, looked upon his Greek principality as a means of making money against the evil day when the Angevins, as he felt convinced, would repent of having appointed him, and when Philip of Taranto would desire to take his place. He and his Piedmontese followers became very unpopular, for while they occupied the chief strategic positions, he extorted loans and forced presents from his subjects. Before long, Charles II revived the legal pretext that Isabel's third marriage had been against his consent, and that she had therefore forfeited her principality. and Philip's refusal to assist in furthering the Angevin plans of conquest in Epirus gave him an excuse for releasing the Achaean barons from their allegiance to one who had broken the feudal law. Philip and Isabel left the Morea forever. An estate on the Fucine Lake was considered adequate compensation for the loss of Achaia, and in 1311 the elder daughter of the last beheading prince, after having been the tool of Angevin diplomacy ever since her childhood, died in Holland, far from the orange groves of Kalamata. Her husband remarried, and his descendants by this second union continued to bear the name of Achaia, and in one case endeavored to recover the principality which had for a few brief years been his. Philip of Taranto, the lawful suzerain, became also the reigning prince, but after a short visit he resorted to the old plan of governing the Morea by means of bailies. Of this, the first was Guy II, the good Duke of Athens, whose wife, the elder daughter of Isabel, might be regarded by the old adherents of the family as the rightful heiress of Achaia. Guy had latterly become more influential than ever, for death had left his mother's old home of Neopatras in the hands of a minor, John II, and the Duke of Athens had been appointed as regent there. Thus Athenian authority extended from the Morea to Thessaly. The Greek nobles of the north learned French, and the coins of Neopatras bore Latin inscriptions in token of the Latinization of the land. Alas, the Duke was suffering from an incurable malady. He had no heir, and when in 1308 he was laid to rest in the Abbey of Dapni, the future destroyers of the French duchy were already at hand. For the moment, however, the future of Athens seemed to be assured. Gaius' mother had married after his father's death a member of the great crusading family of Brienne, which had already provided a king of Jerusalem and emperor of Romania, and held the less sonorous but more profitable dignity of Count of Lys. By a previous marriage with an aunt of the Duke, his stepfather had had a son, Walter, who now succeeded to his cousin's dominions. Walter of Brienne possessed all the courage of his race, but he lacked the saving virtue of caution, and his recklessness at a critical moment destroyed in a single day the noble fabric which the wise statesmanship of the house of De la Roche had taken a century to construct. So dramatic are the vicissitudes of the Latin Orient. The splendid pageants of chivalry one day, absolute ruin the next. The new conquerors of Athens came from an unexpected quarter. During the struggle for Sicily between the houses of Aragon and Anjou, Frederick II, the Aragonese king of the island, had gladly availed himself of the support of a band of Catalans, whose swords were at the disposal of anyone who would pay them. When the peace came, they found it necessary to seek employment elsewhere. At that moment, the Greek emperor, Andronicus II, hard pressed by the growing power of the Turks in Asia, was glad of such powerful assistance, and, to the detriment of Greece, took the Catalans into his service. In the East, they repeated on a much larger scale their performances in the West. The emperor, like the king of Sicily, found them valuable but dangerous allies, who quarreled with his subjects, plundered his cities, and defied his orders. At last, they constituted themselves into an organized society and set out to ravage Macedonia and Greece on their own account. When they had exhausted one district, they moved on to another, and by this locust-like progress, they and some of their converted Turkish auxiliaries entered the great Thessalian plain in 1309. The young Duke of Neopatras, now emancipated by the death of Guy, was too feeble to oppose them till an imperial force compelled them to move on towards the Eden which awaited them in the Duchy of Athens. Walter of Brienne was at first by no means displeased with their appearance. He knew their language, which he had learned as a child in Sicily, and he thought that he might use them for the accomplishment of his immediate object, the restoration of Athenian influence over the moribund principality of the Angeli at Neopatras. The Catalans accepted his proposals, and in 6 months they had captured more than 30 castles of northern Greece for their new employer. Having thus rapidly obtained his end, Walter wished to dispense with his instrument. He picked out the best of the Catalans for his future use, and then peremptorily bade the rest begone without the formality of payment for their recent services. The Catalans, thus harshly treated, remonstrated. Walter vowed that he would drive them out by force, and took steps to make good his threat. In the spring of 1311, at the head of such a force as no Athenian duke had ever led before, a force recruited from the baronial halls of the highlands and islands of Hellas, he rode out to rout the vulgar soldiers of fortune who had dared to defy him. Once again, after the lapse of many centuries, the fate of Athens was decided on the great plains of Boeotia. The Catalans, who knew that they must conquer or die, prepared the battlefield with consummate skill. They plowed up the soft ground in front of them and irrigated it from the neighboring Cephisus. Nature herself assisted their strategy, and when the armies met on 15 March, the quaking bog was concealed with an ample covering of verdure. Walter, impetuous as ever, charged across the plain with a shout, followed by the flower of the Frankish chivalry. But long before they could reach the Catalan camp, they plunged into the quagmire. Their heavy armor and the harness of their horses made them sink yet deeper, till they stood embedded in the marsh, as incapable of motion as equestrian statues. The Catalans plied them with missiles. The Turks completed the deadly work. And such was the carnage of that fatal day that only some 4 or 5 of the Frankish knights are known to have survived. The Duke was among the slain, and his head, severed by a Catalan knife, was borne to rest in his good city of Venice long years afterwards. His duchy lay at the mercy of the victors, for there was none left to defend it save the heroic Duchess. But finding resistance vain, she escaped with her little son to France, and thus avoided the fate of many another widowed dame of high degree who became the wife of some rough Catalan, unworthy, in the phrase of Montaigne, to bear her wash-hand basin. As for the Greeks, they made no effort to rise in defense of the old order against their new masters. So shallow were the roots which French rule had struck in that foreign land. Nor have the Burgundian dukes of Athens left many memorials of their sway. A few coins, a few arches, a few casual inscriptions, such is the artistic patrimony which Attica and Boeotia have preserved from this brilliant century of Latin culture. The victors of the Cephisus were in one respect embarrassed by the completeness of their victory. They realized that they had no one in their own ranks of sufficient standing to become their ruler in the new position which their success had thrust upon them. They accordingly adopted the strange plan of offering the leadership to one of their prisoners, Boniface of Verona, the favorite of Guy II, and a great man in Euboea. Boniface was ambitious, but he felt that he could not, with his wide connections in the Frankish world, commit such an act of baseness. He, therefore, declined. But his fellow prisoner, Rottger Deslor, a knight of Roussillon, who had already acted as intermediary between the late Duke and the company, had no such obligations, and accepted the post with the castle of Salona and the hand of its widowed lady. A year later, however, the Catalans realized that their precarious situation, for all the powers interested in Greece regarded them as interlopers, required to be strengthened by the invocation of some powerful and recognized sovereign as their protector. Their eyes naturally turned to their old employer, Frederick II of Sicily, and they begged him to send one of his sons to rule over them. Frederick gladly consented to a proposal which would add luster to his house, and for the next 65 years, the royal family of Sicily provided absentee dukes for the Catalan Duchy of Athens, while the real political authority was always wielded by a vicar general whom they appointed to represent them at the capital of Thebes. A marshal for long existed by the side of this official, till the two offices were first combined in the same person, and then that of marshal was allowed to drop. An elaborate system of local government was created. Representative institutions were adapted from Barcelona, whose customs supplanted the assizes of Romania, and whose language became the official as well as the ordinary idiom. The Greeks were, till towards the close of Catalan rule, treated as an inferior race, while the Orthodox Church occupied the same humble position that it had held in the Burgundian times. Feudalism lingered in a modified form, but it had lost its glamour, and the court of the Catalan Vicar General must have been a very drab and prosaic affair after the magnificent pageants of the splendor-loving dukes of Athens, whose flag still floated over the Argive fortresses that had been granted to Othon de la Roche a century before. Having thus established a connection with one of the acknowledged states of Europe, the Catalan Grand Company began to extend its operations in Greece. A Catalan claim to the Morea furnished it with a plausible pretext for a raid. 2 years after the Battle of the Cephisus, Philip of Taranto had conferred that principality on Matilda of Hainault, the daughter of Isabel and widow of Guy II of Athens, on condition that she married and transferred the princely dignity to Louis of Burgundy. The object of this maneuver was to compensate his brother, the Duke of Burgundy, for losing the hand of the titular Latin Empress of Constantinople, whom Philip, then a widower, had resolved to marry himself. But before Louis of Burgundy had taken possession of his Achaean principality, another claimant had appeared there. Besides Isabel, William of Achaia had left another daughter, the Lady of Acova, who was regarded by some as the lawful representative of the Villehardouin dynasty, on the ground of a supposed will made by her father. With the object of securing her claims for her posterity, if not for herself, she married her daughter to the infant Ferdinand of Majorca, who had at one time played an adventurous part in the career of the Catalan Company and was well known in Greece. Both the Lady of Acova and her daughter died before these claims could be realized, but her daughter left a baby behind her, the future King James II of Majorca, and on behalf of this child, Ferdinand landed in the Morea to receive the homage of the principality. His usurpation was at first successful. He even coined his own money at the mint of Glarenza, while the Catalans of Athens set out to aid their old convert against the Burgundian party. A battle in the forest of Manolada in 1316 proved fatal, however, to the infant's cause, and his head, severed on the field, was displayed before the gate of Glarenza. The Athenian Catalans turned back at the sad news, but Louis of Burgundy did not long enjoy the fruits of this victory. Barely a month afterwards he died, poisoned, so it was said, by the Italian Count of Cephalonia, a medieval villain believed to be capable of every crime. Louis's widow, the Princess of Achaia, was forced against her will by the crooked diplomacy of Anjou to go through the form of marriage in 1318 with John of Gravina, brother of Philip of Taranto. Matilda stoutly refused to be this man's wife, and when at last pressured was put upon her by the Pope to make her consent, she replied that she was already another's. This confession proved to be her ruin. The crafty Angevins appealed to the clause in her mother's marriage contract which declared the principality forfeit should one of Isabel's daughters marry without her suzerain's consent. While John of Gravina governed as Prince of Achaia, she languished in the Castel del Uovo at Naples, till at last, in 1331, death released her from the clutches of her royal jailer. Thus closed the career of the Villehardouin family. Thus, in the third generation was the deceit of Geoffrey I visited upon the unhappy daughter of the unhappy Isabel. 2 years later, John of Gravina exchanged the Morea of the Duchy of Durazzo, the Kingdom of Albania, and the Angevin possessions in Epirus, while the titular Empress Catherine of Valois, acting for her son Robert of Taranto, whose father Philip was then dead, combined in her own person the suzerainty and actual ownership of Achaia, as well as the claim to the defunct Latin Empire. This arrangement had the advantage of uniting in a single hand all the Angevin dominions in Greece: the Principality of Achaia, the Castle of Lepanto, the island of Corfu, and the island county of Cephalonia, which last had been conquered from the Orsini by John of Gravina in 1324. If the Catalans had failed to found a principality in the south, they were much more successful in the north. The feeble Duke of Neopatras had died, the last of his race, in 1318, and the head of the company, at the time Alfonso Fadrique, a bastard of King Frederick II of Sicily, conquered the best part of the former dominions of the Thessalian Angeli. At Neopatras itself, he established a second Catalan capital, styling himself Vicar General of the Duchies of Athens and Neopatras. The Sicilian dukes of Athens assumed the double title, and, long after the Catalan duchies had passed away, the kings of Aragon, their successors, continued to bear it. Venice profited by the dismemberment of this Greek state to occupy Talion at the entrance to the Pagaean Gulf, her first acquisition on the Greek mainland since Modon and Coron. On the other side of Greece, The principal line of the Angeli had also been extinguished in 1318 by the murder of the despot Thomas, a victim of Count Nicholas of Cephalonia, another member of that unscrupulous family. The assassin soon perished by the hand of his brother John II, who thus continued the traditions of the Hellenized Orsini. But the new ruler of Epirus was a patron of Greek letters. At his command, a paraphrase of Homer was written, while the famous church of Our Lady of Consolation at Arta still contains an inscription recording the Orsini and the two bears, which were the emblems of their house, one of the most curious and least known monuments of the Latin domination in Greek lands. Meanwhile, the House of Brienne had not abandoned the idea of recovering the lost Duchy of Athens. Young Walter had grown up to manhood and in 1331 landed in Epirus to reconquer his father's dominions. Once again, however, the brilliant qualities of chivalry were seen to be inferior to the less showy strategy of the Catalans. The Greeks remained unmoved by the appearance of this deliverer from the extreme slavery, which a contemporary described as their lot. And the only lasting result of this futile expedition was the destruction by the Catalans themselves of the noble castle of Saint Omer, for fear lest it should fall into the invaders' hands. The abode of the Theban barons is connected with literature as well as art, for the original of one of the most valuable memorials of Frankish rule, the French version of the Chronicle of the Morea, was found within its walls, a proof of culture among its inmates. Walter's subsequent career was connected with Florentine and English history rather than with Athens, for he became tyrant of Florence and died fighting against our Black Prince at the Battle of Poitiers. The family of Aegean, into which his sister had married, succeeded to his Argive castles and his Athenian claims, while the titular Duke of Athens thus retired to rule over Florence. A Florentine family, destined ultimately to succeed to his Greek duchy, established itself in the Morea. Of the numerous visitors who have journeyed from Florence to see the famous Certosa, few realize that it was constructed out of the Greek revenues of its founder. Niccolo Acciajuoli had made the acquaintance of the titular Empress Catherine of Valois at the Neapolitan court, whither he had gone to seek his fortune. He became her man of business and the director of her children's education, and when she and her son Robert obtained through his negotiations the Principality of Achaia, he received his reward in the shape of broad states in that land. He gradually increased his stake in the country, and in 1358 was invested by his old pupil, the Emperor Robert, with the town and castle of Corinth, whence the Acropolis of Athens can be seen, and whence 30 years later it was to be conquered. At the other end of the Corinthian Gulf, the Archbishopric of Patras was occupied by 3 members of the Acciajuoli clan, which thus continued to prosper while the feeble rule of an absentee prince and another disputed succession on his death in 1364 weakened the hold of the Angevins upon the principality. Philip II of Taranto, the brother, and Hugh of Lusignan, Prince of Galilee, the stepson of the titular Emperor Robert, then contended for the possession of the Morea, till the latter abandoned the struggle for another similar contest in Cyprus. During these internal convulsions, the Byzantine province had grown stronger and was better governed than the neighboring Frankish principality. The imperial viceroys of Mistra had been appointed for much longer periods than had been the case before, and in 1348 the Emperor John Cantacuzene had sent his son Manuel as despot for life to the Morea. Thenceforth, as the seat of a younger member of the imperial family, Mistra became more and more important, and its splendid Byzantine churches still testify to the value which, as the Greek Empire declined, the emperors attached to this isolated fragment of Greece. It is a curious freak of history that in the last, as in the early days of Greek freedom, the two most flourishing cities of Hellas were once more Athens and Sparta. The Athens of the Agiaoli, the Sparta, as Mistra, was often pedantically styled, of the Paleologi. The peril that was to prove fatal alike to the medieval Athens and the medieval Sparta had ere this appeared on the horizon of Greece. The growing Turkish danger had at last induced the papacy to recognize the Catalan conquest of Attica and extend its benediction over those whom it had hitherto described as sons of perdition. But the new generation of Catalans that had succeeded to the sturdy conquerors of the Sepices was a degenerate race, given to drink and divided by quarrels, which led to the introduction of the Turks, by this time established in Europe. For the moment, however, the north of Greece had been annexed to the ephemeral empire of the great Serbian Tsar, Stephen Dusan, and even after his death in 1355, Serbian rule lingered on for a time and provided a more or less feeble barrier between the Duchy of Athens and the Ottoman power. On the other side of continental Greece, the tottering Greek despotate of Epirus, long disputed between the Byzantine and the Serbian empires, had finally perished in 1358, with the despot Nicephorus II becoming partly Serb and partly Albanian, while the former island domain of the Orsini, the county palatine of Sevolonia, had been conferred by the Angevins upon Leonardo Tocco of Benevento, who united 4 out of the 7 Ionian islands in his hand, adopted from one of them the style of Duke of Leucadia, and founded a family which, after over a century's rule in Greece, has only become extant at Naples in our own time. Elsewhere, in Chios and Lesbos, 2 other fresh Italian factors had appeared in the many-colored map of the Levant, the Genoese families of Zaccaria and Gattilusio. The rule of the Zaccaria in the former island lasted only from 1304 to 1329, but in 1346 Chios was reconquered by a band of Genoese who formed a chartered company, or Maona, which reconstituted some years later under the title of the Maona of the Giustiniani, held the island till the Turkish conquest in 1566. Lesbos, in 1355, was bestowed by the Greek Emperor John V upon his brother-in-law, Francesco Gattilusio, whose dynasty survived by 9 years the fall of Constantinople, while in 1374 Genoa obtained Famagosta in pledge from King Peter II of Cyprus. Yet another bulwark of Latin rule had been created in the Aegean by the capture of Rhodes from the Seljuks. the successors of the Greek governors by the Knights of St. John in 1309. But if Latin Christendom was as strong as ever in the islands of the Aegean and the Ionian seas, it was weaker in the continental states that lay between them. End of section 66. Section 67 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 67. Greece and the Aegean under Frank and Venetian domination, 1204-1571, Part 4, by William Miller. The death of Frederick III, King of Sicily and Duke of Athens, in 1377 was a severe blow to the two Catalan duchies, for the claims of his daughter and heiress, Maria, were disputed by Pedro IV of Aragon, who found support with the clergy, the leading nobles, and the burgesses of Athens and Neopatras. Another competitor, however, appeared upon the scene and repeated on a smaller scale the history of the Catalan Company 70 years earlier. During the struggle between the kings of France and Navarre, the latter had been assisted by a body of Navarrese of good family, who, at the peace, had offered their services to their sovereign's brother for the conquest of Durazzo, and were at this time lying idle in the south of Italy. Meanwhile, the Principality of Achaia, on the death of the childless Philip II in 1373, had been offered to Queen Joanna I of Naples, conferred by her upon one of her numerous husbands, Otto of Brunswick, and then pawned in 1377 for 5 years to the Knights of St. John. All the time, however, the lawful heir was the nephew of Philip and last titular emperor of Constantinople, Jacques de Box, who thought that in the disturbed condition of Greece, the moment had arrived to make good his claim to Achaia, and that the Navarrese Company would be the best means of doing so. The company entered his service, captured Corfu from the Neapolitan officials, and in 1380 entered Attica, of which Box, as Prince of Achaia, might claim the suzerainty, and as the uncle of Maria of Sicily might desire the conquest. The Navarrese, under the leadership of Megiod of Coquerel and Pedro de S. Superin, known as Bordeaux or the Bastard, were aided by the Sicilian party against the mutual enemy, and the important castle of Livadia, a town which had attained great prominence under Catalan rule and had received special privileges at the Catalan conquest, fell into their hands. Salona and the castle of Athens, however, held out, and their defenders expected their duke, the King of Aragon, to reward their loyalty by signing 2 series of capitulations which their envoys presented to him. Pedro IV granted many of their requests and showed his appreciation of the glamour which must ever attach to the sovereign of the Acropolis by describing that sacred rock as the most precious jewel that exists in the world, and such that all the kings of Christendom together could in vain imitate. But so great had been the ravages of civil war in the duchy that he was forced to invite Greeks and Albanians to settle there, the beginning of the Albanian colonization of Attica and Boeotia. As for the Navarrese, they marched into the Morea in 1381, came to terms with the Knights of St. John, already weary of their bargain, and occupied the principality in the name of Jacques de Box. When the latter died in 1383, they became practically independent, despite the protests of rival claimants. Androsia in Messenia was the Navarrese capital. Cockerel, and after him as sovereign, ruled with the title of Vicar, which the latter in 1396 exchanged for that of Prince. Thus, at the end of the 14th century, a Navarrese principality was carved out of Achaia, just as, at its beginnings, a Catalan duchy had been created in Attica. The existence of the latter was now drawing to a close. While the Duke of Athens remained an absentee at Barcelona, Nerio Acciaiuoli, the adopted son of the great Niccolo, was watching every move in the game of the citadel of Corinth. Like a clever diplomatist, he prepared his plans carefully, and when all was ready, easily found his casus belli. The important castle of Salona was at this time in the possession of a woman, and her only daughter, the young countess, was the greatest heiress of the Catalan duchies. Nerio applied on behalf of his brother-in-law for her hand. The offer was scornfully refused, and a Serbian princeling preferred to the Florentine upstart's kinsman. The choice of a slave offended Franks and Greeks alike. Nerio invaded the duchies by land and sea, and in 1387 was master of the city of Athens. The Acropolis, however, held out under the command of a valiant Spaniard, Pedro de Pau, and John I of Aragon, who had by that time succeeded Pedro IV as Duke of Athens and Neopatras, wrote as late as 22 April 1388 to the Countess of Salona, offering her the castle of Athens, if she could succor its garrison. 10 days later, the Acropolis was Nerio's. Catalan domination was over. 2 Catalan fiefs alone, the county of Salona and the island of Aegean, remained independent, but memorials of Catalan rule may still be seen in the castles of Livadia and Lamia, and in a curious fresco at Athens. Otherwise, the Catalans melted away, as if they had never been masters of the city of the sages, till at last the title of Athens and Neopatras, in the style of the kings of Spain, was the sole reminder of the Greek duchies that had once been theirs. The epoch that had now been reached was one of change all over Greece. 2 years before Nerio hoisted his flag on the Acropolis, another Florentine exile, Buondelmonti, had put an end to Serbian rule at Joannina by marrying the widow of Thomas Preljubovic, the former ruler of Epirus, while Esau's sister was regent of Cephalonia. Venice, as well as Florence, had increased her Greek possessions. In 1363, a Cretan insurrection, more serious than any that had yet occurred, because headed by Venetian colonists, involved Tito Venier, the Marquess of Cerigo, whose family had recovered their island by intermarriage with its Greek lords. Thenceforth, Cbteddy remained either wholly or partially a Venetian colony. In 1386, Venetian replaced Neapolitan rule at Corfu, and in 1388 the Republican purchased Argos and Nauplia, the ancient fiefs of the French dukes of Athens, from their last representative Marquis de Aegean. 2 years later, the islands of Denis and Mykonos became Venetian by bequest of the Gizzi. In 1383, the murder of Niccolò delle Corsieri, a great Euboean baron who was also Duke of Naxos, and the usurpation of Francesco Crispo, a Lombard of Veronese origin, had installed a new dynasty in the archipelago, which not only allowed 2 Euboean baronies to come under Venetian influence, but also made the Duchy of Naxos more dependent upon the goodwill of the Republic. Thus, if Florence was predominant at Athens, in Epirus, and in the County Palatine, Venice was stronger than ever in Negropont and Crete, held the Argive castles as well as Modon and Coron in the Morea, and was mistress of Corfu and Cerigo. As Teleon was a Venetian colony, and as the Marquess of Boidonizza had long belonged to the Venetian family of Zorzi, both the northern and the southern marches of Greece were in Venetian hands. Athens itself was soon to follow. Nero's ambition had not been appeased by the acquisition of that city. He coveted the Argive appurtenances of the Athenian duchy in its palmy days. Accordingly, he instigated his son-in-law, Theodore Palaiologos, who then ruled at Mystra, to seize Argos before the Venetian commissioner could arrive. On this occasion, however, the wily Florentine overreached himself. He became the prisoner of the Navarrese company, acting on behalf of Venice, and had to strip the silver plates off the doors of the Parthenon and rob the treasury of that venerable cathedral in order to raise his ransom. In 1393, the Turks, by the conquest of Thessaly and Neopatras, became his neighbors on the north, and it became evident that the Turkish conquest of Athens, which he avoided by the payment of tribute, was only a question of time. Before the year 1394 was many weeks old, the Catalan county of Salona had become Turkish. The Dowager Countess had been handed over to the insults of the soldiery, and her daughter sent to the harem of the Sultan, who ere long was reported to have murdered the ill-fated heiress of the Fadriks. The memory of her tragic fate still lingers round the castle rock of Salona, and the loss of this western bulwark of Athens sounded like a death knell in the ears of Nero. King Ladislas of Naples might confer upon him the coveted title of Duke of Athens, a name to conjure with in the culture world of Florence. But when a few months later the first Florentine wearer of the title lay a-dying, he foresaw clearly the fate that was hovering over his new-won dominions. Nero left no legitimate sons, but he had a bastard, Antonio, the child of a fair Athenian, and to him he left Thebes and Livadia, while he bequeathed the city of Athens and his valuable stud to the Parthenon, in which he desired to be buried. It was not to be expected that the Orthodox Greeks, who had recently been allowed for the first time since the Frankish conquest to have their own metropolitan resident at Athens, and had thereby recovered their national consciousness, would permit their city to become the property of a Roman Catholic cathedral. While, therefore, Nero's two sons-in-laws, the despot Theodore I and Carlo I Tocco, were fighting over the possession of Corinth, the metropolitan of Athens called in the Turks. The Acropolis, however, held out, and its governor, one of Nero's executors, offered to hand over Athens to the Venetian bailey of Negropont for the Republic on condition that the ancient privileges of the Athenians should be respected. The bailey dispersed the Turks, and the home government decided to accept Athens, but on one ground alone: its proximity to the Venetian colonies, which might be injured if it were allowed to fall into Turkish or other hands. A governor, styled podesta, and captain, was appointed, and so little desirable did the position seem that 4 months elapsed before any Venetian noble could be found to accept it. Nor need this reluctance surprise us. Athens, at the close of the 14th century, as we know from the contemporary account of an Italian visitor, could not have been a very desirable residence. The city contained about 1,000 herds, but not a single inn. Turkish pirates infested the coast, and Antonio Acciaiuoli harried the countryside. Still, the Church of St. Mary was the wonder of the pious pilgrim, just as the relics which it contained had been the envy of Queen Sibylla of Aragon. 20 of the columns of the house of Adrian, as the temple of the Olympian Zeus was popularly described, were then standing, and the remains of the Roman aqueduct marked according to the local cicerone, the study of Aristotle. Venice, however, was not long concerned with the care of this glorious heritage which she so lightly esteemed. The bastard Antonio routed her forces in the pass between Thebes and Negropont, and after a long siege forced the gallant defenders of the Acropolis to surrender from sheer starvation. To save appearances, the shrewd conqueror, having obtained all that he wanted, agreed to become the nominal vassal of the Republic of Scythians, as Athens was then called, while the Venetians compensated themselves for its actual loss by the acquisition of the 2 keys of the Corinthian Gulf, Lepanto in 1407, from Paul Bospata, its Albanian lord, and Patras, from its Latin archbishop, on a 5 years lease. The former of these places remained Venetian for over 90 years, the latter, with an interval till 1419, when it was restored to ecclesiastical rule and consequently lost. 4 years later, the Republic purchased Salonika. The Turkish defeated Angora in 1402 gave Greece, like the other Christian states of the Near East, a brief respite from her doom, and the tide of Turkish conquest temporarily receded. The despot Theodore I of Misra, who had endeavored to strengthen the fighting forces of the Morea by the admission of a large Albanian immigration, and by handing over Corinth to the Knights of St. John, now urged the latter to occupy the county of Salona instead. Turkish rule was, however, soon restored there, and in 1414 the sister creation of the Crusades, the historic Marquisate of Bordonitza finally disappeared from the map. Meanwhile, in the Frankish Principality of Achaia, a new and vigorous prince, the last of the line, had arisen. On the death of Superan in 1402, his widow had succeeded him, but the real power was vested in her nephew, Centurion Sicaria, a member of the Genoese family which had once ruled over Chios. Centurion, following the precedent of the first Vigihardoin, deprived Superan's children of their birthright and, by the same legal quibble, received in 1404 the title of Prince of Achaia from the King of Naples. But the Frankish portion of the peninsula was dwindling away before the advancing Greeks. The young despot Theodore II, who had succeeded his namesake in 1407, was the son of the Emperor Manuel II, who therefore took a double interest in a part of his diminished empire, which seemed best able to resist a Turkish attack. Manuel visited the Morea, rebuilt the 6-mile rampart across the isthmus, and reduced the lawless Maenads to order. Nor was he the only Greek who occupied himself in the welfare of the Peloponnese. It was at this time that the philosopher George Gemistos Plethon, who was teaching the doctrines of Plato at Mystra, drew up his elaborate scheme for the regeneration of the country. If Phleton was an idealist, the other side of the picture is supplied by the contemporary satirist Mazares, who described in dark colors the evil qualities of the 7 races then inhabiting the peninsula: the insecurity of life and property, and the faithlessness and craft of the Greek archons. Unfortunately, the last period of Mauryotic history before the Turkish conquest proved that the satirist was nearer the truth than the philosopher. It was soon obvious that neither ramparts across the isthmus nor Platonic schemes of reform could save the disunited peninsula. In 1423, the great Turkish captain Turan Khan, accompanied by the Sultan's frightened vassal Antonia of Athens, easily demolished the Isthmian wall, and only evacuated the Morea on condition that the rampart should be left in ruins and an annual tribute should be paid to his master. But before the end came, it was fated that the Greeks should first realize the aspiration of 2 centuries and annex all that remained of the Frankish principality. This achievement, which threw a final ray of light over the darkness of the land, was the work of Constantine Palaiologus, destined to die the last emperor of the East. The necessity of providing this prince with an appanage in the Morea outside of his brother Theodore's possessions was the occasion of the Greek reconquest. Constantine first obtained Glarenza by apoplectic marriage and took up his residence in the famous castle of Clomutzi. There he prepared, with the aid of his confidential agent, the historian Phrantes, his next move against Patras. The folly of the Church in insisting on the restitution of that important city to the Archbishop was now demonstrated. The citizens opened their gates to the Greek conqueror, and the noble castle, still a splendid memorial of Latin rule, was forced by lack of provisions to surrender in 1430. Meanwhile, Constantine's brother Thomas, who had also come in quest of an appanage in the Peloponnese, had besieged Centurion at Chalandritza. with such success that the Prince of Achaia was compelled to bestow upon his assailant the hand of his daughter, with the remains of the principality of her dowry, reserving for himself nothing but the family barony of Kyparissia and the princely title. 2 years later, in 1432, the last Frankish prince of Achaia died, leaving a bastard behind him to dispute later on the Greek title to his dominions. For the time, however, this man was a fugitive, and the whole peninsula was at last in Greek hands, save where the Lion of St. Mark waved over Nauplia and Argos in the east, and over the ancient colonies of Modon and Corvern, recently extended to include Navarino in the southwest. The three brothers divided the rest of the Morea between them. Theodore II continued to reside at Mistra. Constantine removed his abode to Calavrita, and Thomas received in exchange Glarenza as his capital. The triumph of the Greeks in the Morea was contemporaneous with two far more lasting Turkish conquests in the north. The year 1430, fatal to the Franks of Achaia, saw the fall of both Salonica and Ioannina. Salonica had been for 7 short years a Venetian colony, while Ioannina, with Epirus, seized by an Albanian chief after Esau Buondelmonte's death in 1408, had been conquered by Esau's nephew and rightful heir, Carlo I Tocco of Cephalodia, who had thus revived the former dominion of the Orsini over the islands on the mainland of northwestern Greece. In military and administrative ability, he was, according to the testimony of Calcondiles, inferior to none of his contemporaries. While his masterful consort, a true daughter of the first Florentine Duke of Athens, was regarded as the most remarkable woman of the Latin Orient. Froissart extolled her magnificent hospitality and described her island court as a sort of fairyland. But Carlo's death without legitimate sons in 1429 exposed his hitherto compact state to the dissensions of his 5 bastards and his nephew Carlo II. One of the former had the baseness to invoke the aid of the Turks, and the surrender of Ioannina was the result of his selfishness. Carlo II was allowed to retain the rest of Epirus with Acarnania and his islands. But from that day till 1913, the city of Ioannina, with its beautiful lake, never ceased to be a part of the Ottoman Empire. Another example of Christian jealousies. Meanwhile, amidst the fall of principalities and the annexation of flourishing cities, the statesman-like policy of Antonio Acciajuoli had maintained the principal independence of the Athenian duchy. An occasional Turkish raid, such as that which had forced him to accompany the Ottoman troops to the Morea, reminded him that diplomacy must sometimes bow to force. And once the claim of Alfonso V of Aragon and Sicily to this former Catalan colony gave him momentary alarm. But with these exceptions, his long reign was a period of almost unbroken prosperity. Himself an honorary citizen of his family's old home of Florence, he encouraged Florentine trade and welcomed Florentine families at his court, now established in the Propylaea instead of at Thebes. The Athenian history of the time, interspersed with such names as Medici, Pitti and Machiavelli reads like a chapter of the Tuscan annals, and the life of the Florentine family party which assembled there was almost as agreeable as it would have been by the banks of the Arno. Good shooting and good mounts from the famous Acciaiuoli stable were to be had, and one of the visitors wrote with enthusiasm that fairer land nor fairer fortress than Attica and the Acropolis could nowhere else be seen, nor did the Acciaiuoli forget to strengthen the fortifications of their capital, for to them may be ascribed the Frankish tower, which once stood on the Acropolis, and perhaps the Zocol wall of Valerian, which may still be seen in the city. Even culture began to show signs of life in Florentine Athens. It was under Antonio that Laonicus Chalcondyles, the last Athenian historian, and his scholarly brother Demetrius were born, and a young Italian sought at Athens and Joannina a chair of any science that would bring him in an income. When, however, in 1435, Antonio I was one morning found dead in his bed, two parties, one Latin, one Greek, disputed the succession. The Latin candidate to the ducal dignity, young Nerio Acciaiuoli, whom the childless duke had adopted as his heir, occupied the city, while the dowager duchess, a noble Greek dame, and her kinsman, the father of the historian Chalcondyles, held the castle. The Greek party entered into negotiations with the Sultan on the one hand and with Constantine Palaeologus on the other, offering a bribe to the former and the duchy to the latter. Both schemes failed, and peace was secured by the marriage of Antonio's widow with his heir. But Nerio II soon made himself unpopular by his arrogance and was deprived of the throne by his brother Antonio II. On the death of the latter, however, in 1441, he returned to his palace on the Acropolis, where he received a visit from Cyriacus of Ancona, the first archaeologist who had set foot in Athens since the conquest. But Nerio had occupations more serious than archaeology. In the year of this very visit, the despot Constantine threatened the existence of his tottering state. Theodore II had by that time retired from Misra to the Sea of Marmora, so as to secure the succession to the imperial throne, while Constantine and Thomas divided the Morea between them. At this moment, the news of Hunyadi's successes over the Turks encouraged Constantine to ravage Boeotia and occupy Thebes. A large part of northern Greece declared for the Greek prince, and Cardinal Bessarion dreamed of a resurrection of the ancient glories of Hellas. Nerio escaped destruction by promising tribute, but thereby called down upon himself the vengeance of the Turks, who, after the rout of the Christian forces at Varna, were able to turn their attention to Greece. Placed between Turk and Greek, the wretched puppet on the Acropolis threw in his lot with the former, and joined the Sultan in invading the Morea. In 1446, Murad II stormed the restored Isthmian wall, ravaged the country behind it, and retired to Thebes with a vast train of captives and the promise of a tribute. All Constantine's recent conquests in the north were lost again, and the death of the Emperor John VI in 1448 ended that adventurous prince's direct connection with Greece proper. On 6 January 1449, the last emperor of the East was crowned at Mistra, upon his brother Demetrius, he bestowed his own previous government, and in vain bade both him and Thomas live in unity and brotherly love, the sole means of saving the Morea. Scarcely had he been crowned than the Christian rulers of Greece received another warning of their fate: the annexation by the Turks of all the continental dominions of the Toko dynasty save 3 fortresses. 4 years later came the awful news that Constantinople had fallen and that the emperor was slain. The terrified despots of the Morea, whose first impulse had been flight to Italy, purchased a reprieve by the promise of a tribute, while the Albanian colonists, under the leadership of Peter Boa, the Lame, rose against their feeble rulers of Giovanni Asen, the bastard son of the last prince of Achaia, raised the standard of a second revolt. Turkish aid was required to suppress these insurrections, for it was the policy of Mohammed II to play off one Christian race against the other, and so weaken them both, till a suitable moment should arrive for annexing Greek and Albanian Orthodox and Roman Catholic to his empire. Giovanni Asen died in Rome, a pensioner of the Pope, like the despot Thomas, whom he had sought to dethrone. For a few more years, however, the 2 despots remained in possession of their respective provinces, which they might have retained for their lives had they not allowed the promised tribute to fall into arrears. At last, Mohammed's patience was exhausted. He sent an ultimatum, and when Thomas refused to pay, he entered the Morea in 1458 at the head of an army. The despots fled at his approach. Acrocorinth surrendered after a gallant resistance, and the cession of about 1/3 of the peninsula, including Corinth, Patras, and Calavrita, as well as an annual tribute, were the conditions under which alone Mohammed would allow the 2 brothers a further respite. Then the conqueror set out for Athens, the city which he longed to visit, and which the governor of Thessaly, Omar, son of Turakan, had captured 2 years before the campaign in the Morea. End of section 67.